because the weather's probably not going to be that great when we intended to go. It was a bit windy up there, I've got to say, but at least it was fine. And the panel have probably got a couple of questions, at least one that we'll put to the applicant in a minute about the site visit. But in terms of the schedule, we're now at the point where we've heard from the applicant's witnesses, except for ecology, which includes 3 witnesses, and also Mr. Brown on the planning evidence and conditions. And then we have set down for this afternoon submitters. We've got Mr. Sol from Central Otago Environmental Society, who's to appear. We have Di Lucas down for Shona Kenderdine, and we have Department of Conservation, who have 2 witnesses and legal counsel. We'll see how we go. We're readily amenable to bringing everything forward if we can see how fast we get through things. But the ecology is a very important aspect of this, and we certainly won't be rushing through that. So we'll see how we go. And then we have the planning officer, Mr. Vincent, and Mr. Harding, ecologist advisor, to go as well. So we'll see how we get through it. But the panel certainly will stay tomorrow, obviously, if we need to get through that. Okay, Mr. Gresson, you're taking over today, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. In terms of the site visit, we found that very useful, and Mr. Vincent drove us up there and pointed out some of the features. It was very useful for us to go up there. One of the questions that we had was, there's an archaeological feature, a couple of lowish walls up near where we understand the car park, public car park is going, and the walking tracks go. That was quite a pronounced feature, and we weren't quite sure whether the road was going to take that out or go around it, or continue to go around it. So if someone could clarify that for us, that would be useful.
Mr. Garden, my understanding, it will be moved.
The road will be moved.
So yeah, I welcome the opportunity to provide some context for that. So
Sure.
Just first referencing the road design itself, the state of that design, it isn't at a detailed design level resolution, rather it was a feasibility based design at this stage. And so we would expect that the alignment of that road carriageway and also the extents of the boundary between metre width for the standard road corridor would be adjusted. What would it be in uphill direction?
Yeah.
Away from them.
Right.
So we think there's a great opportunity to provide that little bit of public parking, public car parking next to it downhill,
Right.
at an appropriate distance away. Conveniently, the 2 sort of embark on jump off points for the walking track, the public walking access are located there. One heading onto the rocky outcrop on the riverside, and one heading back uphill.
Yeah.
And that will also be an opportunity for signage and storytelling.
Yeah.
So no, we think there's a really good opportunity to preserve them.
Okay.
That was my reference the other day about celebrating those speakers. That would be the focal point for that.
Okay, so the first question is, and forgive me, but we've got a wealth of information in front of us, but I presume there's a plan within the body of the application that shows the archaeological features that are to be retained. Is that to be retained on those maps, or is this something that's been offered now?
Well, yeah, we've got the landscape plan that Baxter have prepared, shows the car park adjacent to that feature, but not at a great resolution. So,
Does it show the feature on there at all? So I've got the landscape plan with walking tracks, but it doesn't seem to.
You can possibly see if there's a version with an underlying aerial photo, you will see it, but I'm not sure.
All right. Okay. Well, all I'll say at this stage is that if we're of mind to grant consent, we'd be wanting to confirm that feature's been kept either by condition or by a map or a plan that shows it clearly marked on it. So with the road going around it. So that I'll leave that with the team to think about. But that's what we'll be looking for there. Just trying to think. Did you have any particular questions from the site visit? Mr. Baxter's not here at the moment, is he? But No, he's due back though, isn't he? I understand he's coming back at some stage.
Yeah, he was going to be.
Yeah, that's right. We just noticed that I think lots 1 to 9, I think it was those lots up on the sort of plateau, if you like, appear to be quite visible from across the other side of the Luggett Highway, if you like, with the lake. And I think he's acknowledged that, but we might just have a question about that aspect, just for clarification. And I think other than that, we identified where the various roads into adjoining properties were proposed were going. We saw the vineyard next door, and we observed the key features, including some of the wildlife on the site too. Very large black goat with big horns on it, and numerous rabbits. But no, that was useful. So anyway, it might be that some other questions arise from that site visit, but at the moment that's our immediate sort of observations or questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lucas. All right, Mr. Gerson, we'll hand over to you now to present the rest of the evidence.
Yeah, we've got the ecologist up here.
Yeah.
Possibly
Sure. Right, thank you.
Just one point, Commissioner, I've just been hearing from Samantha King, who's
Yeah,
the evidence, he's unable to get on with yesterday's link, so
I see.
wondering if we could maybe sort that
Excuse.
same link.
Yep, same link as you would have.
She's apparently on that same link, but not connecting.
Right.
Yeah, anyway, sorry.
Okay, I won't be able to help with that. I struggle with my own devices and things, but well, hopefully someone can help with that. Thank you. Right, so thanks for that. Mr. Beale, yeah, thanks very much. Over to you.
Just commencing, just a background for you, Commissioners. The TKO Properties is proposing to develop a 30-lot subdivision. Building platforms, curtilage areas will be created on 22 of the lots to be served by underground services, driveways, and an access road. Development will affect an area of 8.27 hectares, which represents approximately 30% of the property overall. Development area encompasses land disturbed during construction, stuff from building platforms, curtilage areas, driveways, access roads, underground services, septic tanks being within the curtilage areas, temporary laydown, storage areas, storage disposal areas, as you've heard from TKO, and irrigation infrastructure. TKO proposed to formally protect the balance of that property that constitutes about 87% of the overall property area, and that is defined as a landscape and vegetation protection area. This will be subject to the conditions prohibiting vegetation clearance, as you've heard from for today, and imposing an obligation on owners to undertake pest and, I'll add the words, weed control. The LVP will be managed by an owner representative group, as Mr. Garden has conveyed to you, and this will be required under conditions of consent. These will be further addressed by Mr. Brown as evidence. The development will result in permanent clearance of early successional plant communities. And there's the approximately 1.74 hectares of Kanuka Property Scrub Community and 3.95 hectares of woodland. These areas represent in percentage terms 5.1 and 28.3% respectively of the land areas being plant communities occupied at Rocky Point. The ecological value of these affected plant communities and habitats is scored as very high in accordance with the EN's ecological impact assessment guidelines. The score of the presence of nationally threatened and at risk flora and fauna associated with the affected coastal fields and Kanuka shrubland and shrub communities. Affected plant communities and habitats have been assessed ecologically significant in terms of the NPS pointed to biodiversity at Felix 1, which sets out those criteria. And these areas are not included in the SMA schedule as were it's estimated from this bill. The magnitude and level of ecological effect of the development is scored as high to very high in accordance with the EU's guidelines. The score reflects the extent of loss of cricket field and Kanuka scrub vegetation communities. And in particular, that includes effects, importantly, of fragmentation of the development on this vegetation mosaic. A range of avoidance, remediation, and mitigation measures are proposed by TKO in accordance with the NPS effects management hierarchy to reduce the magnitude and level of ecological effect. These are importantly the avoidance of saline sodic ecosystems, avoidance of important populations of spring annuals and other threatened flora, avoidance of mature specimens of at-risk plant species, and avoidance of high quality lizard habitat, creation of lizard habitat in terms of rock stacks, salvage of lizards where necessary, controlling of rabbits, goats, ferrets, hedgehogs, and the controlling invasive weeds. And I'll talk particularly about invasive weed species here. TKO proposed to address residual adverse effects of development as identified through the effects manager. Small plantings of a mix of climate pre-settlement plant communities local to the Duxton ecological system, as informed from a survey of nearby benchmark or relevant plant communities. And also, this is informed from potential ecosystem mapping undertaken by the ORC and from a study of successional processes occurring at one point, as will be detailed by Dr. Wells. The offset plantings will collectively encompass an area of approximately 6.4 hectares, including sites within, or the majority of that being within the Bendigo Hills estate. And that is mapped on as Appendix 1. These offset planting sites are additional to the LPP. The offset plantings will be subject to performance metric, but that includes growth and survival rates, and that will be informed by program sampling, as well as monitoring and reporting to ensure healthy self-sustaining plant communities are established at these sites. And this one's require offset action such as the provision of eco-source plant stock. That's when I mean talking about eco-source. It's generally within the Central Jargon ecological region. Plant placement stock, of course, very important in terms of meeting those survival metrics. Browse protection, rabbit and goat control, basically controlled and of course irrigation. The offset actions including planting will be formalised through the ecological monitoring and management plan. And this includes annual reporting to council on the monitoring results, which inform the degree of alignment to the performance metrics and any remedial measures required, such as replanting. I'll now address the points that Mr. Ewing has raised in his submission here on behalf of the Director General of Conservation. His evidence, Mr. Ewing, refers to the irreversible loss of significant biodiversity and current substantial underestimation of Indigenous biodiversity at Rocky Point. I acknowledge the underestimation of abundance of threatened and at-risk plant species in the development area. However, I just like to make the point that the surveys covered both the development area and the areas outside the development area. That was important from a contextual perspective. So just want to make that point. I, however, remain of the opinion that the proposed offset actions will increase Indigenous biodiversity at a local and regional level, as detailed in the evidence of Dr. Wells. I also consider that the ecological impact assessment accurately reflects the biodiversity values at Rocky Point, which are scored as very high in accordance with the EU's guidelines. Of course, this score importantly takes account of the presence of threatened at-risk fauna and flora. So the EU's guidelines, just a bit of a slight script here, includes a table which scores between very high to low, whether it's a threatened species, which is very high, to at-risk climate, which is high, and so on down to a non-threatened species or a natural species.
Yeah, just a quick question. Is very high the highest category, or is there that's the highest category?
Highest category.
All right, thanks.
One could argue there could be another higher category for that. Could be the climate retention. Just again, a point that I would like to raise, it's not on, again, it's out off script, I apologise. The impact assessment does provide what I would consider a complete picture of the biodiversity value of Rocky Point, but also and also within the LVP especially. And this is informed not just from a botanical perspective, being myself and Dr. Wells, but also in terms of the lizards and the vertebrates, which are obviously a very important component of biodiversity values. The other part that which I think to emphasize is that we're also talking about other plant species, woody plant species, which are also at risk of decline, both within the development area and within the improvement. Moving on, to regard to the development area being an SNA, I understand the SNA is not, well, it has to be scheduled in district plan for it to qualify as an SNA, and we to understand that's issue with through this film. Mr. Ewing's quite rightly states that the surveys undertaken by the project team have been unrepresented and missed important species. I acknowledge that while I still consider these surveys that I undertook with Mr. Simpson, who was managed, they did not capture obviously the full suite of populations of spring annuals and other threatened species present in the development area, and there's a map in Mr. Ewing's evidence that it explored. My statement of the impact assessment in my evidence at paragraph 58, page 24, concerning the presence of spring annuals in the development area is therefore inaccurate based on this more up-to-date information rising from the DOC surveys. The results of both surveys, however, strengthen my underlying assumption that the spring annuals are abundant in areas of suitable habitat at Hickory Point and also in the adjacent Bendigo Hills estate. It is possible that the unseasonably wet weather during spring this year compared to last year has favoured larger populations of spring annuals. I'm basing that on my own rainfall records for my property here in a very wet spring compared to last year. I concur with Mr. Ewing that the revised status of Kanuka and Matagari, which is now classified as not threatened, and Madeira Odorata, which is now classified as at risk declining, and effectively mistletoe, which is now ranked as at risk decline, does not alter the overall valuation of the ecological values of the development area and the ecological effects of development as it's set out in the evidence section. Regards, there was also a point that Mr. Ewing raised and has been raised by Mr. Hardingham regarding the validity of the EN's guidelines. And I just wish to take the opportunity to reaffirm what I stated in my evidence, that these guidelines are used widely by ecologists. It recognises as a legitimate tool by many local authorities and the peer review that are commissioned by councils. Use the guidelines to assess ecological values and ecological effects. In regard to this application, I consider have been thorough, in my opinion, and critically reflect the ecology of the development area and its ecological context at local and regional level. Mr. Ewing considers the mitigation package cannot be relied on because the ecological values are significantly underreported. Consider the ecological values are accurately reported, although I acknowledge, of course, that the survey deficiencies, as Mr. Ewing has raised, I would assess these ecological values, as I've stated. Effects of the management, the effects management hierarchy is robust, in my opinion. It clearly sets out a range of avoidance, minimisation, or remediation measures based on the inputs of all the ecologists engaged in this project. The application of the hierarchy shows the effects of loss of Indigenous vegetation habitats and Indigenous fauna in the development area, including threatened at-risk species, and I'm talking plant species mostly here, represents a significant residual effects, which triggers the requirement for a biodiversity offset. The biodiversity offset provides for a net gain in overall Indigenous biodiversity consistent with NPS, which does not require the effects to be dealt with at the level of individual plant species. We're talking about an ecosystem type. I'll make that statement. Mr. Ewing states that the proposal does not avoid the most ecologically important areas with support multiple occurrences and populations of threatened and at-risk plant species. While this statement is true to an extent, the avoidance measures set out in the effect management hierarchy include the avoidance of a saline ecosystem which contains good plant communities and habitat for at-risk plant species and possibly threatened plant species. Again, just a slight departure there. And it was through the engagement of Mr. Gibson in this context and through discussions that he, myself, and Dr. Wells had with TKO led to the revision of the subdivision plan. Part of the minimisation measures additionally include minimising the practical extent of the development footprints through design controls, as proposed by Mr. Baxter as evidence. It's important to note that important populations of threatened and at-risk species also exist in the LVP outside the development area based on our survey results. In consideration of Mr. Ewing's assertion, paragraph 29 of the evidence, the proposed mitigations do not result in the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity or net biodiversity gain. In my opinion, the proposed mitigation package, including the offsets, is comprehensive and will result in positive benefits to the overall biodiversity values at Rocky Point and Bendigo Hills Estate, recognising their contiguous area. This includes the enhancement of avian fauna, lizard and invertebrate habitat, weed pest control, and formal protection of over 7 point properties. While the conservation of spring animals is important, they represent a small component of the overall ecological values at Rocky Point. I'm confident that the proposed mitigation measures will maintain Indigenous biodiversity, resulting in a net gain in biodiversity values over the 30-year timeframe. And Mr. Ewing's comments that other areas of Rocky Point would be more suitable for development given lesser ecological values. Based on my extensive knowledge of the property, I consider the ecological values outside the relevant area are also high based on the existence of large areas of Kanuka shrubland and field, and suitable habitats for animals. In closing, I just want to provide a response to submission from Ms. Ward in respect to their recommendation for an offset area from the Bendigo Hills Estate to be protected in perpetuity. This would encompass a large area of Indigenous cushion field in shrubland with spring annual habitats and saline areas, and cover a wide average sequence from the highway to the Bendigo Hills, right, the Bendigo Central Reserve. The reply appears to me that Ms. Ward may not be aware that most of Rocky Point will be protected. The area protected is, incorporates the same suite of ecological values, covers a wide sequence, and will maintain ecological stability.
All right, thank you. Just see if we have any questions on that summary statement, and then we'll go back to your evidence in chief. Yeah, so I'll just ask the panel if they have any questions for the panel. Okay, it's down to me. That's all right. You can chip in as you go. Yeah, that's right. Okay. First of all, I should acknowledge that Ms. Wardell's yesterday I said her statement is not expert evidence, but I just wanted to confirm that we will be considering the point she raises. It's a statement we will consider. So I didn't want to diminish the work that she'd put in. We will be considering it, but not as expert evidence. That's the first point. Yeah, thank you for that. Just going back to the EIANZ guidelines, we had a discussion with solicitor yesterday on that, and I think I put to Ms. Hill, I was really just questioning the relevance of the relevance for us as a panel of which assessment criteria we should use when your overall conclusion is that the values are very high, regardless. And as I understand it, the only sort of, as I understand it, we're not ecologist, make that very clear. But as I understand it, the criticism of using those guidelines was that they don't represent the fragmentation issues involved. They isolate individual components. But did you want to say any more about that? Because is it still an issue you think is alive for us, which assessment criteria used, or is the key issue that they're very high values and you've acknowledged that?
Oh, yeah. It's, I mean, the guidelines instruct us to look at ecological features, for instance, what needs to be done, and starting makes this point. You need to look at these values as a whole as well. They are,
Yes.
It's a mosaic, it's an ecosystem type.
Yeah.
For fragmentation, it's a key.
Is a key issue. Okay.
I acknowledge that is
Right.
The evaluation of effects.
Okay. Thank you. Questions on that? Yeah, I'm just interested in the discussion around the threatened species occurring elsewhere in this locality, I suppose. But Mr. Ewens or Dr. Ewens has challenged the sort of assumptions around that the fact that they occur elsewhere is not a reason to undermine them on this particular site. And it's difficult for the panel to sort of come to grips with how to deal with that, because the same argument applies to loss of highly productive land and soils. And, you know, we hear it all the time that this is only 0.1% of the highly productive land in the district, and it's no deal if you take that out. And, you know, how do you think we should reconcile that where it's a threatened species and it is occurring elsewhere, but not necessarily in abundance? Or are you saying it is in abundance?
We consider, and Dr. Wells and I have had this conversation on a number of occasions now, that there is suitable habitat both within the development area, obviously, and that certainly been well and truly proven from survey suspicion.
Right.
But our own surveys have shown these areas of habitat certainly have to exist elsewhere within the LPP, and probably more abundantly actually within Bendigo Interstate. We would surmise, therefore, that given that our knowledge of the habitats, particularly of the mouse tail, which is what we call a facultative weapon species, and they continue to make seasonal wet areas such as Mossfield, these areas also occur within the genetic scene reserve. And also, these are Bendigo Lodge straight to the south.
How significant is that? Is that a viable population that will continue?
Yes, they'll continue because they've been annual, they're subject to fluctuations of populations, possibly slight distributions. So from that perspective, we consider that at a regional level, this doesn't exist in the loss of populations and don't loss of regions.
Okay, thank you. There's been some discussion also about the SNA, the fact that this land is not SNA, and we need to come to grips again with how important that is. And I think what you've referred to Ms. Shepherd, is that, do you mean?
I think that was going to be the evidence of Mr. Brown.
Oh, Mr. Brown, yeah, and also Ms. Hill gave us legal submissions on that. But that's more of a legal planning matter, or is that something you've got a strong view on?
Why I'd interpreted it may be wrong, because I used the criteria, assessment criteria set out in page 1 of the MPS that to determine the ecological status of the 6C. The MPS is the page 3 on that.
All right.
I don't know whether that's intended that sole focus is meant to be for the council to
Okay.
problems.
And then something I'm certainly still trying to come to grips with again is the hierarchy. You've mentioned in your evidence avoidance. So the fact that this land's not mapped, do you still accept, or do you acknowledge that avoidance is the hierarchy still applies to this, even though it's not mapped? Is that what you're saying in your evidence?
The avoidance is focused on saline soils or the saline ecosystem.
That's what your avoidance is, but is avoidance as a principle limited to that in terms of the NPSIB?
Oh, I think that's the priority.
Okay.
In terms of the ecological assessment. For instance,
So is it, can I summarise it correctly in saying that the way you've approached it is to avoid those habitats, or avoid damaging those areas, but not to avoid in total all of the threatened species areas?
the emphasis is where practical.
Where practical. And then there's some discussion around what does that mean in terms of the developer appears to have options to go in other locations as well. Is that right?
Well, I mean, it's, and I'd rather probably elaborate on this further. There's populations come and go, they've got the seasonality, but also looking at the backs of the design plans and looking at Mr. Ewing's open, looked at that good populations per.
Yeah.
So out of that layout, particularly lots 1 to 8 and I think lots 11 to 19, I think.
Yeah.
It's about 40 to 50% of those populations will be avoided anyway,
Right.
based on the current locations.
Yeah. So it appears that the development plan Mr. Bax has devised has got a range of objectives. One is to provide good sites for clients to get good views and what have you, and experience the rugged nature of the land, all those sorts of things. And it's to minimise visual impact, obviously. And on top of that, there's the ecological considerations. So it's a balancing act of all of those different constraints, if you like.
Yes, I add to that too, that you could, when you record a medium part of the offset, and it's that we consider that plantings, the shrub and plantings of the offset sites will create habitat, suitable habitat for spring.
Yeah, that's right. So that there's a sort of a, it appears to be a sort of a, let's minimise the impact, let's avoid the key areas from ecological point of view. That's why Kelly's come past. Is to avoid the key aspects, to mitigate and offset where that isn't achievable in terms of the master plan, with, you know, to achieve all those other objectives. So it's a sort of a hybrid approach. It's not obviously not complete avoidance regime, is it? Not.
Well, I mean, I think that's the way
Hierarchy.
high instructions to do that.
So the where practicable is practicable or practical. That's the key word you draw our attention to there. Okay. All right. Thank you. Go that one. When we're up at site, we remember there's to be some translocation, if you like, or and I should say, and can you just tell us a little bit more about how that works? Just as lay people, I guess it looks difficult to dig stuff out because it's very silty and
Yeah, I would say that it's probably a little bit off in fact, to be honest.
okay.
There's a bit of uncertainty in the location of from taking samples of Springburn Estuary at Warren Gorge, which is nearby tube station. And trials actually have been positive, but provisional, but it's early days.
Yeah.
They're now propagating those plants. So they've survived the translocation. And propagation trial proves to be reasonably sincere. They're using a whole range of different nutrient gases and work out from those that have been put in the ground, bare ground, those that have been put into pots within the glasshouse condition. And the survivorship rates have varied considerably. But the ones that have been propagated onto bare soil in that area survive and thrive.
In similar conditions to what we've got out here.
But I would be nervous to suggest that that should be a remedial measure at this stage. I'd like to see, I think we need another year at least of work by the entrance to. I mean, they're quite excited about it from a commercial point of view, providing that for.
Sorry, just to be clear, I might have misunderstood that. So is translocation part of this proposal? Is it?
No,
it's not.
I
Okay.
initially suggested that, but I believe it's risky.
All right. Sorry, I didn't fully understand that.
No, I do.
It's okay. All right. Just see if we have any other. That's all the questions I have on a summary. I've had a number of questions of your evidence in chief, but it's possible I've already asked some of those, but I'll just go to that. Another question, just checking.
Where I'm coming from is with starting if this proposal is approved, and there'll be conditions around the monitoring of the relocation plants and the protections put in place. From a council perspective, what would your comments be on how we are going to actually measure those? And we don't have those skills in house. I mean, that's a real challenge.
Yes.
There's a set of conditions. We are charged with the responsibility of monitoring when we don't have those skill sets. Your comments.
Yeah, so that's a good question. The council will have to commission an ecologist to do that. And that would be obviously surveying through quadrip, quantitative sampling, as well as photo point sampling. It's not a difficult task. So I wouldn't consider it too labour intensive. certainly you'd need to outsource that.
It is a real challenge from our perspective, from the council's perspective.
Is there no self-monitoring as part of this proposal? I thought that would have been the case.
I think you need to be assured that you're confident that those asset plans will provide, that's right, and monitoring of those is essential. Particularly at stages after that plan.
Yeah, I'd understood that would be done as part of the suite of conditions, but Mr. Brown might be able to address that. I mean, my colleague asked a very good question, and it's often self-monitoring and reports. I thought there's a reporting mechanism as
Yeah,
well.
there is that for part.
Yeah. Well,
So that person, that ecologist.
Yeah.
Is responsible for that report.
So be engaged, and then I presume the invoice would be sent to the applicant for
So
that.
the scope says it would be to monitor the report.
Okay,
I look forward to hearing Mr. Grant's response to that.
okay. Thanks for that question. Yeah, I'm just going to work through these. It might take a little bit of time, sorry, and I'll see the first two I had down have already been dealt with. Yeah, I had, I noticed, yeah, monitoring, your paragraph 15 deals with that issue about monitoring of offset actions. I had a question about enforceability and that sort of thing, but I think we talked to Mr. Garden about that yesterday, about enforcement and how the service agreement would cover that.
I could just give you a bit of context.
Yeah.
To help your question too. So I work at Katrina for a company.
Yeah.
And reporting, that's part of my role.
Yeah. Okay.
We were required to have that report to council QODC by 20th December. They would then get that peer reviewed. And if they consider that there's some aspects of monitoring that they would like to query, they will get the opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's normally right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just slowly working through my questions. Yeah. That one's short. Right, looks like you've dealt with many of my questions. There we go. You made a statement on paragraph 36 in relation to Ms. Wardell's statement. I just wasn't sure from your paragraph 36 whether you agree with her. I presume you do, but
Yes.
That's all.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I did have a table on my
Oh.
ecological impact assessment, which we're on certain species, but I'm sure going back where I consider that they're probably unlikely to be. It's been done here.
Oh, okay. I'll make a note of that. It's, yeah, that's right. That's right. Actually, your paragraph 50 is a response to that question I asked about avoidance, and you've itemised A to G, the areas where you are avoiding. So there's quite a list there, and then you've got minimisation measures.
Yes.
And then remediate. That's in biodiversity offsetting. So thank you. That's a very good summary of what's proposed. I've never looked at that. Have to go. Right. Okay. Table at that. Yeah. Yeah, just on that, you have, I must acknowledge, Mr. Beale, you have made some concessions in your evidence, and I think that's a good conduct from a witness to do that. You've conceded some deficiencies on the early analysis, and that's acknowledged. But in your table on paragraph on page 26 near the top, I concede that a field survey should have been undertaken to validate the desktop assessment findings. And then there's a statement at the end of it. I wasn't quite sure where that leaves us. You've acknowledged that deficiency.
Oh, yes, the invertebrates.
Yes,
Yeah.
is that what it is? Okay.
Having said that, the desktop assessment does provide me with sufficient information to determine the importance of the fauna,
Right. I'll just make a note of that. Yeah.
but it also does indicate that the offsets that are proposed will be of benefit to a large number of bird flora. I'm talking particularly about an area, the problem, these are full leaf shrubs. This fortunately support high or diverse habitats.
So I'll just write that last, just go through that very last bit again.
Yeah, but so the offset plantings in respect to the desktop assessment will actually assist invertebrate taxa,
Right.
especially the plantings without these small leaved shrubs.
All right. Thank you for that. Um, I'll just point out there were some numbering problems with your tables because things repeated. But anyway, that's right. There's a couple of 4.3s. I'll just make sure I got the right one. That's right. That's right. And reasons. Okay. That's fine. Sorry, I've got more. Yeah, that's right. I had a question. What's on your page 28? What is the threat? What is the realistic threat to the plants right now? With presumably no farming taking place. And I heard from the archaeologists yesterday that the rabbits are a problem. And we could see some undermining of vegetation and the wind's severe up there, and that must have some impact as well. But if the land is left as it is now, what's the threat to it at the moment?
That didn't project any trees that favourable for biodiversity.
Right.
Obviously, some areas like some of the cricket fields persist, as Dr. Wells has talked about on the saline soil, and they will persist on those droughty sites. But the goats are pretty disruptive.
Yeah.
Oh, no. The question is more about what happened. No, yeah. I'm saying you got there's no without use.
Yeah, I could see that the question is framed on the basis that the land stays as it is, which is probably not realistic. But I'm just asking out of interest.
Yeah, no, so it will continue to.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's also including also the issue of the woody weeds. It's a worry for me to see contorta pine here.
Oh, right. Okay.
Buddleia. Well, and some of the garden escapes.
Okay.
Supplementary to that. The importance of the cushion fields for the continuation of the Kanaka. We noticed that, so that they become a seabed, is that? Am I correct in understanding that? That's the cushion fields create the environment for the young.
The cushion fields there result of the more about the impacts of overgrazing and burning.
Yeah.
And they're a response to degradation of land that can survive in those conditions.
Because we did notice some young Kanuka coming up through that, so
That's right.
so that they do create an environment for the
Yeah, that's part, and Dr. Wells addressed that in his succession report. So it's the Kanuka seeds fall within the cushion field stuff and stuff.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah. So let's go with this. Start. 6.1. Okay. Don't think. Leachage. Okay, that's all the questions I had of the evidence in chief. And you've responded to Mr. Ewan. I was going to invite you to respond to Mr. Ewan or Dr. Ewan's evidence, and you've done that. Is there anything you want to say about the conservation covenant?
No, I'm not too familiar with it.
No, okay.
I'll leave that to Mr. Brown.
Right. And just, probably just as a wrap up, final question. You've been heavily involved in this project for quite a while, and, are you confident, I think I know what the answer will be, but are you confident your input has been taken on board by the developer in terms of the design as best as possible? Is there anything that you would like to have been done better in terms of avoidance potentially, or were you quite comfortable with the whole suite of measures?
Oh, the stage I was involved, I think the board, as you said, it was right in the old submissions from starting what that to be on, that's been addressed through the avoidance of the saline soils.
Right, okay. I mean, it hasn't finished out there yet, but okay, look, that's it really. And just very finally, we're still to hear from two more witnesses from your team, but I did signal earlier that the panel would be interested in potentially doing conferencing on the ecology. And I just need to get a comment from you as to whether, first of all, you can see merit in that, whether you think there's room to have some commonalities between the relevant witnesses. If the fundamental opposition was to do with the EIA and Z guidelines, and if we haven't heard from Doc yet, but if they accept that the values are high and we should focus on other things like the hierarchy and avoidance and so on, do you think there's merit in trying to attempt some witness conferencing?
I'll probably say more in terms of it seems to be like a difference opinion about the offsetting,
The offsetting, yeah, okay.
whether there can be some discussion jointly around that. I can't comment.
No, that's fine. We'll keep that open for the moment, but thank you for giving us that steer anyway. All right, no, look, no more questions. Is there any, I probably should have done this. Yeah. I probably should have done this earlier, but I should have been giving the officers the opportunity to ask for questions of clarification, and we're interested to hear from you, Mr. Harding, later on. But is there anything that you would like clarified to help you understand what we've heard today, just in terms of clarification?
Speaking to the answer.
Put you on the hop, but okay, there will be time. I'll tell you what we'll do. When the applicants finish presenting the ecological evidence, we'll give you an opportunity just to ask for any clarification, because this whole process is about assisting us to understand what's going on, and we aren't ecologists, and we value any advice, and especially any evidence that has common agreement on various things. So I'll leave that invitation, and please remind me if I haven't given you that opportunity. All right, thank you. We'll move on to the next.
I just, Karen, I think we could go and talk to our long arm man and ask him to come back
Yeah, I can.
Tuesday.
Seems to be contemplating his next move. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Right. All right. We'll just get ourselves organised here. Well, thank you. Very good.
It's what we and getting one through the place as far as. It will be top.
Quite important, isn't it? Really? But, okay, right. Yeah, are we safe to proceed? Okay. All right, we'll carry on. Thank you very much. Yes. All right, just to reconvene, folks, please. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Wales next. Service for care summary.
Welcome, Dr. Wells. Thank you for your summary, and if you just take us through that, and we'll see if we have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm.
So, yeah, Rocky Point is in the early transitional stages of Indigenous vegetation recovery following years of severe human-induced degradation of soils and vegetation, including from fire and browsing mammals. This recovery process involves succession from predominantly non-woody vegetation, such as cotton field communities, to woody vegetation dominated by Kānuka. And prior to human settlement, Rocky Point would have supported forest and scrub vegetation communities across almost the entire site. The few exceptions to this are the cotton field, herb field communities on localised areas of saline soils, and the persistence of shrubland and cotton plants on post-glacial stony terrace escarpments. They're particularly at the north of the site. Diverse closed canopy forest would have been present in areas of deeper soils, which would include some of the gullies and toe slopes, and grading into scrub on thin soils and shaded sites, and low-growing shrubland on north-facing slopes with thin soils. So a biodiversity offset framework was developed to deal with the residual ecological effects associated with the proposed development. This framework involves planting woody vegetation communities at locations in Rocky Point and Bendigo Hills Estate, along with an ecological and vegetation management plan, which Mr. Beale has gotten as evidence. Biodiversity information for the offset model was obtained from vegetation plots, which are also described in Mr. Beale's evidence. Two offset models were used, one based on effects on Kānuka shrubland and one based on effects on cotton field dominated by Raelia australis. The two models had different benchmarks. The shrubland model incorporated an Indigenous closed canopy forest benchmark on deep and moister soils. The cotton field model incorporated a shrubland benchmark on thinner, drier soil. The cotton field offsetting model anticipates replacement of Raelia australis cotton field with Indigenous shrubland woodland, as it is clear that the cotton field community is induced. The mix of species suggested for the proposed offset is based on 19 species that are present today in the wider area within the Dunstan Ecological District. And there were also key components of pre-settlement vegetation. Now that's based on the vegetation succession report, which accompanies our prior evidence. The proposed offsetting is appropriate when considered in terms of the offsetting principles of the NPSIB and Otago's original policy statement. And just one note I'll add in there, as the evidence of Ms. Hill mentioned yesterday, the Otago RPS includes a statement regarding no loss of threatened individual plants. So I just qualify that statement there, which I can talk about maybe once I've completed reading my evidence.
Is that the proposed RPS or the
proposed and the 2019 RPS also includes one statement regarding individuals of threatened taxing.
Okay, thank you.
I'll continue. The irreplaceability and vulnerability of the Indigenous biodiversity affected are not. Also includes one statement regarding individuals of threatened taxing.
Okay, thank you.
I'll continue. The irreplaceability and vulnerability of the Indigenous biodiversity affected are not sufficiently high to exclude offsetting as a legitimate way of dealing with the residual effects. The offsetting model outcomes show that no net loss of Indigenous biodiversity will be achieved through implementing the proposed offset actions, and a net gain in Indigenous biodiversity as set out in the principles for offsetting contained in Appendix 3 of the NPS-IB. The proposed offset will lead to significantly greater gains in biodiversity values than can be obtained solely from the proposed minimisation and remediation measures. Furthermore, I consider that these gains in Indigenous biodiversity represent important long-term benefits for the ecology of the area that would not occur in a scenario where Rocky Point remains under a farming regime. And I'd also add there, I would have those same conclusions if Rocky Point were to remain without farming, as your question to Mr. Buell before.
Okay.
I've also provided some initial responses to the key points relating to biodiversity offsetting raised by Mr. Ewins. And I provide those from point 10 onwards. I agree that the possible effects of stock exclusion and herbivory are not straightforward for threatened and at-risk species in cushion field habitat, and that in some instances removal of all herbivory may be detrimental to some species. However, when considered at an overall ecosystem level, I consider that stock exclusion and herbivore control do provide a long-term positive effect for overall Indigenous biodiversity values, both for flora and fauna. I have quite strong opinion about that. I just really do think it's a very long-term positive effect.
Actually, we might take the questions as you go, just to help us, ask our questions. But in terms of, I think we understand that the herbivory, the grazing of plants, it might have some beneficial effect, but is the trampling of the hooves on vegetation, is that the negative outcome of having stock in there, or what? Just tell us a bit more about that. Yeah.
Herbivory, I suppose we start at the broadest level. I think one of the key reasons why we lack why there's such a lack of diversity of Indigenous woody plants in this region is because of herbivory. So it's preventing the regeneration of palatable woody species.
Okay.
And so therefore we end up, what's coming back when we remove agriculture and fire is basically carnica, because that's basically unpalatable to rabbits.
Yeah.
So the key issue, I think, is rabbits and goats. Once you remove farm animals, you're left with these vast areas where woody vegetation struggles to come back because of these plants which keep the seedlings trimmed down.
Right.
So that's a very key issue.
Right.
But in terms of what's there now, it basically hinders the natural succession of plant communities from increasing through more complex and diverse structures, which would then host a greater diversity of associated fauna, including birds, avifauna, and invertebrates. So those are some of the key issues.
Right.
And certainly the trampling of hooves is certainly an issue in wetter areas in particular.
Right.
Ephemeral seepages, wetlands, which don't exist at Rocky Point.
Yeah.
And I suppose I'd also probably refer to some comments from the literature regarding herbivory. Just give me 1 minute here. This is just a comment from a paper which some ecologists from Land Care Research wrote to the Department of Conservation in a Science for Conservation publication in 2005. Dr. Rogers mentions that current mammalian herbivory, this is a quote, may have significant flow-on and feedback effects for mammalian pests and dryland biodiversity. For instance, it appears that sheep grazing promotes open vegetation through limiting woody recruitment, which in turn limits litter accumulation and soil moisture retention and transfers nutrients out of the ecosystem. These changes in turn create conditions favourable for an increase in rabbit numbers, which not only impose additional limitations on the recruitment of woody species, but also determine numbers of predators such as cats and ferrets, with adverse consequences for already reduced native lizard populations.
Okay.
So yeah, that's just a
Yeah,
initial points in regards to your question.
right, no, thanks for that. Carry on, yeah.
So yeah, just the final point on paragraph 10 there. It is also noted that removal of all herbivory will not be practical to achieve, as feral animal browsers such as rabbits won't be excluded. So in other words, TKO proposal does not include rabbit-proof fencing around areas. So there will still be a level of herbivory,
Yeah.
which, going back to the start of that paragraph, and Mr. Ewan's point about, well, sometimes threatened herbs need a level of herbivory. There will be a level of herbivory maintained.
Yeah, just on that, are there any measures at all to control rabbits other than fencing? Is that part of the proposal?
Yes, so Mr. Ewan's EEMP outlines
Oh, okay.
keeping rabbits to a number on the modified McLean scale, keeping it to, Mr. Beale might remember the level, but it's
Three, I think it is. 3 or 4.
3. So it's a level which is recognised to avoid rabbits reaching those very high levels where they become a major problem, not only for biodiversity, but also for productive.
How are you going to control?
Council,
How are you going to do it? How are you going to control the rabbits?
night shooting,
No shooting. Okay.
main one, lights go.
All
There's 10 agencies I've seen about fairly combined, but we've got about 95% hill. Well, it's never.
right. Okay. All right. Thank you. I think it's probably enough on the pest control, but thank you very much. Move on. Yeah.
After paragraph 11, regarding Mr. Ewan's comments that the Cliftonfield communities are rare and irreplaceable, I reaffirm my opinion presented in my evidence that the Cliftonfields represent an early successional plant community that is being succeeded by Kānuka and other woody species, and therefore the Clifton vegetation is not rare or irreplaceable. In other words, it's an inevitable factor of vegetation recovery, and it will in time, with good ecological management, be replaced. Diverse woody offset communities allow for a net biodiversity gain to be achieved in 30 years. But it would be very difficult to achieve such an outcome if early succession of communities were used as offsets, because there would not be measurable gains in attributes, and ongoing weeding of Kānuka would be required. Just maybe to interpret that a little, offsetting requires a net gain. So if you're only reproducing exactly what you've taken, you cannot achieve a net gain.
No.
And so you have to add in extra components which will achieve a net gain.
But sorry to interrupt it. I just need to understand, is cushion vegetation by itself a threatened species?
There are
Is it type?
cushion vegetation that it's a bit like referring to forest and grass.
So it's a group.
Too.
Yeah.
Now
Okay.
within the cushion communities, there are a number of at-risk threatened species, which
Yes.
Mr. Beale, Mr. Ewan, Ms. Wool, Mr. Harding,
Right.
myself,
Okay.
all outlined. Now a lot of those same threatened and at-risk species are also present in the
Yeah.
Kānuka dominated woodland communities.
Yes.
It's just that
Yes.
cotton fields tend to be dominated by one particular species, Roelia australis.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. Thank you.
And I think the point about weeding of Kānuka is important to me, because to create offsets, the idea is to create self-sustaining communities in the long term, and it would not make sense, or it would be an imposition on the managers to have to consistently weed out indigenous vegetation for the next
No.
forever. Anyway, so replicating cushion fields at offset sites is also not, in my opinion, sound ecological practice, as the replicated cushion fields would themselves be succeeded within a relatively short period of time. My estimate of a 50-year timeframe for colonisation of much of the remaining cushion field is based on observations of woody vegetation development in the Rocky Point Bendigo area over the past 50 years. Maybe I could just interject a comment there as well. I know that's at odds with Mr. Ewans, who talks about a 100 to 200 year period from memory. I still maintain my 50-year opinion based on, if you look back as my vegetation succession report does, 50 years ago, that the Rocky Point sites were very denuded of canopy. There was virtually no woody vegetation. So in the last 50 years, we've basically achieved the outcome that we have now, which is quite remarkable. So if I'm looking forward 50 years, given that we've already now done the hardest bit of woody transition, which is moving from extremely windy, devoid soils into microsites being created with more shelter, leaflets beginning to form. So I would generally find from 30 years of studying vegetation succession and all sorts of ecosystems that the next 50 years, that process will undoubtedly speed up.
So the offsetting areas are not in windy sites like we saw yesterday,
The offsetting areas are mainly in more sheltered locations.
mainly. Okay.
The Bendigo Hills ones are also within Rocky Point. Three of the sites are within a valley system. And the fourth one down near the road is the most exposed of the offset sites. Although even that has a westerly aspect rather than a northwest aspect, which is where you find the slowest return of woody vegetation.
Yeah, thank you.
So paragraph 12, in saying this about discussion, I would also reiterate that in ecosystem types where cushion fields form the expected climax mature vegetation, i.e. where woody species are most unlikely to replace the existing cushion field, for example, saline soils, then these cushion fields are rare and irreplaceable. And in my opinion, development impacts on these sort of habitats, including saline habitats, must be avoided.
And is that the case here? They have been avoided, or?
In this case, they have.
Yeah,
Yes,
so-
thanks to the work of Mr. Gibson,
Right.
who's provided an excellent report regarding soil surveys across the Rocky Point area.
Make a note of that. Must be-
And as Mr. Beale mentioned, that was thanks to the very good input of Mr. Harding and Ms. Wardle on that point, which was much appreciated.
All right, thank you.
So paragraph 13, the offsetting approach of replacing early successional communities with later successional communities is typical and a widely used approach. It was recently agreed among several expert ecologists experienced in biodiversity offsetting as being appropriate in the expert conferencing outcome for a wind farm in Southland. And I've just included the quote there just for your reference. Some matters raised, this was certainly raised this very issue, and the question was the appropriateness of restoring and protecting biodiverse communities similar to the original vegetation, rather than concentrating on retaining transitional or mosaic communities that have resulted from human-induced modification. So just a bit of context, the original vegetation there, what I've been referring to as climax vegetation or
Oh, I see.
pre-settlement. So the question being asked here is basically, is it reasonable to take climax vegetation communities to offset earlier successional communities or mosaics of earlier successional? So it's a remarkably similar scenario to what I was faced here in developing an offset. And so the experts that were present at that, this was their agreed summary, was that they agree that it is appropriate to restore and protect biodiverse communities to support the transition to original vegetation types. So really their climax or pre-settlement to original vegetation types, such as the benchmarks used in the offsetting models.
Yeah, thank you.
Paragraph 14, the above expert conferencing panel statement further validates the conclusion in my evidence that the proposed offsets are legitimate for the affected cushion field communities, and they are not more akin to compensation. So this relates to the point that Mr. Ewens raised, that the offsets were not valid because, in his opinion, they were more akin to compensation.
Yeah, and can I ask you at this point to regale us on the difference between compensation and offsetting? Yeah, because the criteria or the criteria seem similar. They still, to the layperson, they seem similar, but there clearly must be a distinction somewhere.
The principles.
Yeah.
The principles that must be applied are very similar.
Yeah, principles.
The actual mechanisms are very different. So in the broader picture, as we move through the effects management hierarchy, we move from, avoid to remedy.
Yeah.
And then if we end up with residual effects, then we're left with two options to deal with them. One is the first priority is offsetting. Now, an offset is it's defined in the MPS. I won't go through that definition, but it basically provides a quantitative accounting model to give certainty that there is no net loss or a net gain, and it has to be quantified through a process of recognizing attributes of the existing vegetation and attributes of the vegetation you're creating and showing through a quantitative process that you're getting positive values. Now, a compensation still uses the same principles, but there's no quantitative aspect to it. So there's no way of proving that in a quantitative sense, that you've got a positive outcome. It doesn't lessen the importance from an ecological perspective necessarily of the outcomes of compensation.
Right.
But it means in a quantitative sense, we're unable to prove, if you like, that we've had a net gain achieved. So therefore, that's why the compensation is further down the effects management hierarchy.
I see. And so you maintain that you're not providing compensation, you're providing the offsetting.
That's right, because in my opinion, and based on the expertise of a number of very experienced offset ecologists around the country, they've affirmed that the offsetting approach that myself and Dr. Lloyd have undertaken is a legitimate offset, and it's not the idea behind this being compensation is that we can't deal with replacing what we've got in a like-for-like manner because we haven't got a way to do it. So what we do is we'll create some other positive ecological benefits, but they're not going to be measurable in a like-to-like means.
I see.
So we're basically acknowledge defeat, if you like, and go, well, we can't do offset. So we have to then go, well, we'll give up on the quantitative net gain approach and we'll create a suite of good ecological outcomes to compensate, if that makes sense.
This is very useful discussion, so thank you. And we're getting some more evidence on it too, so we might understand it by the end of this process. Thank you very much.
I think.
That's right. Yeah.
Also, on this basis, I do not consider that Mr. Ewan's comparison between fishing field decline and removal of a degraded wetland is appropriate in the context of offsetting. While I agree that significance assessments require consideration within the present day context, in relation to offsetting, I reaffirm the conclusion from paragraph 61 of my evidence, which is that this is not applicable with respect to designing an offset or compensation proposal. Such proposals seek a net gain in biodiversity values, which often requires consideration of aspects of the ecology of a project area that are not currently present, but if present would be of high ecological value. Offsetting is based on predictive models, which are by nature future-based. That's just given, obviously. In addition, offsetting must achieve a net gain and therefore possible future net loss, such as through exotic species invasion, as at odds with the offsetting process. So that's just clarifying Mr. Ewan's contention that it's not valid to look at future outcomes. Whereas I would say it's absolutely critical to consider future outcomes. It's integral to the offsetting approach. Point 17. Mr. Ewans is correct that the offset sites of Indigo Hills Estate were not assessed for spring annuals. And I do really appreciate Mr. Ewans' thorough approach in recognising this. And the reason was that these sites were selected in surveys during autumn and winter, unfortunately outside of the spring annual season. In other regards, I remain confident that these offset sites have been adequately addressed and show exotic dominance. I have inspected these sites several times, including walkover surveys, recce plot surveys, and soil profile analyses. They undertook a walkover spring annual survey of these offset sites on the 12th of April with Mr. Beale. This survey covered suitable habitat over most of the extent of the sites, targeting in particular conifer shrub fringes, bare ground and damp patches. One small population of spring annuals, both species, was found immediately adjoining the road that passes through Hemlock Gully, and damp modified habitat formed around the culvert on both sides of the road. Interestingly, I noticed from Ms. Wardle's tabled letter that she also found those same populations. I believe it was 2 days earlier she conducted a site inspection there, so that's good that we've both located those. Small populations were also found on the fringes of 2 conifer shrubs at the upper panorama flat site within a slightly damper area of hillside. These areas are shown in the figure at the end of this summary statement. No other occurrences of spring annuals were observed. While it is inevitable that individuals may have been missed, I consider it's unlikely that the survey missed important occurrences of spring annuals present in 2024. Although I do note that spring annual emergence may differ between years. Any offset plantings will avoid these small areas of spring annuals. The few existing scattered shrubs, or mainly of conifer and Aleria lineata, within the offset sites will be retained. It is reiterated that areas at high impact with Crichtonfield coverage have been removed from the offset site. Therefore, in response to the concerns raised by Mr. Ewens and Ms. Wardle, I am confident that leakage will be negligible. I would also like to thank Mr. Ewens for providing the additional survey data for spring annual plant populations within the development area and wider Rocky Point. This shows that some populations of these species additional to those noted in the survey of Mr. Simpson and Mr. Beale are present at Rocky Point, both within and outside of the development area. The combined results of the Rocky Point spring annual surveys and previous surveys in the district that I'm aware of indicate that the spring annuals are abundant within Rocky Point and Bendigo Hills Estate and across the wider Bendigo conifer shrublands and cushion fields within Dunstan Ecological District, including the public conservation land, specifically Bendigo Scenic Reserve and Bendigo Historic Reserve. Mr. Ewens also considers that it is highly likely that further survey work in the area by suitably qualified and experienced botanists would uncover further substantial populations of all these species. Now, just on that note, I fully agree with Mr. Ewens and have noted in the past, well, since I've been aware of these things, maybe 25 years, there have been regularly observed, particularly years with extraordinarily large occurrences of spring annuals throughout the Bendigo Scenic Reserve and similar habitat. And so that's why I would also agree with Mr. Ewens on that, based on what the information I'm aware of over 25 years of these events. So, yeah, I'm confident there are large populations. This indicates to me that these species are a widespread component of the overall successional conifer shrubland cushion field vegetation mosaic across this part of the district. Now, that's a complicated way, those mosaic words, of saying what you would have observed yesterday, the conifer shrubland and that cushion field mix, sometimes more conifer, sometimes more cushion field. That same sort of mosaic of plant communities and habitat is present across a lot of the wider area, including the protected areas in the Department of Conservation administered land. That's what I mean by that. So the district contains abundant suitable microsites and habitat for these species. Because of these factors, I do not consider that the loss of some populations of spring annuals within the impact area at Rocky Point would be detrimental to the overall well-being of these species in the Rocky Point Bendigo Hills Estate area, or adversely affect in any meaningful way the importance of the wider area nationally for the conservation of the spring annuals. This is the same conclusion I reached in my evidence regarding the loss of Rolleria australis. And if I could just maybe intervene here to take you to quickly to one point in my evidence in chief, just to clarify that this was not a conclusion I reached based on Mr. Ewan's excellent survey data. I suppose in my initial offsetting, I'd already assumed that spring annuals and other fruiting plants were a factor of the impact area and the other communities. And just to demonstrate in my review of the proposed biodiversity offset against the principles, my point two, when offsetting is not appropriate. I'll just read from my point A here. Threat ranking of a species alone is not a sufficient basis on which to conclude that the vulnerability of the indigenous biodiversity preclude the development. The assessment also needs to consider what the effects of the proposal are on those values. In the case of the project eastern area, Mr. Beale's evidence has shown the effects on vulnerable species can be mitigated and offset. I do not consider that any of the species have a vulnerability such that adverse effects must be avoided by absolute retention of all individuals of those species, so that all that offsetting is precluded. And then further down, I note that the spring out specifically mentioned that the areas also contain populations of at-risk and threatened species, including spring annuals and Roelia species. So in my initial offsetting, I'd already assumed that there were spring annuals and other at-risk and threatened species throughout that area. But my conclusion being that that did not preclude the absolute exclusion of removing affected individuals.
Okay.
And one more point on that is that spring annuals in particular are rather tricky in that for many months of the year, they're not actually living. So therefore, in one sense, you're not technically destroying plants if you do earthworks outside of their living spring time. So that work gets very tricky as well, because the other problem with spring annuals is they're so variable potentially year from year. I've noticed that some areas you might find one year and the next year there might be 300 or 400. For other times there might not be any. So it becomes very difficult to manage to with a certainty around saying, oh, you'll affect X number of spring annuals if you do that work in that area, because the next year there could be more or less, or that's the nature of their transience. So that's just, to me, the more important thing for their well-being is that there is habitat available. So that is a bit of a long explanation about how I reached that point.
In terms of creating compensatory ecological outcomes, do the guidelines give a timeline for that to be achieved? And in this situation, what would you estimate that would be?
The NPSIB gives some guidance on that, in terms of I'm pretty sure I'm right in this figure, 35-year timeframe for showing that the adverse effects have been effectively assured a no loss or a net gain. So in the offsetting models that Dr. Lloyd and I developed, we had a 30-year timeframe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, thank you.
So paragraph 23, I therefore reaffirm the conclusion reached in my evidence that the impact of Kānuka shrubland cushion field vegetation communities do not have irreplaceability or vulnerability values such that offsetting is inappropriate and avoidance is required. This is also consistent with the NPSIB requirement to consider Indigenous biodiversity overall. It is also noted that the offset plantings will, over time, be likely to create new habitat for spring annuals through the formation of large areas of additional fringes around shrubs, where bare ground is likely to form. The dappled light under shrubs and within small micro hollows naturally present and those created through planting also provide good habitat for these species. As outlined in my evidence, the aim of the cushion field offset plantings is to create open shrubland communities. Such communities are likely to provide such areas of good habitat for spring annuals and other threatened grass herb species over the long term. This habitat is much more suitable for spring annuals than the current relatively dense exotic grassland and herb field, and would make an important contribution to providing new areas of habitat. While I acknowledge the additional populations of spring annuals and other species noted on Mr. Ewing's and the potential loss of individuals of these species, I maintain confidence that the proposed mitigation package, including the offsets outlined in Mr. Buell's evidence, contains sufficient positive outcomes to result in the long-term maintenance of overall Indigenous biodiversity at the site and an overall net biodiversity gain. And again, I'd actually affirm that with a good, strong degree of confidence, in my opinion. I think in my opinion, the positive outcomes are genuine and long lasting. So yeah, just a little personal comment to that. Paragraph 26. I consider that my statement in paragraph 62 of my evidence is relevant to this also. And this is a quote from Dr. McGlone. Woody vegetation is the most depleted vegetation type in Central Otago, retaining only circa 1.3% of its original extent across the whole non-alpine region. Many of the species formerly abundant in Central Otago are consequently now very uncommon or locally extinct. One of the highest ecological priorities in Central Otago is retaining the existing cover of woody vegetation and increasing its cover and diversity through ecological restoration. So my point in quoting that again was just to reiterate that the offsetting approach is actually reintroducing what is one of the highest ecological priorities. And as I note in my evidence, if that was to be assessed today, it would actually come out with extremely high ecological value and very high significance. So it's the fact that there are common species amongst that is of very little bearing to the overall benefits to Indigenous biodiversity.
Right, thank you. Any questions at all? Thank you very much, Dr. Wells. That's very useful discussion. And I've just done a quick check of the 2 pages of questions I had for you, and I think you've covered them all. So it's quite a useful way to ask questions throughout the summary statement. So thank you for that. We're still to hear from Doc's witness and also from Mr. Harding. So there's still more discussion on this, but yeah, I've taken from your evidence there's some potential areas for conferencing that could be done, again, based on the offsetting, but there could be other areas as well, including the discussion about succession communities and the wind farm in Southland, the matters that were raised there, whether that's something that the other experts might wish to comment on, or at least see if they agree with that or not. So we'll come back to that, and there'll be more discussion on it to come. So thank you very much. Yeah, we've got Ms. King, is that right? Next, I think. Oh, sorry. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. So,
I was just looking at, if we take the paragraph 2 of the supplementary, there's mention in this and in your evidence about the original fire or the vegetation will be at the site. So I'm just affirming, can you clarify, is that based on the Singers and Lodges tree tour? Because there's some information about the that's important on the Otago Regional Council website.
No, that was one of the sources that I pulled in. So it's I'm not sure if you've seen the vegetation succession report. I actually wrote it. Dr. Wood signed off on it. So that describes my full methodology. It was a mixture of the potential ecosystem mapping was a good starting point, but I found that the paleological studies of multiple authors, Rogers, Lee, Walker, Mike Poll, Matt McGlone, I found that was much more useful. But then I also supplemented that by looking at the vestiges of what remains in the current environment
I guess the reason I ask is that you'll also be aware of ways of natural disturbance, for example. So vegetation would, I mean, just wondering whether you, the view that the vegetation would change through natural disturbance like fire. So you give the climate, be able to be reset like fire occasion.
Absolutely. I think that's, that goes without saying. So then I think you reset with these early succession of communities, in an ongoing way. But I quite agree with that. It's so variable. So in one sense, I had to be reasonably pragmatic and go, well, we have to actually come up with some idea of what a reasonable future climax is. Hope that answers.
Yeah, that's good. And the other clarification I was seeking there was paragraph 13, and you refer to the Southern Wind Farm conferencing. And I asked this question because I was actually involved in the conference, so I have some familiarity with it. But are you aware that the conferencing was about compensation and offsetting? Statement here applies to compensation and offsetting.
Oh, I was aware of that. Did I not make that? What did I say? I probably only applied it to offsetting because I was talking about offsetting, and the conclusion of the panel did relate to offsetting, but you corrected. I suspect it also, well, it did relate to compensation as well.
Yes, that's good. Right. And just the final one, at para 21, and the issue raised by Mr. Beale as well. A discussion about the split status of species and how common these particular spring annual species and those species are at the site. I just like to give I mean, would you regard it as a stronghold, as Rocky Point being the area for the sort of calming the cushion field vegetation with the split annual spring annuals? It appears to me that it would be. Is that
The Rocky Point,
the Indigo area?
I would say nationally, this is my opinion. I would say nationally, I would consider the Dunstan Ecological District to be very important spring annuals at a national level. I couldn't confidently say it's the most important area, but I think, and I don't see that Rocky Point of Indigo Hills, from what I understand, is any more. So I don't see that as more of a stronghold than, say, Indigo Scenic Reserve or the wider. Yeah, but then I also say from my experience, I've found a lot. I'm aware of a lot in the Pisa Ecological District. I'm also aware of a great deal, interestingly, further west in areas wherever there's suitable habitat.
Is this the cushion field community you talk about?
Again, it's that mix of, this is my experience anyway, it's a mix of Kānuka with open areas around springes, and generally, not just Kānuka, but in the indigenous woodland where you've also got open areas. Cushion fields, I haven't found it such a problem as it's normally where there's slightly moister and a bit of leaflet stirred ground. So, for example, Mount Iron, abundant there.
The submission of the rural, she states there that she considers that is that.
We better be a bit careful because there are some questions of clarification. Okay. Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Is the tree rankings are a national tree ranking already on that time.
That's correct. And then I notice the MPS requires that the regional needs to be considered, well, the local, regional and national all need to be considered.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's useful. And we're interested in how you present that to us later, Mr. Harding. Thank you. Thank you for that. We've got no further questions at this point, but we will be interested to come back to any potential joint witness conferencing that could be done. So thank you for that. We'd normally take a break now, but I think we've had Ms. King waiting for quite some time and we may not have a lot of questions. So we'll proceed straight to her if that's okay. Yes. Oh, hello, Ms. King. Thank you for, can you hear us first of all? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hear you. Thank you very much. We've got your summary statement and maybe if you just take us through that now. Thank you.
Sure.
I've been asked by TKO to give expert ecological evidence in respect to the application for the proposed subdivision at Rocky Point. My evidence is based on the Lizard Management Plan, LMP in draft, which has been prepared for TKO and is included as a separate document accompanying my evidence. The draft LMP follows the Department of Conservation's key principles for lizard salvage and transfer. At the site, there are 2 species of indigenous lizard, which have been observed, and these are McCann's skink and Kawaro gecko. They were confirmed during site visits in 2023 and 2024. McCann's skink is not threatened, and they're found in modified dry open environments where there is a complex of rocky outcrops, tussock and scrub, and Kawaro gecko are regionally endemic to Otago and have been classified as regionally declining. They are found in predominantly rocky areas, including rocky shrubland, crevices of rocky outcrops, as well as under loose bark and tree crevices. Potential effects of the subdivision and associated earthworks on lizards include accidental injury, death and displacement, disturbance to lizards, and loss of indigenous lizard habitat, breeding failure and behavioural effects, and increased predation. The proposed effects management includes avoiding most lizard habitat due to the relatively small footprint of roads, building platforms and curtilage areas. Planned works avoid rocky outcrops and stacks, which are the highest quality habitat for lizards, and situate platforms away from Kanuka scrub where possible. The remaining lizard habitats that will be affected by works, including cushion fields, are likely to hold lower densities of lizards than rocky substrates and Kanuka shrubland. To address residual adverse effects on lizards that cannot be avoided, remediated or mitigated, habitat restoration and enhancement measures are also proposed. These include offsetting measures involving habitat enrichment and planting, which are likely to provide additional habitat for McCann's skink and Kawaro gecko. Predator control will also be implemented for hedgehogs and ferrets, as well as a cat ban notice on all titles. I consider it entirely feasible that the actions outlined in the LMP will be able to demonstrate overall protective benefit to local McCann's skink and Kawaro gecko populations at the site.
Thank you. Questions? Well, thank you. I just had a couple of questions, I think. Yeah. Right. Yeah, just in relation to evidence in chief, Ms. King, paragraph 27 and 28, that's the proposed lizard management consent condition. Is your paragraph 28 the actual condition? Is that how it is worded?
Yes, yeah, that's the actual condition.
All right, and just from my quick reading of it, it sets out the parameters for a lizard management plan, and it starts with avoidance of key lizard habitats by development works, and then it goes on to remediation and so on. I'm just wondering, how does that work in practice? Because what if some of the development areas don't avoid the key lizard habitats, or are you saying that that in all cases the lizard habitats are avoided? I mean, how is this condition going to be implemented in practice if some areas don't avoid those areas?
So with the lizard management plan in draft as it is now, so if that was to be implemented using these consent conditions, you would first avoid the habitats that you can. So those are the ones that are stipulated in the lizard management plan that are the highest quality habitats, and they've been mapped.
Okay.
They've been mapped figure 4, and it's in appendix 2. So there's areas for proposed for lizard habitat clearance. So we can see that where there's lower quality lizard habitats, they're going to be marked for clearance, and then where there are higher lizard habitats, high quality lizard habitats, those will be avoided. And in some instances they can't be avoided, and that's where mitigation or minimisation will be implemented.
Right. So really what you're saying is those things have already been dealt with. The avoidance aspect has already been dealt with by the mapping that's taken place in the draft plan. So the condition says it'll be finalised by a suitably qualified herpetologist. So you wouldn't expect any changes to that mapping, would you?
I think that you could reasonably expect that there could be some changes. There's always room for refinement with this kind of stuff. In my experience, once you do, what we typically do is a walkover with the engineer and the contractors to figure out exactly where things are going to go. And you can usually microsite with people on site at the time. Obviously, you try and avoid as much as you can before that process happens, and then if you can avoid more while you're out there, then that's an added benefit, and that's when you would probably report on that in your permit reporting and in your management plan reporting.
Okay, and I understand that. So it's fine tuning the precise mapping on site. This should be a principle of the management plan. Okay, understood that. Thank you very much, and we'll come back to that when we go through conditions for Mr. Brown. But I think I understand that, and let's understand the rest of it too. So thank you very much. No further questions.
Great,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thanks, everyone. We'll take an adjournment now for 15 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Besson. We've got we're to the planning side of things now, Mr. Brown. Is that right?
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Mr. Brown.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Brown. You've got a summary statement. You've got a map, and you'll have, I think we've got some conditions which we'll hand out shortly. So I've got quite a number of planning questions as well. So I suspect this might take us through to lunch, but we'll see how we go. But thank you very much for your involvement in this, and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. So perhaps just feel free to jump in and ask questions as we go.
Yeah, we may do that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So I'll just read my summary statement.
Sure.
I don't need to read 1 and 2,
No.
3.
Three.
I'll start with 4. The site is subject to a bespoke unique set of zoning provisions that enable subdivision and development to a reasonably dense form in the rural area for residential and trailer accommodation. The proposal includes a stringent suite of design controls for built form and landscaping and a range of measures for avoidance, minimisation and remediation of potential adverse effects on ecological values, as well as offset planting in 7 locations within Rocky Point and within the adjoining Bendigo Hills property, which is also owned by the applicant. The zoning allows for permitted and controlled activities that could change the environmental conditions of the site considerably. The permitted activities include, for example, farming, viticulture and vegetation removal, and the controlled activities include subdivision and development of around 19 lots as a reasonable and feasible yield in accordance with the RU/RA2 provisions. In my evidence in chief, just apart from there, I said it may be 25 to 30 complying lots. And that was in response to Mr. Vincent's comment in the 42A that a possible 37 was theoretical, but that would then need to be considered in light of potential rules.
Yeah.
So the plan that you have in front of you is something we've recently compiled, or Coterra recently compiled, which is a fully complying plan with the lot dimensions and the setbacks, which are the variables that lead to a minimum number of lots. And there are 19 in that plan. Right.
Just pause for a moment to distribute these over to Dr. Wood here. These ones here, so if they got a copy of this. Oh, sorry. Okay, that's all right. You've got a copy of it. Yeah. We've just started with Mr. Brown, so he's just introducing a plan of permitted. Well, is it permitted development or is it with control?
The via the control activity status of subdivision in the RU/RA2.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
So paragraph 7, I consider that the permitted and controlled activities are relevant to the assessment of the proposal and that they could have adverse effects on the Indigenous biodiversity values of the site. The district plan does not protect the ecological values of the site at present because credible, non-fanciful permitted activities could prevail. As I understand the legal situation, neither section 6C of the Act nor the MPS Indigenous Biodiversity or the regional policy statements will change that situation because they in themselves do not trigger any consents. No regional plan rules are triggered by this application either. I do not consider that the conservation covenant changes that situation, at least for the majority of the time. At a first principles level, therefore, in my view, the correct starting point for assessing the effects on ecological value is that the ecological values are not otherwise protected because of the effects that permitted and controlled activities can have on them.
And just pause for a moment, so we'll, if you don't mind, we'll all take some questions as we go. Just to round that discussion out, so that would be a controlled activity application. And as all planners will agree, controlled activities consents must be granted.
Yes.
But with conditions, and is your understanding that conditions should be such that they don't frustrate the exercise of the consent? In other words, conditions have to be reasonable in the context of the parameters of the plan. So,
Yes.
what is it your evidence that that's a realistic expectation for development of the land?
Yes.
That's what you're saying, is it?
That is my.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
Just further, in my evidence in chief, and it was referred to in the time of the Vincent of the writing.
Yeah.
I set out what the matters of control
Oh, okay.
are, and it includes a number of things. On you that is on the evidence.
Yeah, I may well get questions on that too.
Paragraph 414 of my evidence in chief.
Oh, yes, there we go. Yeah. Mhm.
So this would put the parameters around whatever conditions are going to be imposed
Right.
on controlled activity.
Yep. No, that's right. I did read
Said
that.
there I'll underline a few things to do with heritage and indigenous vegetation and natural features. So
Yes. No, that's fine. Okay, we'll come back to that. Thank you.
paragraph 9, for that and the other reasons that I set out in paragraph 418 of my evidence in chief, I prefer the reporting and evidence of Mr. Beale, Dr. Wells and Ms. King, as informed by the suite of specialist investigations and reports by the other experts over the view of Mr. Harding and Mr. Ewins. Further, and for the same reasons, I disagree with Ms. Williams' conclusions on ecological matters. I rely on and agree with the evidence of Mr. Beale, Dr. Wells and Ms. King that overall the proposal will have net benefits to the Indigenous biodiversity values through the measures for effects, avoidance, minimisation and remediation in the offset planting. Their evidence is based on a large body of ecological investigations and reports, and the approach is consistent with clause 316 of the MPSIB for Indigenous biodiversity outside SNAs. And I concur with Dr. Wells' summary statement where he states the proposed offset will lead to significantly greater gains in biodiversity values and can be attained solely from the proposed minimisation and remediation measures. Furthermore, I consider long-term benefits for the ecology of the area that would not occur in a scenario where Rocky Point remains under a farming regime. I do not agree with Ms. Williams that there is relevance in the future hypothetical possibility of the site being scheduled as an SNA in a further plan change process. And further, I don't agree that there is particular relevance in sections 2.3.4 and 452 Roman 4 of the district plan references to the 10-year review process to the application. Turning to landscape now, I rely and agree with Mr. Baxter in relation to the landscape and rural character effects and consider that the proposal is appropriate within the RU/RA2 development area and the ONL setting. Both Mr. Baxter and Ms. Lucas recognise the development anticipated by the development area, i.e. the area will change visually. The default status for buildings that are visible from the lake or the state highway is discretionary under that rule. This does not mean that any building visible from those locations automatically creates an adverse landscape effect on landscape values, as Ms. Lucas infers. Rather, in my view, the rule simply requires more scrutiny into the visual effects of buildings when viewed from the relevant locations. I consider Mr. Baxter's response to this visibility through the carefully crafted design and landscape controls is appropriate and that the effects are not significantly adverse and are acceptable. I therefore prefer Mr. Baxter's evidence overall. Dr. Jennings addresses the effects of the proposal on heritage values and considers that the two heritage items affected by the proposal are of low heritage value and their value should be protected by record. I support that approach over Mr. Smith's approach, which would be impractical and unnecessary, given the minimal heritage benefit of preserving a low quality degraded item. And there I'm referring to item G41771. not 773, which is the item that you referred to, that you saw on your site yesterday beside the road.
Just for clarification, what is 771? Just sort of.
771 is the mound of earth up near lots 2 and 3.
Oh, okay.
And lot 773, sorry, item 773 is the sort of the earth dam sort of by the road as we've been driving to the site.
Yep.
And I'll talk about that when we get to the conditions.
Okay.
Paragraph 14, based on the unchallenged evidence of Mr. Carr, Ms. Ryan, Mr. Sternberg and Mr. Cowan, and taking into account the proposed conditions of consent, I do not consider the actual and potential adverse effects relating to their disciplines present any issue for granting of consent with the conditions proposed. Similarly, reverse sensitivity effects and cultural effects are in my view not adverse and are minor. Positive effects arise from the new car park and walking trails proposed and from the addition of some housing stock and travellers accommodation activity in a suitable location where development is anticipated. The various ecological actions will have a net benefit for Indigenous biodiversity values for the site and the wider surroundings. Just depart from that for a moment on the car park and walking trails. As I will get to when I address the conditions, their intention is to have signage and interpretation and including of some of the archaeological items that they will go near. Like, pointing to one of the remaining walls and some of those other archaeological items. So there would be benefit in a public interpretation response.
Yeah, when you say intentions, it's going to be a requirement in the conditions, or is it just that? Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Paragraph 16, adverse effects are able to be managed and are no more than minor, and overall the effects are positive. I address the relevant objectives and policies of the district plan, the operative and proposed regional policy statements, and the national instruments. I consider that overall the proposal is consistent with and achieves those provisions, and in reaching that conclusion, I'm mindful of the relevant district plan objectives and policies relating to ecological values. Proposal achieves these provisions as large areas of Indigenous vegetation that otherwise would not be protected will be protected in perpetuity. The adverse effects on existing Indigenous vegetation will be appropriately managed through the effects management hierarchy, as has been discussed in detail by the ecologist. And the 2 gateway tests in section 104, I should say 104D, are passed in my view. The proposal achieves the purpose and principles in part 2, in my view, and is consistent with sections 6C and H. And on 6C, the areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and habitats of Indigenous fauna will be protected to a better extent than the district plan ordinance provides for. I also consider that the proposal achieves the conservation objectives set out in 4C of the conservation covenant to a greater extent than the status quo, and that the volunteer conditions of consent will ensure a comprehensive, ongoing, and enforceable positive obligation on ecological protection and offset planting management. The outcomes promoted in the proposal are enshrined in the condition of consent, and we've circulated the working draft, which, unless you have any immediate questions, I can go straight into it.
Yeah, I think we'll take questions in general principle before we go into the mechanics of the conditions. So I'll just ask if the panel have any questions arising from the summary statement. Okay, well, we'll go through the evidence in chief, but first of all, just going back to this plan, I think I asked you that what I think I was exploring with you is as a controlled activity, council must grant consent and can impose conditions, including in relation to those matters you've identified in your paragraph.
Yes.
The follow-up question would be, is it conceivable that in imposing conditions to protect those matters, you could end up with less lots than that? For instance, the consent authority might say, we don't approve of lot 6 where it's proposed, and therefore that's to be deleted, and you might end up with a lesser number. Is that a conceivable outcome? Yes, possibly. And one matter that the consent authority would need to turn its mind to on in that regard is the visibility from the lake and the highways as well, that rule, the breach of which is restricted. Yeah. So those lots which may potentially be visible from those locations will need to be mitigated in one way or another. Right. If visible through earthworks or vegetation to avoid that discretionary trap. Right. So to remain as control. Yes, that's right. So mitigation. Mitigation could be required with respect to that same number of lots, but there might be others that are in the wrong location in terms of those other considerations, and they could be deleted. Or, I mean, it becomes a fine judgment as to how far a council can go in deleting lots, because you end up potentially frustrating the consent. So, but I guess the key point is it may not look like that, or it may not be the exact number of lots that would be consented. Would that be fair? That would be fair. Okay. And I think the point of us showing you this is still, as a controlled activity, the environment could change from just the current state. All right, no, that's fine. Thanks for that. Okay, now we'll just go to your evidence in chief and work through that. Okay. As I'm going through a few chips, have any questions, just chip in. I'm just going to start. That's right. In your paragraph 1.5, you've referred to the TKO's application for 10 lot subdivision on the neighbouring site. Did that have any issues similar to this one, or the same values at stake there, or was it how was that one processed? It hasn't been finally processed. Yeah, but there is already a consented 6 lot subdivision on that land. Okay. The application before the council is to enlarge that by, or increase that by 4 lots. Okay. In the same general area, not expanding the area, it's just putting 4 more lots where there were 6. Is that it? Is that in lots where there were? Oh yes. Is that ONL? Is that site ONL? Yes, it is. It is outside ONL, and it's a different zone. It's the straight rural zone.
If I may, it's a mixture of rural resource area 2, which is the same as the application site, and rural development area 1, which lies to the south. Yes, right. Oh, sorry, just to clarify, has it got ONL or not? Is it outstanding natural landscape or not? No, I don't think it's not. Okay, I've misheard that. It is ONL. So the entirety of the rural resource area 2, other than the development zone, is identified as ONL. Right. Okay, but that application's on hold, but a consent has been granted for 6 lots in an outstanding natural landscape. Is that correct? Is it? Okay. Thank you. Right. Yeah, 2.5. D. Yeah, I just asked Council about the visitor travellers accommodation. Is that so? The application is framed as for either dwellings or visitor accommodation, which I presume is, for want of a better word, Airbnb type. Is that right? Yes. Yeah, that sort of thing. For those lots, yeah. It could be that the owner may wish to keep a pool of units that are available for long-term rental or short-term rental as travellers accommodation. And lot 24 was intended for either of those things, but also maybe some sort of communal type activity. Right. So there could be Airbnb style visitor accommodation or some sort of lodge. Yeah. But either way, the consent will allow for those. Right. And for lot 30, which was potentially for commercial activities, was it envisaged there'd be another consenting process, or was this a further consenting process? Depending on what that might be. Right. So if it was for, actually, I'll just check what, the lot 24 and 30, the application is for communal, residential, leisure accommodation, or commercial activities. Yeah, so that would allow some level of commercial, such as I think a cafe or
So it's whatever the definition in the plan is for commercial activities, is that right? Is there a definition, Mr. Vincent, for commercial activities?
Give me one.
Come back to us on it. I'm just conscious that we're being asked to give grant consent for the terms as given to us, and we need to know what that encompasses, that's all. So, sure, come back to us once you've got that, Mr. Vincent. Right. Oh, that's all right. That's 2.8. Yeah, 2.8. I have explored with some other witnesses the earthworks, Mr. Baxter particularly. Mr. Baxter has given us his assessment of the impact of earthworks and driveways and what have you. But I'm not sure we've got sort of a lot of detail on quantities and excavation and fill and all that. Is that something that's in the application somewhere, or have I missed that detail on what's proposed?
No, the application doesn't go to the point of a high total earthwork volume, cuts and fills and so on.
Okay.
I think it's inherent though that whatever that is, it will be undertaken in accordance with some sort of management plan for you know, sedimentation and runoff, dust and so on.
Like an earthworks type management plan.
Earthworks type management, construction management.
Oh. And the question then is that in your suite of conditions? But we'll come to that. Yes.
Yeah, we'll come to that.
Yeah, but I'll just flag now that you know, that could potentially. I mean, we understand it's to follow the general alignment of the existing track, all that sort of thing, but it's usual for there to be a management plan to deal with aspects like that. So I'll just make that point.
And I'll also point out that there is an alignment that is hardwired into the development concept plan.
Right. Okay.
And it used to be on the planning maps, that when the planning maps were on paper, so to speak.
Yeah.
In fact, if you look at my evidence and sheet paragraph 10.
Yeah.
And so my figure 3.
Oh, figure 3. Yeah.
That is
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah.
So there's a road dotted in there.
I'm going to ask what that is. Yeah. That's all right. Is that, what's the status of that? Is it hasn't got a key annotation or anything? Does it? Doesn't appear to have.
I would need to go and actually have a look at the
yeah.
But Linda Vincent, I know that a dotted line like that is like a full road.
Yes, so it shouldn't be in the legend that does.
Does it? Oh, yeah, we haven't got the legend here. Okay. And just while we're on that, where does it say on that map that we're talking about a recreation zone? I can't see that anywhere on the map itself, but it might be in the legend. Yeah.
It's in the concept plan of the schedule at the back.
Oh, okay.
1916.
It's not on the map itself, it's on the schedule. Okay.
Not on the planning map, no.
It's unusual, isn't it? If it's a zoning, it's not shown on the planning map. So anyway, I'll take your word for that.
Yes. Well, so the concept plan is on my figure 4.
Oh, figure 4. Okay. Oh, yeah.
And there is, although oriented differently.
No, so it's a concept thing.
You can see the shape of the development area.
Yeah.
And you can also see the same alignment.
Right. Okay. I guess that would be picked up in a plan review. So anyway, that's by the by. So okay. Thanks for that. We'll go back to I think I've asked you that question. Water rights. Okay. And just to be absolutely clear, the water at 2.8B, there is a water permit to take water to supply this site. That's definite, is it? Because I've seen sort of slightly different answers to that.
As I understand it, there is the whole property is well provided for rights.
I think that's very.
Yep.
So the acquisition by TKO Properties Limited of those neighbouring properties, Rocky Point and Bendigo Hill Bay, came with a was getting surrounding water right from China's Terrace Water Scheme
Yeah.
of 500,000 litres
For both properties.
to both properties,
Right, okay.
which is orders of magnitude more than
Okay,
the residential development
all right,
interstate for either. And so there hasn't been a formal trickle down, I suppose, or further agreement, but that.
All right.
that will-
okay, so we need to worry about that, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks very much. 2.9A, this is the Indigenous biodiversity. As far as practical, we've heard words about that, and Ms. Williams' view of that is that, as I read her evidence, there's no particular constraints why avoidance can't be achieved in totality, really, in terms of, what do you understand as far as practical means in the context of the NPSIB? Do you think it envisages development being not being totally constrained or partially constrained, or what's your understanding of those words?
So I would have taken as far as practical to mean if there are certain factors that would otherwise mean that avoidance can't happen. After trying, I guess, all of avoiding,
Yeah.
it just can't happen.
Yeah.
But it's very contextual.
Yeah.
Because in this case, for example, there is a zone that provides for the development as a controlled activity.
Right, okay.
So in the, I don't think we can just say thou shalt avoid everything every single time. It has to be a very nuanced contextual approach to deciding what avoidance is practical and what is impractical, given all of the other variables in that context.
Understood. No, that's right. And that what you just answered is in your evidence. So thank you for reminding me on that. Thank you. Right. Okay. So this is quite a tedious go through your evidence. Sorry about that, but these things are very key to us. And thank you. Right. Oh, yeah, just in terms of the land management structure, we've had detailed evidence from Mr. Garden. Have you got any experience of your own in dealing with these sorts of structures as a planner? Do you know any other developments you've been involved in that have employed this structure?
Yes. So you're talking about the Rockies points.
Yes.
Type structure. Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I have. It's reasonably common.
Right.
For when there's multiple lots going on and there are common goals both within the individual lots, but also within any balanced residual land.
Okay. Sorry.
Extremely good example is Freeport near Queenstown, which is a 60 lot subdivision with a equal undivided share of a large rural area. And the opportunity came up a couple of years ago for part of that large rural area to be changed from rural to high density urban.
Really?
Commercial. This is at Ladies Mile to the west of Lake.
Right.
The 60 owners couldn't agree at all on that, and so the land remained rural.
I see. Okay. And what was the name? Ladies Mile? You said there was another name you referred to.
Oh, 3 point.
3.3.
THREEP.
Okay.
3 point.
Okay.
So that's got a very sophisticated homeowners association with a legal framework, which binds all the owners into making all the decisions together.
Okay.
Not unlike what has been proposed here.
So did that have any sort of ecological conditions, or were there any similar values?
No, this is more about amenity and rural values.
All right.
As opposed to ecological.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. That's that one. Okay, that's one. Some of these matters have been dealt with. No, that one has too. Two. Backwards. Yeah, if you've got any comment to make on the SNA mapping versus unmapping sort of discussion we've had earlier with some witnesses, actually, I think you have referred to that briefly, that there's a distinction to be made in your view, isn't there? That if it's not mapped, it's not mapped. Is it?
Yes. If it's not mapped, it's not mapped.
Yeah.
But the NPSIB, which is the, you know, the highest order and most recent guidance and all of that.
Right.
If it's not mapped, then it is still dealt with, and that's under clause 316.
Yes.
And that then cascades to the effects management hierarchy.
Right. Okay.
Requirement that that Mr. Beale and Dr. Wales and Ms. King and the rest of the ecology team
Right.
have been addressing.
Right. Fair enough. Thank you. Right, thank you for that. Yeah, just a question about the sort of planning principle of developing in an ONL and understanding natural landscape. I know when I was doing I was on the district plan review panel in Dunedin, we had the general thrust of evidence was by the planners was you shouldn't build in an ONL. Basically, you should try to avoid that. And I'm not saying that's necessarily right or wrong, but that was a sort of a theme that was coming through. But I understand there may have been some other developments approved in the ONL areas in Central Otago. Are you aware of any others, or have you got any comment to make on that sort of principle of avoiding those areas?
Well, if we go back to section 6B, it's avoid or protect the ONL values from inappropriate subdivision use or development. So
the values.
The question then is, what are the values?
Yeah.
And then what is appropriate or what is inappropriate?
Right, I see.
So again, a very nuanced contextual approach. And in my view anyway, staying clear of a principle of one should just avoid at an ONL. It needs to be considered on a case-by-case basis.
Right, and part of your context here is the development zone, or the recreation zone. Is that not many sites have one of those in the ONL, do they? Or as an island within the ONL?
Correct. Yes.
But just in relation to those 4 lots at the bottom, they seem quite detached from that area and quite separate. And I'm just wondering, do you have any comment on that from a ONL perspective?
So they would they'd probably be, well, they would be seen in a different way from the lots up the top.
Yeah.
They would be seen in the context of what are the values of the ONL that are there now, which in my view is that the values have to comprise some recognition of the rural character now, which comprises of some, thinking back to my visit there on Sunday, which was the third visit to look at this very point. The power, the huge pylons are a very distinct part of that environment as you're approaching on the highway from the north. There's a lot of vegetation, exotic and otherwise. There is a lot of farming type activities with structures, There are, there's fences, there's other power lines, there's dwellings, there's vineyards. Although it's an outstanding natural landscape, it's a very heavily modified.
Okay.
So in my view, the building platforms down below, with Mr. Baxter's attention to the design controls and the landscaping, aren't going to be an inappropriate addition to that landscape.
Thank you. Okay. It's all right. So 4.29 is the building height platform, the discussion about how do you measure height. I presume you've dealt with that in the conditions, and we'll come to that, but it's not the district plan way of doing it. It's a bespoke way of doing it.
It's a bespoke, specifically the Baxter is recommending,
Right.
just so that.
Yeah.
And I know exactly the problems that are being finding is that if you just have a maximum height above ground level, then someone is going to, dig right down, and you end up with a much larger expanse of frontage view from outside areas. With Mr. Baxter's style, it's very fixed as to the floor level and the roof level above it. So what the controls seek is what is going to eventuate.
Right, so that might be a problem with the district plan way, because some plans you can't modify the ground level like that. You can't dig down to take advantage of it. But anyway, I guess we'll wait for Mr. Vincent to respond to that. But I understand he's reasonably amenable to that, so we'll see how that goes. But thank you. See if there's any. Is it TA? Yeah, that's right. Is your understanding of the NZTA or Waka Kotahi letter that they're basically happy with the condition being imposed on diagram E? I noticed there was a report in the Target Daily Times today that they're opposed to it in terms of its location, but I don't remember seeing that. But it was reported in the paper today.
Oh no, I had thought that if they do the diagram E standard, then
that's it.
It was sweet.
Yeah, okay, that might have been misreported to anyone. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'll just see what else I've got here. Getting mine. Just in 439, the 25-metre setback you referred to, is that a setback from the vineyard? Is that a standard sort of requirement in the plan, a 25-metre setback? I've seen that before in rural zones, but
no, that's just my understanding of vineyards and the kind of separation you need. From a house to the vineyard, and it's really just for just in case there's any spray drift.
The sort of guideline for spray drift.
Seeing anything between sort of 10 and 30 metres is an appropriate distance there.
Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Just dealt with. 45. I know you've dealt with that. Yeah, there was some discussion in Dr. Schmidt's evidence about protecting by record. In other words, taking a record of a site is not really protecting it. I think the point you're making there is that you're relying on the evidence of Mr. Jennings that they're low value sites, and it is appropriate just to take photographic record. But it does seem to be a fair point. It's not really protecting them, is it? It's just recording them. I don't know if you want to make any comment on that. It's really question for the archaeologists, I guess.
No, I'll just comment by thinking that it's. I've heard of that before through my career. Is the destruction of the feature is okay as long as there's an adequate record of it. Right. For future people who have an interest in it to actually understand what it was.
Okay. That's right. And I'm just going to draw you into a question on. Sorry, you're right.
And you're saying well, some sort of digital record was kept so we can
Okay. All right. No, look, that's fine. And just there's been some evidence on the heritage aspects. The interrelationship between the RMA and the district plan recording of sites and the NZHPTA system. And I think Mr. Vinson's been accused of this, right, of blurring the distinction, or at least relying too much on the Heritage New Zealand Puhere Taonga Act to deal with things rather than dealing with it now. What's your sort of view as a planner on how this panel should address the issue of, you know, of values, archaeological values on the site, when we've got two sort of regimes for assessing them? Got any views on that?
I think it's helpful if you had, you know, would decide, or for the RMA purpose.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind there would still need to be an NZHPT process down the track, as I understand.
Right.
As I understand it.
Right. Okay. And is it true that these sites aren't actually recorded in the district plan? They're not. I presume there's a register of heritage sites in the plan, but anything on the site doesn't appear in that register.
I don't think that's no.
That's right. Okay. But there's nevertheless objectives and policies that relate to heritage values, and that's for us to consider. Okay. All right. That's fine. Just about there. Okay. Double thing. Sorry, you're the last witness, and a lot of the matters have been dealt with, so I'm ticking them off, so not putting them to you. Yeah. Okay. Stop. It's just 511 Indigenous biodiversity. That paragraph you've got there. In all other respects, I consider the proposal consistent with the NPSIB objective of maintaining Indigenous biodiversity, so there's no overall loss. Is that, where does avoidance come into that sort of phrase? Does maintaining encapsulate avoiding, do you think? There's an emphasis in your evidence on it being to maintain Indigenous biodiversity. That might be right. I was just sort of questioning whether that is correct.
Well, I basically simply paraphrase what the core objective of the NPS is.
Right. Okay.
Which I set out at paragraph 5.4.
Okay.
Which is maintain Indigenous biodiversity across Aotearoa New Zealand, so that there was at least no overall loss.
Okay.
Overall loss in Indigenous biodiversity after the commencement date.
Right.
So
okay.
That may not necessarily mean protecting in every single situation.
Right.
Because there may be trade-offs here and trade-offs there, and the effects management hierarchy is the tool to manage that in this context.
Right. That's interesting. Yeah. Just looking at the quotes you put in there, there's no mention of avoidance there, but the word protect does appear. But yeah. All right, we might hear more about that. Thank you. Right. So, one more question. Yeah. Okay. Right. So yeah, just the final question is 7.2 on precedent, and we've had some discussion on that too. So you're sufficiently satisfied that this property has distinguishing circumstances, I presume, presumably being the recreation zone, which allows, anticipates a form of development. And your development, the development generally aligns with that, but not in all instances. But that's a distinguishing characteristic of this application.
It certainly is.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what you're referring to there. Okay. All right. Look, that's fine. Had a number of questions there, but thanks for answering those. And we'll go to the draft conditions now. Just on those. Yes. So thanks for doing the conditions. I've had a quick look at the ones in the in your evidence. It's quite a hard read, to be fair, reading through conditions page after page. So, well, I have had a look at them, but I really welcome you taking us through them. And thanks also for tracking Mr. Vincent's conditions. It makes it a lot easier for us to see where you've suggested changes. It's also easier for him to see and respond to those as well. So maybe, it's a bit laborious, but maybe if you could just start at page 1 and if they're inconsequential or very minor, just tell us that and skip to the next one. Okay.
So I'll just read this by saying we think we've captured everything that are being, all of the matters which have been recommended by the technical experts that have preceded me.
Yeah.
We think we've captured all of those into the conditions.
Right.
And maybe as we go through the many other things that
Yeah, that's right.
thought that you can certainly ask me about, and but it's still a draft.
And it might be that there's another version in the written right of reply as well after the submitters have been. So yeah, very much a draft, absolutely.
Well, condition 1 is all fairly standard. That's just setting up plans and the how the development should happen in accordance with those.
Yes.
I would. But it looks like we've got 2 conditions. The second condition 1 and 2, they're standard. Condition 3, you'll see we've added, this was in response to Mr. Carr's comment that there is a state of flux in the standard that the council imposes for roading, where there's a 2004 version as modified and there's a 2010 version floating around, which is yet to be completely ratified, apparently.
Yeah.
And his view is that we didn't want to get stuck with an old one that's or something that's going to be obsolete.
Just
so we use those words elsewhere through this as well.
Sorry, just before you go on, I had a question about on number 2. And Mr. Vincent might go, this may well be a standard, but the subdivision may be staged. Any conditions must be satisfied. And I'm just wondering how that condition helps in any way. If staging is proposed, how does that? I mean, normally staging says you can do certain development first and then the next one and so on. But is that a condition you've suggested, or that's come from Mr. Vincent, I presume?
It's Mr. Vincent's base conditions, but I do talk about staging when we get to.
Oh, I see. It leads to another one. Okay.
Some of the ecological.
All right.
Steps.
So this sets the scene for that. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay. I'm happy with that. That's fine. Okay.
Right. So 4 and 5, I understand, are fairly standard.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. As is 5A and B. 5C is to do with the draft of the management plan.
Yes. Okay.
And we recently added those additional green words into subclause 1, Roman 1 of item C.
Right. And that comes from Ms. King's evidence, does it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Clause D is deleted, the red parts anyway, because we're dealing with, the offset planting, in a more comprehensive way further on in the conditions.
Right.
But the addition in green is regarding that archaeological feature G 41773 and the protection of it
Oh, yeah.
by rerouting the access road
Right.
and public car park.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. That's fine. Just before you go on, and this may come up, but I'll forget it if I don't ask now. Where is there a condition that requires a purchaser of one of these lots to sign up to the service agreement? It may be there, but I just need to know that that's in there somewhere.
Okay, well, as we go through it,
We'll come to it. Okay.
There's some minor changes to those. Then we get to condition 8, which is all of the things that have to happen before the section 224C certification. A and B are the least because they are, as I said, going to be addressed comprehensively further down on the conditions.
Yeah.
Conditions 10 to 12. C, 8, C, D, E, are all 224 obligations, 224C obligations for water supply. And I think are fairly standard for this sort of subdivision.
How does I on the next page relate to prior to 224? Because that's at the time residential activities established. But is that followed?
Oh, no. Oh, sorry, yes. So I follows E. It's a sub-clause E, which requires a consent notice on the lot.
Oh, I see. It's a Roman numeral. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So we've got 8, E, Roman.
That'll need renumbering.
Yes. Then A, then Roman 1, 2, 3. So it's, it's,
numbering's not right.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I think the numbering's right. It's just, there's quite a lot of hierarchy going on.
Oh, yes, it's EI. That's what it's quite right. Yeah. Good.
Then, B, Roman 1B is firefighting. And there's a requirement for the firefighting, the fire risk management plan.
Yes.
With those details to be submitted prior to 34.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
8F is also to do with water.
Yeah. Okay.
Water supply. And G is to do with the wastewater network.
Right.
And H is to do with the stormwater network. And then 8I is to do with the management entity.
Okay.
Which sets out its obligation.
Right. Hold on. What does is that the condition I was talking about before? You know, that requires. Is that meant to be the condition that requires people to sign up?
No, I think we get to that further.
Oh, okay.
To the 1 conditions.
Okay.
And if we don't get to that, then we'll need to put something in.
Yeah. All right.
But we'll keep working through it.
Okay.
So, condition HA is roading, as is K, as is L, as is M and N and O.
Right. Yeah.
And they're all from I presume, for the council of engineers advising on that.
Yes. Okay.
As is P is to do with roading, and then number Q is the condition from the NZTA that we discussed earlier.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Number R is requiring the walking tracks and vehicle parking area,
Yes.
as we've talked about. And then number S is about the standard of those walking tracks, and that there be just read it. The route shall be signposted with periodic wayfinding signage. This shall include navigational or interpretive signage of heritage and archaeological values.
Yes. Okay. Thanks.
And number T is to do with protecting that archaeological feature 773, which is those earth mounds for South Carolina.
That has a certification process, does it? Condition 5. That's
35. On 5D.
5D. Oh, yes, that's right. Yes. That's good.
Number 8U, the doing with infrastructure and as built.
So telecommunications has been taken out. Is there a reason for that?
I think that most people have cell phones these days.
Right.
We don't have a landline in that,
Right.
but we do, but we just don't have a-
Just that the officers put that in, so you know if you don't want it in, you probably need to explain that. But that's so it's not being necessary. So wait to hear a response on that. Okay. Okay. Good petty communication. 5 seconds. We'll say I think you might have listened to the speak. So okay.
Now, I'm up to W.
Yep.
And this is getting to the point that you've been asking about,
Oh, okay.
but whether it actually hits the nail on the head though.
Yeah. Yeah.
So W is the future owners of lot 200, which are the owners of lots 1 to 30.
Yes.
And council requiring a covenant in relation to lot 200, requiring that lot be maintained for conservation purposes into perpetuity.
Yeah.
As set out in conditions further down.
Yeah.
And then W capital A is to make sure that there is in perpetuity protection of all of the offset planting.
Well.
And the council would be a party to that.
Yeah.
We would expect the council would be happy with that.
Okay.
Just so they can veto any decision that the owners, in the unlikelihood that they may want to make a decision that the council doesn't like, the council can veto.
Right. Yes, just what we've been told in evidence is that this is not a new concept that's been used elsewhere. So what I'm interested in is a condition that has worked elsewhere, that other councils have been happy with, that guarantees that anyone buying these lots will be subject to that agreement. I mean, this condition requires the agreement to be drawn up, but as I read it, it doesn't require all owners to be party to it, and that might be the developer's requirement. But I think the council would need to be assured that will happen. But then again, the council can't really be responsible for enforcing that, can it, in terms of the sale agreements and things, that sort of thing. So all I'm really doing is outlining the concern. Everything hinges on those people being party to the agreement.
Yeah.
So we just need a condition that does that in some way.
That makes that link.
Yeah, and it may well, the answer may be in other conditions that have been granted for other consents. But, and it looks like it almost gets there, but I'm not sure it does.
So the intake process and how it has worked, is that the service entity is primarily there to, if there were the additions or extra responsibilities and acts and good outcomes that RPSL can and will achieve, but at its core, it's a service engine and a shared infrastructure. And so when we talk about the covenant, the documented services agreement between RPSL and each lot owner to deliver that shared infrastructure, to deliver potable water, to manage rights and so forth, to manage guests. That agreement is in the covenant. And so as incoming lot owners, there's this sort of parallel process of them being having this contract, each lot owner contract the service between private lot owner and RPSL, as well as their services agreement has been registered in the covenant. So it's on each title as they inherit their titles.
Okay. I understand what you're saying about how it works. What I'm interested in is how the council can be sure that it will be entered into. It's the very initial stage that it will be seen.
In my point.
Yeah.
And yes, I don't have an objection to codifying it, but in reality, if you're not a participant in that, you don't get your potable water.
Yeah, all
You
right.
don't get water after, so
Yeah.
no lot owner will buy this without having secured those rights.
All right. Well, yeah, I think I've made my concern. So it's just a matter of, and I'll ask Mr. Vincent to respond, because ultimately it's the council that must administer any consent conditions. So, I'm just flagging that as a potential concern. But, okay, we'll move on from that. So, on to the next one. Yeah.
The reserves contribution of number Y. There's number Z, which is about contamination of material. And then number AA is about removing exotic plant species. I think Mr. Beale mentioned that this morning.
Right. Right.
Then there is a number 9 is a section 231 consent notice condition.
Right.
These are number A is just basic parameters for the building standards.
Yeah.
The design controls, but that's just putting a consent notice on the hard work of the controls are being done in the land use stage, which we'll get to.
Okay.
9B is to do with stormwater.
Yeah.
Runoff. And 9C is about the ongoing compliance of the fire risk management plan.
Right. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, sorry. 9B was about stormwater in relation to this saline soils area.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
All right. And then you've got a whole suite of conditions on diversity.
So then we get to the ecological material. So number 10 is that the final version of the ecological enhancement monitoring plan needs to be submitted. The current version before you is more about all of the offsetting, but there's other components to all of this as well, including the long-term balance. So that's just reinforcing that an updated version should be required and certified.
Yeah.
Then we get into the offset planting works themselves, and that is 10 capital A. And we put forward 2 options here that at the moment are written as options for the developer.
Right.
The first is that under A, B, and C, all of the offset planting works are carried out. That is at Bendigo Hills.
Yeah.
That's A. B, in accordance with the documentation. B is all of the offset planting works on the Rocky Point sites, the 4 sites at Rocky Point,
Right.
in accordance with all of the instructional material.
Yeah.
And C is requiring a bond for the maintenance of that for 5 years.
Right. Yes. Right.
Which is fairly standard in my experience, to bind. So it's not just a matter of planting it and then going away. There's an obligation there that it's maintained.
So the bond would cover in the event that the developer didn't action it, the amount of money in the bond would allow the contractor to come in and do it. Okay.
After 5 years is where we go back to looked at this before. Back to condition 8W capital A.
Okay. Yeah.
Is for the ongoing obligation of all of the parties to maintain all of the offset vegetation. And yeah, let's get my head around that.
So that, when you say beyond 5 years, that condition W capital A stands by itself, doesn't it? But it's, what are you saying, that after 5 years, that other condition disappears, but it's governed by WA anyway? Is that right? Okay.
So they have an obligation to maintain it.
Right.
Now, I've just noticed that the condition W capital A only talks about condition 10A.
Right.
And that'll need to be expanded to cover B,
Yeah.
and D, and E. Because that's where we're getting into staging of the planting.
You take us to those other D, and just need to understand why there's an either or. But, yeah.
So 10 capital A and C is all of the offset planting, all done at once, 4 or 2 before.
All implemented, yep. Okay.
D, E, and F are about staging all of that planting.
I see.
Because as I understand it, it's a pretty big undertaking.
Yeah, seems to be.
So there's the opportunity there that it be staged, but the bond is even bigger, I would have thought, to manage the all stages beyond the first stage and all the maintenance.
Because it hasn't been implemented.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there are options for the developer. Do you or the developer have a preference and as to which one? Because are you asking that these conditions be carried over as they are here, or are you asking the panel to agree with one of them?
So they're written at the moment as options for the developer.
Okay. And for the developer, and well, I see what you're saying here. Okay. I thought you meant for the developer to make a decision on, but you mean you want them left as they are?
Yes.
Okay, I understand. For the consent holder, basically. So we'll be interested in the officer's comments on those. So, yes. Okay. Thank you. Very good. No, that probably covers those ones.
Then, so we get to 11, protection of balance land, crop exclusion, plant and pest management. So all lots will have a consent notice on them that they need to look after their own lots for all of the existing vegetation and so on.
Right.
On their own individual lots.
Yeah.
Outside their building platform and curtilage area. Stock exclusion, weed control and so on. D records that the management entity is the likely body to take over all of that work rather than each individual owner doing it. And the owners will have bought into that consent. And that lot 300 doesn't get further subdivided.
Right, so that's,
So I was agreeing to get that up.
okay, so the first set of conditions are the offset planting, the second set are on the individual titles, okay, yeah, so, okay. Just have a quick look.
And then number 12 is a field standard accidental discovery condition of any heritage archaeological art.
Right. Yeah, okay. That's just reinforcing the requirements of the HNZ PTA, okay. That's sometimes put in as an advice note, isn't it? But it's this, in this case, it'll be a condition, so.
Yes, I've seen it as both. And we put it in as a condition in this instance.
Right, okay. All right. Thanks. I think you guys understand all that. You're happy with that? Okay. Very good.
Okay, the land use conditions should be a bit more simple. There are it's enabling the activities that are being sought. It's number 3 is just restating the basic envelope parameters.
Yeah.
Number 5 is to do with lighting. We've taken out number 6 because that'll be addressed with the appendix, which I'll get to.
Okay.
Number 7 is an important one, except it says, except as otherwise required by the early conditions, buildings must be designed and constructed in accordance with the design controls attached in Appendix 1, unless otherwise approved in writing by the planning manager. This was in response to Mr. Vincent's concern in the supplementary report about there being so many intricate details listed as consents, all of which would require a section 137 variation, even just for a minor infringement. And Mr. Vincent's method seems a lot more efficient to me, whereas if there's any minor departures from the intricate list of design controls, the owner can't just go and do it. It'll have to be addressed by the council and probably at the consent stage.
Yeah,
it will be an approval by the planning manager.
Right. I'm going to make a suggestion there. I must just emphasise to everyone in the room that working through conditions is by no means acceptance. We're going to approve this, but I just feel that if that's the intention of that condition, it should use those words unless minor amendments are otherwise approved, because it does bestow a lot of discretion on the part of the planning manager. The planning manager could, for instance, approve a considerable departure to design. So the intention of this is to make it's a minor change, is that not?
Could I observe that it's probable you'd be wanting to consult with that yourself, the services industry, and it would be another screening or governing or confining mechanism that said you get better people before you just.
Well, yeah, that's for you to put forward, but if you want to make any further changes to suggest, just put those forward in the next revision. But yeah, that might be a suggestion about the minor nature of it.
I understand your point.
Yeah, all right.
8 is the requirement litigation planting that Mr. Vincent referred to in the 42A, which Mr. Baxter's agreed to.
Okay.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. These are all to do with Three Waters infrastructure and the obligations that individual landowners would have.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind that there's already obligations that are being imposed on them through the subdivision conditions under consent notices.
Right.
So these are things that would all have to be implemented at the time of building as well. That goes right through to condition 25.
Right.
Condition 26, again, just reiterating the accidental discovery.
Yes.
And then there's a series of a series of advice notes.
Yes.
The additions there in green are to do with the fire management issue from Mr. Cowan. Is that his recommendations?
The only thing is eight appears to be a duplication of the earlier condition about the heritage aspects, but it probably doesn't do any harm, but you'll have a condition and an advice note on it. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll just wait for any advice from the officers on which is the best way to do that.
And then Appendix A is the design controls. As I mentioned in the context that Mr. Vincent prefers.
Right. Okay.
These are from Mr. Baxter's design controls, but slightly tweaked so that they read as conditions. He had some more subjective language in his version, but these are sort of much more objective and dimensional and as factual as they can be.
Right. Okay. Okay. That's understood.
And then there's the planting list.
The glazing one too. Just trying to, yeah, probably if we just go to the glazing ones. So, and I probably might need to ask Mr. Baxter this. He didn't really spend long on that, but 60% glazing of any 3 metre high elevation. Does that mean 60% of a wall can be window? Is that what that means?
That's how I would interpret it.
It seems quite high. If the whole purpose of these controls is about illumination, just not sure why you'd allow 60% of the wall to be glass. But you know that's I know it might have been higher than that before, and he's reduced it. But if he does come back, I'll ask him. Ask him what that means in practice, and it goes down to 75% lower down. I see. So anyway, I'll just put that out there.
Just what number?
Okay. Oh, this is number 2. So it's immediately after the height ones. There's a table with exterior glazing. That's been non-reflective, recessed, and comply. I mean, I might be that that's a low standard, but it just seems high from my first reading on it. Okay. And
So
then,
I think you answered any questions on
Yep.
those all in the idea.
thanks. I'll just quickly whiz through those other ones. Plantings, exterior lighting. Yeah, they're all bespoke conditions. Fencing and gates, curtilage. That's good. Anything of clarification there, Mr. Vincent, in terms of the conditions especially?
Looking at the glazing and the question of specs,
Yeah.
6% of any 3 metre high elevation. What about a 2.9 metre height? What would be the glazing requirement in that site?
Yes. So if he is coming, we're probably going to adjourn for lunch very shortly, and we'll deal with that after lunch. Yeah. Okay.
Even if he's not here, we could engage with him and
Okay.
ask him the question.
All right. Yeah. So Mr. Vincent's question was about how the rules interpreted. My question was about whether that whether it's an excessive standard or not. Yeah.
Understand.
Okay, no, look, that's fine. That's all we've got for planning. And we're now coming up towards 12:25. Taking adjournment now, and we will reconvene at 1:00 if that suits everyone. And if Mr. Baxter is here, we'll ask him that question immediately. Then we'll go over to the submitters. And I understand that Department of Conservation will go first. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, very good. That's what we'll do. 1:00. Yeah, thank you. So I think everyone is here. Reconvene the hearing, and we'll leave Mr. Gresson. I'll just ask Mr. Baxter a couple of questions. So,
Yes.
yep, just trying to remember what that. Yeah, the first question I had, Mr. Baxter, just about the glazing controls. I don't know if you've been briefed on that, but just on the conditions related to glazing, we had two questions on that. Just to find the right page. Okay. Follows the height controls. So yeah, the first question, Mr. Baxter, is the lot, for instance, lot 1, 60% of any 3 metre high elevation. Mr. Vincent asked, how would that apply to a 2.9 metre high elevation? You know, how's it interpreted? Yeah.
That's fair. I think probably those need to be tightened up a little bit so it's less. The 3 metre elevation, there's an assumption there that that is the elevation that faces the lake, you know, with the arrows.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yes, so slope down. So I think that could be changed to more specifically shown on the plans, you know, it's that elevation of all those ones facing the lake.
Mm.
Remember that, if I recall, maximum height of 3.8, but then we have a minor pitch going down. So it's 3 metres high, but of course the glazing wouldn't be 3 metres high because it's got the structure in there. So
Okay.
I think we'd be quite happy to make that maximum height of 2.7 on the glazing. Yeah. And I will talk to Jeff Brown,
Yeah.
writing the condition,
All right.
where we can specify those lake elevations and mark them on the plan.
Yeah, because the
I'd like to point that up.
no, that's fine. You don't need to resolve that right now. And I noticed that you've got bespoke provisions for every lot in terms of height. So I guess it's a follow on from that, isn't it? It's being
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
yeah.
But I think it's a correlation between those conditions and the plan, and if they're marked on both.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave that with you. And the other question was, the question I had was just trying to understand what 60%, as I understand, that means if there's a wall, 60% of that wall can be glazing. Is it as simple as that? So 60%?
Yeah.
Right, so
But you only have to go down Branton Arm these days on a boat there and look up and see what the new houses are there, and
Right.
they're all glazed.
so they're totally
Yeah, the architectural
Right.
response now is, if we can have a view, let's glaze the whole thing. So I wanted to, this is reasonably restrictive. Of course, they can wrap it around the corner.
Yeah.
But this was just to have some cognizance of their facing the landscape and say, no, the whole thing can't be glazed, only 6%. So it'll be 60% of any elevation with a specific reference to the elevations facing the lake.
Yeah, that was the next question. Was obviously there's no need to restrict glazing if it's facing the hill or behind, you know, if there's no.
Yep. No, 60% of any elevation.
Right, okay.
Of all elevations, each elevation treated independently.
Yep, because the intent of the standard is to limit nighttime light. That's the only purpose of it. So it just appeared to, in what you've said, it's not uncommon to have a whole wall and glazing, but if you're seeking, I think you use the words pinpricks of light in the distance. Will a 60% glazing control achieve a pinprick of light, or will it be more?
Oh, it's going to be a pinprick.
At a distance.
Smaller one.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And I guess, so in your experience, 60% is a fairly restrictive standard, is that right?
Oh, yes.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure. It just seemed high to me, but that's just a late.
Not so much the height, it's the length, you know.
All right.
Because if the height's 300 mil higher or glazing, when you're looking at it from 2 kilometres away on the Luggett Highway, or houses or pizza moorings, It's not, it's impossible.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'll wait for the officer to respond to that in their reply. What we're interested in is any other glazing controls that are in the district plan, if there are any, and what has been used elsewhere. All right, I think that's all we had in most of that, isn't it? Hold on. Anything from the site with it? Not that it was.
I'm sure I'll be here for a while if there's anything else to say.
All right, okay, so thank you for that. That's great.
So we haven't.
You haven't yet.
What respects to is asking those, we have had a higher resolution, plan prepared of that feature on the road edge, 273, and the parking and the tracks. We haven't yet provided that to printing, but Mr. Bex potentially.
I can go up to reception for the picture, but that's been redesigned this morning.
So this is for the road to divert around that feature.
Yes.
Well, I think the key point is we've been told it will do that. It will divert around the feature. So you can provide that plan if you wish. If you want to talk to it, you can. But the key point is we understand that it will be protected. I don't know if we need to see any detail on it at this stage. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I think that's the applicant's case now. Is that in terms of this part of proceedings? That's the evidence anyway. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll invite you to make room at the table for the submittals. Yeah, it's. I think I've not had, as I given you, I might have some.
They do. Right.
All right, thank you for that. I think we're getting all the papers in front of us, but thank you. Welcome the Department of Conservation team along to the hearing and look forward to hearing from you. Yes, Ms. Warner. Yes.
Start with an apology.
Oh, really?
An apology and an explanation.
Okay.
I will not usually burden the panel with 50 pages of legal submissions.
Okay.
But, you know, in my view, there are some really tricky legal issues in this case.
Yes.
And what I hope to do during the course of perhaps, take me an hour, but hurry me along, you don't want to hear about something. What I'm going to do is hopefully assist you with those tricky legal issues. The second point I should make is that there's quite a lot of case law in this. I refer to quite a lot of case law, and I haven't put hyperlinks into it because I'm not sure whether you've got access to those hyperlinks. But what I will do is I haven't been able to do it in the last 24 hours, of course, but what I will do is send a file to Tara so that you have all of the case law that I referred to, and if you want to look at it, you'll be able to.
Okay.
And that's particularly important because some additional cases
Yeah.
or relevant cases have come up during the course of the hearing today that
Really? Okay.
aren't in my notes, particularly in relation to the meaning of practicable.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. No, that's fine.
Okay, so by way of general overview, the Director General still opposes the application.
Mhm.
The primary submission is that the application should be reviewed pursuant to section 1046 because there is inadequate information on the values of the site to fully assess effects and mitigation of those effects. The Director General's alternative submission is that the application does not meet either test in section 104D. The proposal is an amplifying activity that would impose significant residual effects on matters of national importance on a site that is a significant natural area. And I say ecological significant natural area. We'll talk about that later. Partly in an outstanding natural landscape, contains regionally significant heritage and is subject in part to a conservation covenant. Further, in my submission, the application is contrary to the objectives and policies of all relevant planning instruments. In the event that the panel determines that the application passes through the section 104D gateway, the proposal should be refused under section 104. So to assist the panel, I proceed in a sequential fashion, addressing each of those issues in turn. But I'm going to focus in detail on the contentious legal issues. So I may well skim over issues where I agree with Ms.
That's fine.
Hill
Yeah.
on the law.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to address in detail, the relevance of mapped versus unmapped SNAs,
Yeah.
the permitted baseline test, full residual test, the legal force of, and the legal force is what I'm emphasising there, and private covenants, the legal relevance of the conservation covenant to this application, and the legal meaning of like for like offsetting. I will call Dr. Matthew Schmidt on archaeology first of all, Richard Ewens on terrestrial ecology, and then Elizabeth Williams on planning. So to proceed, the first considerations are section 1046. I set it out there. In my submission, the panel has inadequate information before it to determine the application because the ecological values, and I quote, are critically underestimated in the application due to inappropriate methodology. Critical plant species data, including percentage cover, is lacking. The information for the applicant, again, to quote, massively underestimates the amount of spring annuals on the site. And this is important, likely misses multiple threatened and at-risk species, including threatened nationally critical plants and calophytic plants, and their occurrences and quantities in the footprint. Now, the Director General's evidence cannot remedy this omission because Mr. Ewens have been unable to survey the development footprint, and I've underlined that word because it goes to methodology, of all the proposed offsetting sites to an adequate degree. Ms. Hill's legal submissions that the, and I quote, inference from DOC is philosophical and that no amount of data investigation would be enough on this place. The Director General's contention is a methodological one. It doesn't matter how many hours are spent investigating a site if the wrong methodology is used. Here, the development footprint and lots should be surveyed, not sampled. And that becomes, I just talked, step away from my submission, that becomes particularly relevant later in my submissions when we look at the relevant planning framework. Particularly the Otago Regional Policy Statement. I'll explain why. As a consequence, the biodiversity offsetting model is unreliable because, again, to quote, the ecological values inputted into it are critically underestimated. Moving on, no on-site survey of invertebrates has been undertaken. One is required, in Mr. Harding's opinion, because there is a high likelihood of at-risk invertebrates being on site that rely on cushion field habitat. The applicant's archaeological assessment failed to identify significant heritage features on site, Dr. Schmidt states it is uncertain how development will affect those features and more detail is required to ascertain where infrastructure, services, tracks, etc. will go. And I should just pause for a moment. It's not going to be possible for DOC to respond to the conditions. We're not going to be able to give a gut response to the conditions this afternoon, because obviously there's 27 pages of them. We've only received them an hour or so ago. But I'll come to that point.
How many pages on the archaeological, on the ecology? You mean 27 pages are on
27 pages of conditions in total.
that are picked? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the panel, you know, wants a considered response to us instead. I don't think we're going to be able to do that this afternoon. The heritage features that were identified by the applicant's archaeologists were incorrectly identified and their significance undervalued. This error means that the development has not been appropriately designed to avoid adverse effects on those features. Case law indicates that when Section 6 matters are impacted, the application should address alternatives. I talked to that further below, and no alternatives are before the panel. In making the assessment of adequacy under Section 104.6, there's a legal framework to follow. And the Director General submits that the following matters are relevant. And I'm actually not going to read those out. I'll leave you to read those. It's self-explanatory.
Thank you.
In making an assessment of adequacy, the panel must also take into account Section 107.7, whether any requests made of the applicant for further information resulted in that information being made available, and in response to Mr. Harding's comment, that all parts of the project area directly affected by the proposed development should be thoroughly surveyed, not just sampled, over more than one spring summer season. Mr. Beale's response was, I do not consider a further spring summer season of sampling is warranted. The panel could take that into account in considering the Section 104.6 test. So for all these reasons, the Director General submits that the application should be refused pursuant to that section. Moving on, if the panel decides, contrary to that submission, that it has adequate information upon which to determine the application, the following matters are relevant to the Section 104D gateway test. And as I set out there, it's the Director General's submission that the application have either test in Section 104D. I'll skim over these to an extent, but I do want to emphasise this point in terms of the law. In relation to the third test, that the adverse effects of the activity will be minor. The High Court has explained that the gateway test, Section 104D1A, is akin to passing through the very small eye of a needle, i.e. the appropriate standard of the adverse effects, residual effects of the proposal are so minor they are not likely to matter in any decision to grant consent. I think that's a helpful visualisation. In the Director General's submission, that if the panel accepts preponderance of expert ecological evidence, i.e. from Richard Ewens, Mike Harding, and the submissions of Kate Waddell, and I'll talk about Kate Waddell in a moment, the evidence from Dr. Schmidt and archaeological evidence, and also Guy Lucas on landscape, it is not possible to suggest that the residual adverse effects of the activity are minor, so that the proposal passes through that first gateway. I discuss effects in detail below. In response to Ms. Hill's submission that offsetting can be used in the Section 104D1A test, I agree. That's legally correct. And only if the proposal provides like-for-like offsetting. That, as the Supreme Court has said, can avoid the adverse effects in fact. This is the recent East-West Link case, and I'll talk to that later. The proposal in my submission does not provide like-for-like offsetting, and so the proposal cannot help, the offsetting proposal cannot help the application through Section 104D1A gateway. Now, just to assist the panel, really, Kate Waddell's status you know, my respectful submission, Kate Waddell is an expert because the test is the definition of expert in the Evidence Act. And that is that she has specialist knowledge based on training, skill and experience. Now, I concede that the weight you then give to her expert evidence may well be less because she's not here for questions. So I think that's probably how you are best to approach her.
Well, she also didn't lodge her evidence in the timeframe that was determined for experts to lodge it by, and didn't seek leave to have it accepted late either. So there's also that aspect. Yeah.
Well, that may well go to wait as well. But I think the way you frame that in any decision is to focus on those points and to focus on the weight point, because you're not being able to question it. That's just for you to help with your decision.
Okay, thanks.
But in terms of the Evidence Act, she is an expert. It doesn't get through the first gateway. In relation to the alternative test, section 104D1B, but the activity would not be contrary to the objectives and policies of the relevant plan. I agree with Ms Hill's submissions on the law. The relevant plan is the Central Otago District Plan. Mr Brown considers that both tests, section 104D, are passed, but as I explained below, his analysis of effect, and emphasise that, proceeds on an incorrect legal basis. And as a result of my respectful submission, his recommendations as to the degree of effect should carry the weight. In relation to his analysis of the section 104D1B test, not contrary to, he appears not to confine his analysis to the relevant plan, but rather the, I quote, varied planning instruments. And I can talk to that if there's any questions on that one.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand that point. 104T.
104D1B is not contrary to the objectives and policies of the relevant plan, and I say that the relevant plan is the district plan here. That's what we're looking at.
But
You can look to the higher level plans if an argument is made that the lower level plan does not give effect to them. Then you go up the higher one.
So do you, just so I understand that when you quote the various planning instruments, you're saying he did not include the district plan as a various planning instrument?
No, he did.
No, he did. Yeah.
But look wider.
He looked wider. Okay, all right.
Mr Vincent, section 52A reporter, however, concludes that the proposal is contrary to the objectives and policies of the Central Otago District Plan. Apologies for the typo. Ms Lucas and Ms Williams also both conclude that the proposal is contrary to the objectives and policies, noting their particular focus on the intersection of the objectives and policies for development with those that address section 6 matters. Shall I say, the Director General's submission is that the application fails to pass either test in section 104D and should be refused. Moving on. If the panel determines that the activity passes through that initial gateway, the Director General admits that the following matters are of particular relevance to the section 104 test. I'm going to deal with section 104(1)A first of all. So I say I proceed in a sequential way. I think it's really important to do that actually, and I'll explain why. So the first consideration is any actual and potential effects on the environment of allowing activity. So thinking about the relevant environment here, so conceptual framework, there is no dispute that the site is of a very high ecological significance, and it meets the significance criteria in the OPS IB, the operative Otago Regional Policy Statement, and the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement. It supports populations of threatened Indigenous flora communities. Its habitat for McCann's skink, Kauro gecko, which is at risk regionally endemic. It is likely to be habitat for many invertebrate species, including at-risk species. Outside the development area, it is an outstanding natural landscape, and it contains heritage features. And those are matters for agreement. Some issues are contentious, and the data is incomplete, and I list them. First, the classification of the site in accordance with the threatened environments classification is contentious. Mr Harding suggests that the 2012 TEC classification is out of date and that part of the land environment is now likely to be in an acutely threatened category in an ecological sense, and the rest acutely threatened. Ms Wardell's submission speaks to the widespread loss of Indigenous vegetation within these land environments in central Otago over the past 30 years. Mr Ewens agrees, noting that Cushionfield has been severely impacted by land use, and his evidence charts the destruction of drylands vegetation in central Otago. Mike Harding suggests that the ecologically robust area of Carnaca Cushionfield on the site are some of the most extensive remaining communities in central Otago. This evidence of widespread loss is an important factor within which to contextualise effects. It impacts on the evaluation of the gravity of those effects, and it also feeds into this tricky question of whether the Indigenous vegetation and ecological communities are vulnerable and irreplaceable. And so it's relevant in determining whether offsetting stroke compensation is even appropriate at all in this case. I'll discuss that below. The second contentious issue, as explained above, is that the data to threatened and at-risk plant species on the site is incomplete and, in my words, likely woefully inadequate. A survey of their presence and quantities in the ecological communities impacted by the proposed development is not available, and I accept and thank the applicant's witnesses for those concessions this morning. The applicant's ecological sampling reported 3 at-risk plant species in the development footprint, where Mr Ewens undertook 2 walkthrough surveys, not comprehensive surveys, and found an additional 1 threatened and 5 at-risk plant species in the development area. On 1 threatened, 13 at risk, 2 locally uncommon plant species, some of which include multiple occurrences and are regionally important populations on the site. Mr Ewens states that there are likely to be more threatened flora species, as I mentioned above, including a species which is nationally critical and possibly allocated plants on the site. Again, this omission is problematic because it impacts the assessment of effects and the appropriateness and adequacy of any offsetting / compensation. The third contentious point is the importance of the site as a habitat for the spring annual species. In particular, the location, presence, and the development footprint, their quantities, and their significance, to contextualise their significance. Mr Ewens states that the site could be the most important remaining area nationally for conservation of spring annual species, and that likely hundreds of Myocytis, am I pronounced that properly? Brevis, and thousands of New Zealand mousetail are located within development plots. In contrast, Mr Beale suggests that most spring annuals are located outside the development area. And the final point on contentious issues concerns heritage. As I understand Mr Jennings' evidence from yesterday, the significance and rarity of the heritage sites is also in contention, and Dr Schmidt will speak to that this afternoon. So that's the existing environment. Within that test in section 104.1a, the concept of the receiving future environment, and I'm sure the commissioners are all well aware of this, but I do really want to set out what the legal text is for this, because I think there's been a little bit of blurriness about this. In evaluating environment, the panel must also consider the future receiving environment that the activity will impose effects upon. So what's going to be there that our activity affects. The authority for this concept is Queenstown Lakes and Hawthorne, where the Court of Appeal set out the legal test for the future environment, including activity permitted by the plan and unimplemented resolved consents likely to be implemented. That's the test. Controlled activities are not to be considered in conceiving of the future environment under section 104.1a. Now, I emphasise this legal test because Mr Brown and also at times I think the section 42a report writer appears to confuse the future environment test and also the permitted baseline test. And in respect of Mr. Brown, this serves to undermine his reasoning, as I explained in more detail below. But just to touch upon it at this point, for example, paragraph 411 in his evidence, Mr. Brown states that controlled activities forms part of the environment reasonably foreseeable under the district plan and agreement assessment. But I make the point that activities that are controlled, and they're often referred to as anticipated in the evidence. We see this word a lot, anticipated. Well, what the witnesses mean by that are those controlled activities. That has no place in the section 104.1a test.
Can I just interrupt on that point? Understand that point, but if the purpose of the zone describes those activities as it appears to do in the recreation zone, could you not say that they're anticipated by the purpose of the zone?
My submission is that it's really important to marshal the relevant legal concepts and legal parameters for your decision making. And when I get towards the end of my submission, when I talk about section 104.1p test, where you can look at what those provisions include, but it has different legal character. That's why it's important. So perhaps if I keep going,
I understand.
If it's not,
I understand that point. Okay, I've got you. Thank you.
All right. So to move on, I've looked at what the legal parameters are for environment. Now moving on to effects. You're concerned with actual and potential effects on that environment with proposed avoidance. What I'm going to address, is the actual potential effects on this environment with the proposed avoidance of mitigation measures, but before the offsetting and compensation is laid on. So I'm separating them out. All right, to consider Indigenous biodiversity. The proposal will result in the destruction of approximately 4 hectares of carnic and cushion field and multiple threatened and at-risk flora. As Mr. Ewan states, some of these populations are regionally significant, collectively with adjoining habitat they're nationally significant. This destruction represents an irreversible loss of significant Indigenous biodiversity. Mr. Ewans notes that the application has not taken account of the effects on the drylands biodiversity from wastewater disposal and runoff edge effects. And perhaps not comprehensively fragmentation. I accept there was some discussion about that this morning. And wildfire control that, as I understand it, can be up to 30 metres from the houses. I stand to be corrected on that. These additional effects are potentially seriously underestimated. In response to questions from Commissioner Cooney, Derek Sturberg stated treated effluent will discharge the land via a perforated pipe across an area of approximately 1,100 square metres. Mr. Evans, Mr. Ewans can explain that this constitutes further clearance of Indigenous biodiversity because this is changing the abiotic conditions in the drylands environment, so it's interrogating the land. Moving on to paragraph 30. It's not clear if translocation of plants is still proposed. I think actually Mr. Beale has confirmed that that's not now proposed.
I asked that today and I think that's the answer I got. So,
All right, thank you. So Mr. Ewans, Mr. Hardy, and Mr. Waddell all agree with the significant adverse effects of significant Indigenous biodiversity from the proposal. Where the ecologists differ in assessing the degree of effects on Indigenous biodiversity, in my submission, the evidence of Mr. Ewans, Mr. Harding, and Ms. Waddell should be preferred to that of Mr. Beale, because all three are noted drylands botanists. I talked there about the EIANZ guidelines. I won't take you through that. There's been quite a lot of discussion about that. I'll leave you to have a read of it if you think it's relevant. Point C there, for clarity, I do not propose to address in my submissions the issue of bias in the doc evidence that Ms. Hills has raised. But I am very happy to do so if the panel indicate that they would find that helpful. Well, I'll leave that in your hands.
Yeah, no, I don't think, we're persuaded by that argument at this stage, but we'll have to consider that, yeah.
That's just turning to invertebrates. I talked about vegetation communities in the assessment of environmental effects. Again, sorry, typo, wildland states, effects on invertebrates from the development will be high. Because of the importance of cushion field plant communities as habitat. And I thought there, and again, it may well be that the panel has a different view about this on the evidence this morning, but contrary to Mr. Beale's assertion, the proposed offsetting compensation cannot improve habitat for relevant invertebrates because the offsetting is not replicating the loss of cushion field. There was some evidence about that this morning. And moving on to heritage effects, the proposal would destroy 2 regionally significant heritage sites and damage a third. It may also impact other significant heritage features discovered by Dr. Schmidt. However, the relevant information is not clear or available. In Dr. Schmidt's opinion, the effects on the proposal on heritage constitute significant adverse effects. Landscape effects. The Director General has not submitted landscape evidence. I note Kendradine has filed evidence for Dilucus. I'm not going to address my submissions in relation to this, other than the fact I refer the panel to the Wakatipu case, which sets out the legal framework for considering landscape. Well, the main point there is that the Environment Court has confirmed the evidence framework for assessing landscape contains more than visual splendour and aesthetics. And that's a really good notion from, you know, European views about what kind of landscapes were valued. In the New Zealand context, it contains a whole host of other considerations, not just the sort of pastoral, the Coleridge wrote about all level. Moving on, effects on Fenelon. It's uncertain whether there has been any or any adequate cultural effects assessment. However, I know from letter that has been tabled from Parawinnaka, who are opposed to the application and state the landscape is culturally significant, as recorded in the Knightly Claim Settlement Act. I make the simple point that the panel can, of course, have regard to this statute in section 141C. So, to conclude in relation to effects, before we start to subtract things, but with the design as it stands, in the Director General's submission, the proposal would result in significant adverse effects on significant indigenous biodiversity, regionally significant heritage, and outstanding natural landscape. So moving on now to this process where we potentially can start to subtract from the effects calculation. I'm going to address section 104, subsection 2, the permitted baseline test. I've set out the legal test there again because it's a really tricky concept, just so that everybody's clear. The consent authority may disregard an adverse effect if the national environmental standard or the plan permits an activity with that effect. Paragraph 44. The applicant's legal submissions place considerable weight on the use of the permitted baseline. In fact, I think it's probably fair to say that it hangs on the permitted baseline. The application of the permitted baseline is discretionary. See the use of the word may. The higher courts, I agree, have not set down any prescriptive rules as to when the PB may or may not be used, emphasising it as a matter of discretion for the panel. But they have given guidelines as to when it is not appropriate. I agree with Ms Hill's submissions at paragraph 34. She set out 4 areas where the application of the permitted baseline is not appropriate. She talks about the fanciful test. She states where the application will be inconsistent with part 2 of the RMA, where there is a different, the similarities are not equivalent between the comparator and the project. And where the application of the baseline would be inconsistent with the objectives and policies in the plan. In my submission, paragraphs B and C of those criteria are clearly met in this case, possibly also A and C. In respect of B and C, it is inappropriate to use the permitted baseline to justify the destruction of threatened and at-risk species, because that would be contrary to the policy of the Act and the objectives and policies of all relevant planning instruments, including the Central Otago District Plan. This is about objectives and policies here. In respect of D, I noticed Mr. Vincent's varying comments about the tricky nature of the Central Otago District Plan and the difficulty of reconciling it in some places. I certainly found it difficult. And I talk about, the elephant in the room. This plan is extremely old. It was notified in 1998. As Ms. Williams has said, it states that a review will be conducted within 5 years of tenure review to ensure that Section 60 matters are adequately addressed on freeholded land. That hasn't been done. And it's likely that the exemption rules that we've been referring to, where vegetation clearance is allowed on freeholded land, does not give effect to the higher order planning instruments or part of them, particularly Section 6C. So in the circumstances in my submission, the application should not be able to use the permitted baseline to justify destruction of threatened and at-risk species. In their legal submissions, the applicants argue that not to apply the baseline may result in perverse outcomes. So they talk to this at paragraph 40, to talk about these perverse outcomes if you didn't use the baseline. The applicants in this matter are represented by two very skillful lawyers, but in my respectful opinion, their arguments on this matter are legal conceits. The generalist suggestion that if the panel do not accept the permitted baseline, it would signal to landowners that they should or could eradicate biodiversity and the right under the permitted rules is unsupportable. The rules in the plan that provide the exceptions in this matter only apply to previously freeholded land as listed in the plan. As Ms. Williams explains, those listed areas have conservation covenants on them. There is no information before the panel about the quality of those lands, outside the covenanted areas on them, activities on them, zoning, consents, owners' intentions, etc. In relation to other unfreeholded lands, well, they're subject to the general standards concerning significant natural areas and vegetation clearance. So, my respectful submission, the notion that this decision, what you decide to do in relation, in this context, in relation to the permitted baseline, don't just spur other landowners to clear vegetation, rather than pursuing what they actually want to do with their land responsibly. The panel should exercise their discretion not to apply the permitted baseline in this matter. Now, I may not have persuaded you on that.
I'll just ask some questions about that before we move on. Is that
Yes,
okay?
certainly.
Just in relation to that last point, could it be a perverse outcome for this land, but not for, in other words, the developers have told us that if there's no consent for this, then they will revert to those activities which could be deemed to be a perverse outcome. But your point is in relation to signalling to other landowners that they might do similar things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
The generalist notion.
okay.
My sort of implication to this decision.
Yes, and then the other question I had was in paragraph 46, those 4 criteria that
Yes.
you put to us. I'm just trying to understand that, because the way I interpret the permitted baseline, it's a sort of an early assessment thing. It's something you'd look at straight away. Whereas if we look at A to D, for example, B and D, B requires an assessment of Part 2 of the Act, and D requires an assessment of the objectives and policies in the plan. So in other words, it sort of says to me you should do a complete assessment of the whole application and then come back and determine whether to use a permitted baseline. That's how it's meant to be construed, do you think?
I think that's right. It's this kind of if I describe, RMA processes, they're inquiry-based processes. There is a reasonable degree of fluidity. It's like the Section 104D test. I mean, we don't determine the Section 104D test and then all come back and do 104. It's a similar kind of you're going to have to hear all the evidence, you're going to have to decide it, and then in your decision, you're going to have to separate out
Yes, because
various considerations.
because almost all section 42A reports I've seen invariably start with permitted baseline and then they go on to do all the other assessments. But this implies you should do a holistic assessment and then come back to determine whether to apply it or not. Yeah.
We've got to remember that there's two considerations here.
Yeah.
First off, what does the permitted baseline contain as a legal construct?
Yes.
Only activity permitted by the plan.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
The second consideration is, okay, well, should we apply it? Now we know what it is. Should we actually apply it? Should we exercise our discretion to apply it?
Yes.
And when you are exercising your discretion whether to apply it, that's when you look at.
Yeah,
the
that makes
context,
sense.
right?
Yes. Yeah, okay.
And in this context, that's why I say, when you've got threatened and at-risk species that you are using the permitted baseline to justify their destruction, you don't use it.
Yeah, no, I understand that now. Yep. Thank you.
So I think it would have been helpful if it had been separated out for legal tests and weight, but,
Yeah, okay.
that's clear. I'll move on.
It is, yes.
So
So 52, I think you're up.
52, thank you.
Yeah.
So this is the point I was just making. What actually are the legal parameters of the permitted baseline? If you don't find it persuasive in terms of your discretion, then what are the legal tests constrained to?
Yes.
Stop me at any point. This isn't clear.
Okay.
If the panel do decide to apply the permitted baseline, the parameters of the comparative test are set by the statute. That statute, of what the plan permits. And it's really important, this controlled activities are not part of the permitted baseline. So controlled activity, when you're doing the assessment of the effects, right, you can't use controlled activity to shoot effects. Supplemented by the common law tests that when you're undertaking a comparative exercise, well, you can't use a fancy called comparator. It's got to be something that's realistic.
Yeah.
And the effects of the comparator and the proposal are similar. So Mr. Brown suggests various permitted activities, farming, horticulture, viticulture, earthworks, but in his view, would impose similar effects as land clearance for the subdivision and development. He states that a comparator would likely comply with, but still need to be scrutinised with the various standards. Now, in my submission, there is inadequate evidence before the panel that the effects are similar in type and scale to be making that submission. In my submission, some ecological evidence is required to back that up. It can't just be a planner saying, oh, I think the bits fine. And why I say that, and I give an example in paragraph 54, concerns grazing. 4.5 in his permitted baseline analysis, Mr. Brown uses the comparative grazing right, uses it in the permitted baseline. He says various forms of grazing can be carried out, and that would create adverse effects on the values you're trying to protect. Therefore, you subtract that from your overall assessment of effects. But the effects on grazing on the indigenous biodiversity present are not similar to the effects of this proposal. Mr. Ewens explains that in paragraph 80, where he says grazing is compatible with existing indigenous biodiversity. So the point I'm trying to make there is that if you're going to be all right, move on.
Oh, no, yeah, I do understand that.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah. If you don't.
Yeah. But further, the other activities that Mr. Brown suggests for the permitted baseline, such as earthworks, extraction and excavation of material and viticulture, are, we think about a fanciful test, are certainly fanciful on the covenanted area. They couldn't occur on that area because of the conservation covenant. That the plan relies on to protect section 16, which is, and I'll come to that later on. And I think it's really important sometimes to stand back when you're thinking about permitted baseline, how it originated, what's the rationale for it? What is the rationale for the permitted baseline? Well, the rationale is that the community has sanctioned those particular effects through the plan on this site. But as I'll explain later on, in this instance, they patently did not, and certainly in relation to the covenant area. Rather, the emphasis was on a different method, and I would perhaps suggest you underline that word method to achieve the objectives of the policies of the plan. So in all the circumstances, the use of the permitted baseline is inappropriate in this matter. So I've explained that there are different ways that you think about the permitted baseline. There are legal parameters that set with permitted baseline that are important to understand because they feed into whether you can use the permitted baseline to subtract effects from your overall basket of effects. And in my respectful submission, and again, if some be corrected in closing submissions, both Mr. Brown and Mr. Baxter confuse the legal tests of the permitted baseline at times throughout their evidence. In that they're using the wrong legal test in their general assessment of effect. And this becomes important. They make a comparison between the proposal, sorry, there's a typo there, and residential development that they say is anticipated by the plan. But it's this word again, anticipated.
Yeah.
By that, I mean control activities.
I do understand it, but what I was going to ask you is when does it become relevant, what the purpose of the zone is and what might in fact be anticipated? It's not, you're saying it's not relevant to the permitted baseline, but is it relevant elsewhere under?
It's relevant under section 104(1)(b).
1B, yeah, okay. Yeah.
But then you've got a different, you have to view that in a different legal way.
Right.
And
Okay, that's what, you probably get to it, okay. That's fine, yeah, okay.
yeah, rather than taking it out of turn, perhaps I'll just continue, and if it doesn't make sense at that stage, stop being challenging.
All
right. So they do that for various reasons. They make that concession, you know. You've got predominantly they're using it, that sort of anticipated activity to justify conclusions that effects on the environment and the proposal will be minor. Right. So that's PB reasoning, but it's flawed because they're using controlled activities in that assessment. And I just list over the next few pages every point we think do that.
Okay.
I'm not going to go through it. I'll just
no, that's fine.
highlight a few examples where they can do it. You can read it yourself.
Yeah.
When they're talking about effects, the conception, they're contextualizing it in the context of cultural effects, landscape effects, digital biodiversity effects. Mr. Brown uses it for the applicant's ecological evidence, to critique the Section 42A report. It's used to underpin the reasoning in Mr. Brown's evidence.
Right, and just before we move on, the case you referred to earlier, and I haven't got it in front of me, that makes it crystal clear in your submission that controlled activities, even though they must be granted, cannot be considered permitted activities.
No, the case that's to do with the receiving environment.
Oh, sorry, the receiving. Yes.
The relevant case is Tyrua Marine, and I can include that in my file for you.
Okay, I think that's important because
So
yeah.
it was common law development. The judges developed this idea of the permitted baseline over many cases, started in the Bailey case.
Yeah.
2003, the legislature thought it was a good idea, and they included it in the Resource Management Act for the first time, and that's when we see 104(2).
Right.
But the subsection confirms the essential limits. And the subsection makes it entirely clear that the permitted baseline is what the plan permits.
Yeah.
Not controlled activity.
Yeah, I understand permits, but it doesn't say permitted activity, it just says permits, which could be interpreted to mean controlled activities, could it not? Because they must be granted. Is there any law that deals with that?
I'll
Okay.
do some case analysis and I'll put it into my file.
All right.
Because it is quite clear that it's not controlled activity because that needs a withdrawal consent, and that's how I'm distinguishing.
Okay.
Does the plan allow you to do it without further regulation or consent?
Yes. Yeah, yeah,
Or do you need a consent? And I know that the controlled activity, you're gonna get it, and then it's controlled, but you still need a consent. So that's how the law delineates between this
okay,
kind of plan
all right.
and control.
Yeah, no, that's fine, I understand. If you could send that case through, that'd be great.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll interrupt you at about 67. I think it was.
Moving on to, I put about, mitigation avoidance, that comes from the design of the activity, and everybody accepts that there will be significant effects, and, now we move to offsetting and compensation, so. This is where you consider section 141AB.
Yeah.
The applicant relies on proposed, offsetting to address residual effects. The offsetting model is predicated on a baseline data of the values on the development side obtained by Mr. Beaman. As Mr. Ewan's evidence and Ms. Wardell's submission show, this baseline data is inadequate. It cannot provide an adequate basis for the offsetting model, and so the model is unreliable. If the primary submission is not accepted by the panel, the Director General's submission is that the offsetting proposal is problematic, as it does not accord with the necessary characteristics set out in the law. And I address this point next. Legal framework in respect of offsetting. Principles for offsetting and compensation have been refined over time and now, of course, are contained in the NPSIB, and other national policy statements, and the AURCs and the forms. Mr. Harding concludes that the offsetting proposal is inconsistent with at least 5 of the 11 principles of offsetting in the NPSIB: no net loss, equivalence, leakage, long-term outcomes, and appropriateness. Richard Ewan's evidence suggests that the proposal is also likely to be inconsistent with principle 2A, irreplaceability. I address the legal tests for considering 3 of these principles: equivalence, irreplaceability, and long-term outcomes. In relation to equivalence, or this is the transitional argument as it's been referred to colloquially. So just to step back from my submissions for a minute, I'm emphasising the legal tests here. But in my submission, I would caution the panel in relation to the weight that they would attach to Mr. Wells's evidence, where he talked about another matter with unnamed experts and expert conferencing, because that doesn't address the legal issues. It doesn't address the legal meaning of like for like offsetting. So offsetting requires, it's set out in the NPSIB and the reports, a net gain, as we've heard, demonstrated by a like-for-like calculation, which is achieved by the values measured by type, amount, and condition. The NPSID actually defines like-for-like. It's not been referred to in any of the applicants' case so far, but the definition there. And I emphasise the last point. It has the same ecosystems, vegetation, habitats, and species. The same species, not similar, the same species. That's what the definition of like for like is in the law. The proposed offsetting does not have the same species or ecosystems or vegetation. In East-West Link, the Supreme Court stated that void policies may well be met with offsetting. I agree with Ms. Hill on that matter. However, the court also confirmed in strong terms that offsetting requires the like-for-like measures, and a void policy cannot be met with like-for-unlike measures. And I set out in some detail the relevant paragraphs from that very new decision. And I highlight there paragraph 176, the majority decision. It's what the issue is whether the relevant adverse effects can be avoided in fact. It's plainly not correct to suggest that unrelated environmental benefits could be offered up to avoid other adverse environmental effects.
So just one more question there. So the word same, would appear to imply, the same ecosystems at a particular point in time. What we've heard in evidence is that, to replicate, future or end state vegetations, that in your submission, that's not to be read into the words, or? No.
Words and I try and go on to address that.
Oh, you do?
I've also mentioned Glazebrook J's minority opinion that she actually didn't, she supported the majority here. They differ in some respects in this decision, but here, they are guiding the decision maker, which is her caution. The decision maker must therefore, as a matter of law, take a precautionary approach to offsetting, considering the extent of the risks to the protected value, the importance of the activity. So it may well be that some things of national and regional significance and more than East-West linking was trying to effectively to feel the logjam through the isthmus. Degree of uncertainty and the extent to which any offset will reduce risk and uncertainty, including the risk of non or partial compliance. And she talks about the difference between like but unlike species, and in that quote there, she uses different species of fauna to illustrate the point, but of course this reasoning applies equally with different species of flora. Her honour notes that where the planning framework requires the text to be avoided, failure to avoid adverse effects, in error of law. In the Director General's submission, the applicant's proposals are not offsetting as they do not constitute like measures. Mike Harding states that the character of the proposed offset is different to the vegetation and habitat that will be lost. It doesn't provide like gains in the condition, structure and quality of the indigenous biodiversity present. Mr. Ewan states there's potential for future transition does not justify the applicant's proposal to offset the loss of indigenous cushion field, supporting threatened at-risk plant species with woody revegetation plantings dominated by common but threatened species. In the ecological sense, the transitional model is highly uncertain and likely flawed. As Mr. Ewan states, it's premised on simple linearity and does not account for multiple scenarios such as fire, management, fluctuations in herbivory. Further, natural sequence would include a rich mosaic of vegetation structures with most current species remaining in the landscape and result in an ecosystem quite different to the proposed offset. I understood in my submission that the proposal constitutes compensation, but compensation cannot be used to address avoid policies because the Supreme Court states the relevant adverse effects, i.e. here the loss of 4 hectares of cushion field and the threatened at-risk flora within them cannot be avoided in fact. Further, there is no case law that I'm aware of that supports the novel argument that some potential future ecological state can be considered like measures for the purposes of offsetting. If the applicant produces case law to support this contention, I would like the opportunity to respond. For completeness, I note that Mr. Beale argues that sections 6C and sections 31, while requiring protection and maintenance, do not include any qualification concerning existing biodiversity. I do not accept his analysis. In Oceana Gold, which is the phrase mine case, the court stated that the local authority functions require maintenance of existing quality of biological diversity. Further, protection is an ex ante measure or proactive measure, i.e. protect before the harm occurs. So this by definition encompasses the existing state. And just stepping away from my submissions again, this issue came up in the court. The difference between protection and maintenance. I was involved in that. The panel asked me for legal submissions on it, and I provided them. And those submissions are reflected in the decision where the panel accepts. They don't accept all of the submissions, but they certainly accept that point about protection. It's proactive. You don't do the harm. Maintenance is a bit different. You could perhaps do the harm and then remedy it somewhere else. But that's the difference. If it's helpful, I can certainly file those submissions. Now this is relevant because it's relevant when we come to look at some of the provisions in the Cargo Regional Policy Statement. I'm conscious that I'm being very slow. So do you want me to speed up and talk more
No,
quickly?
I think you're going about the right pace, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, just keeping up.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's really important, so we appreciate it.
Okay.
Going through it. Yeah.
All right, so the second principle of the MPS that I talk about is irreplaceability. It's another contentious issue. Offsetting compensation is not appropriate where the indigenous biodiversity affected is irreplaceable or vulnerable. Again, the NPSIB has a definition that I draw your attention to for both those terms. Irreplaceability is defined, and I emphasise, it's interacting with biodiversity, vulnerability, complexity, and rarity. To indicate the biodiversity value and level of risk. Vulnerability is defined as an estimate of the degree of threat or destruction or deprivation that indigenous biodiversity faces. Mr. Ewens, Mr. Hardy, and Ms. Waddell all addressed the corona competing fields as irreplaceable and vulnerable. Mr. Wells contends that vulnerability and irreplaceability is you can't look at threat status. So something was on the New Zealand threat classification system that's inadequate. To signal it's vulnerable, irreplaceable. And we've also got to look at the effects of those values and prospective mechanisms available. I would say the problem with his reasoning concerns risk. The risk that the human management processes may fail. I discussed this below when I talk about the conservation the various covenants. Mr. Ewens, Mr. Hardy, and Ms. Waddell all set out how any protective measurements have actually failed Cushion Field communities in Central Otago. And I repeat their view that this site is probably nationally important. But more fundamentally, Mr. Wells' reasoning leads to the slippery slope. If an area's threat status is insufficient to establish vulnerability and irreplaceability in this context, at what point following repeated loss would an ecosystem ever be replaceable? Death by 1,000 cuts would ensue. Long-term outcomes is the third principle that I address. Justice Glazebrook states in the Supreme Court decision of East West Link, a precautionary approach must be taken to offsetting. Consideration must be given to the extent of the risk, the protected value, degree of uncertainty, and the risk of non or partial compliance. Mr. Hardy notes that the achievability and sustainability of the proposed offsetting in a drought-prone and high fire risk environmental uncertainty. Justice Glazebrook's latter comment, the risk of non or partial compliance, aligns with Principle 6, which also emphasises, I left it out there, consideration must be given to long-term issues around funding, management, and monitoring. And I replace this issue, I address this issue of funding, management, and monitoring next. Placing, I know there's various proposals, suggestion might replace the conservation covenant and the suggestion might layer on top of the conservation covenant, and I'll deal with those distinctly. Replacing the conservation covenant with private covenant. Mr. Wells considers that the offsetting / compensation planting will result in no net loss of outcomes of biodiversity and will become self-sustaining in 30 years. So the planting needs to be maintained ideally in perpetuity. That's what the NPSIB suggests, and or the applicant's evidence for 30 plus years. Mr. Wells accepts the efficacy of the offsetting and the requirement to Principle 6 is predicated on the success of the ecological enhancement and management plan. If today in response to the chair's comment that it is important that offsetting is absolutely guaranteed, ourselves, the applicant responded, I absolutely agree. And I think that's a non-contentious statement. In paragraph 98, I set out all of the proposals under the E. And I don't apologise for doing so because I think it's important for you to see what is necessary to maintain that offsetting. You can't maintain offsetting, then this falls over, basically. So you've got to do all of these things. And you can see how comprehensive this is. Say planting, micrositing, nutrient management, still use for each plant, grass and weed suppression around each plant. With actually hand weeding, irrigation for 5 years, replacement, property-wide weed control by anyway, you're monitoring bioecologists various ways. You've got ongoing professional rabbit and goat control via helicopter. You've got twice yearly monitoring. You've got 3 monthly rabbit monitoring. You've got annual monitoring for goats. You've got annual reporting to council. And I add to that list, you've got the costs to the council, which will be passed on, of the monitoring because they're going to require consultants. That was the discussion with Commissioner McPherson had this morning. The EAP has not been costed. You haven't got any information before you to think of the cost. How is the extensive and likely very expensive programme going to be implemented? As Mr. Garden stated, the applicant will not be responsible for the long-term sustainable solution. In the conservation covenanted area, the applicant proposes that the covenant be replaced or overlaid, which is conceptually problematic, as I explained below, with private covenants on the individual land titles and over the common area. And then the EAP be implemented through those private conditions. And I'll talk to the source management conditions in a moment, but it's important in my submission to consider the two legal mechanisms distinctly and carefully. In effect, the title holders will be responsible for governing, funding, and implementing the EAP under the private covenants. As explained above, the panel is required to address the risks of failure, including the risks of non or partial compliance. So my submission, it's important to consider the legal robustness of private covenants. Private covenants are entirely subject to enforcement by the private landowners. Private covenants are only as good as a private individual's willingness to enforce them in court. If a covenant was breached, it would require a beneficiary, i.e. body court or the individual title holder, being willing, negotiator, being willing to file proceedings in court against their neighbour and assume the litigation risk of doing so. You know, and that's not a light risk to take on the litigation risk when you think you might lose and be bearing costs. And I've got some footnotes that might illustrate the point. Private conservation, private covenants are not enforceable by the Crown or the local authority. Private covenants may be altered or removed without any external oversight, either for agreement or, if there is disagreement, by an application to court pursuant to section 317 of the Property Law Act 2007. The Supreme Court has confirmed that there is not any wider legal presumption against extinguishing private covenants. That's the Finlay test. The simple test is that one of the 317 criteria have to be met. And they include a list such as the character of the surrounding environment and change. Mr. Garden accurately describes the proposal state self-management. The body corp will be owned, governed by all title holders. It will be responsible for levying fees to pay for the EAP on those same title holders. The body corp can determine not to levy fees, or modify the service agreement. This fact is important. There may be no actual management of the common area under the covenant, and neither the local authority or DOC will be able to enforce any actions. In relation to the common areas, if all decide to sell or divide the proceeds, and I'm just starting away from my submissions, the balance block may become incredibly valuable on those property line sites. If somebody owners not agree, any one of the individual title holders can apply to court pursuant to section 317 of the Property Law Act to modify or remove the covenant. Further, any one of the property owners can apply to court for removal or alteration of covenants on their individual title. And turning to the RMA consent conditions, and I appreciate the chair's attempt to firm up the consent conditions to try and make them as legally robust. Commissioner McPherson yesterday helpfully suggested that no further subdivision condition can be imposed in the common area, for example. That's of course a very useful submission, but I make the perhaps trite really important point. Of course, that consent conditions can be varied and cancelled by an application from a title holder under sections 127, 2213, and the registration removed into 2215. This variation could occur on a non-notified basis. And it's important to note that the subdivision and land use consents of the adjoining land also subject to full conservation covenant granted on a non-notified basis by the council. Further, there is no evidence before the panel as to the capacity of the council to enforce consent conditions that require, in my submission, intensive ongoing work in monitoring. Now, I make that latter point because the Environment Court, and this was a decision of the Chief Judge and 3 commissioners. The Environment Court has stated, we consider the time has passed when conditions of consent can be based on statements of intent as to what will be done sometime in the future. We will require greater certainty what will occur, by when, what outcomes will be achieved, who will be responsible, and what enforcement mechanisms are available. So, in my submission, long gone is the time that applicants would rock up with conditions, and the panel just has to accept that they'll assume they're going to be complied with this. We've got to dig a little deeper, and I appreciate that's exactly what the chair's been doing this. I also note that there is uncertainty as to how offsetting conditions off-site could legally be installed. I'm unable to assist. I note that the adjacent plots on the other site that TKO will be marketed for sale with Baileys. In my submission, evidence should be before the panel on this issue, and in particular whether the off-site areas have been legally secured before a decision is made. And it may well be that that's come out this morning and I've missed it, so apologies if it has. So returning to Glazebrook's comments, taking all these factors into account in my submission, there is a real risk to be taken into account of non or partial compliance with the mitigation measures, including management of the offsetting, so impacting efficacy. I'm turning now to comparing the legal robustness of private covenants with conservation covenants, because this has been an issue. And Mr. Shannon argues the counterfactual, i.e. ecological management with residential development for private covenants will be superior to practical farming and the conservation covenant. Mr. Ewan explains why that's ecologically incorrect, but it's important to address the legal argument. In my submission, the conservation covenants in general provide a high level of legal protection because they are subject to ministerial supervision and enforcement. It's really important to be clear that there is no explicit statutory provision to remove conservation covenants. Contrary to the applicant's legal submissions, they cannot be removed in section 317 of the Property Law Act. That is legally incorrect because they do not fall within the definition of covenant in section 316. And I can talk you through that tortuous technical legal reasoning if it's required, or if there's any debate about that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how important that issue is, because I don't understand that the applicant's proposing to remove that covenant, and in any event, it's not something that we can deal with in our decision, is it? Can't be dealt with by a condition.
You can't remove it,
No.
but it's important to the section 104(1)(c) argument.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And it's also, I'll move on actually, it's 114. You want to move on and have a look at that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
In fact, no, I should actually, Maybe I should continue to read these.
Yeah, no, carry on, yes,
And Lee.
certainly.
It can't be done under the Property Law Act. I agree that the minister may agree to amend or revoke a conservation covenant, a different legal mechanism, but only if the protected values are no longer present. The fact is that the significant values of the site have been preserved under the conservation covenant. And here's this point that you just raised, Chair. I know that the consent could not be implemented without removal of the conservation covenant, and talking that below, on the covenanted area. As explained above, it may not be possible to remove it. Now, to suggest that private covenants could be layered on top of the conservation covenant to provide a, sorry for colloquialism, a double whammy of legal protection is a legal fiction or a conceptual artifice. And this is because unless the conservation covenant were removed, there could be no development on the conservation area. And so the double layering can never actually happen. So in summary, the Director General's submission in respect of section 1041A is that the significant racial political effects on vulnerable and irreplaceable biodiversity remain. They cannot be offset or compensated for. Significant effects on historic heritage and outstanding natural landscape value also remain. And I'll just pause again and check that I'm all right for time with that.
You know, look, that's fine. Every time I ask you a question, you've got it covered somewhere else, so I won't do that just yet, but, no, it's, I am interested in that conservation covenant, and I think the applicant's case is partly that, to put it bluntly, DOC may not have been managing it very well in the sense that the land has degraded. And I think that's the point they're making, but you're making legal points here. And I think Mr. Ewens might be able to, take us to the evidential side of it. But I'm also interested in the fact that the department has a role to administer that covenant and can say yes or no to development in that area. Is it as blunt as that, or is it confined to the terms of the covenant that we heard something about yesterday?
I'm going to take you through the covenant, what it means.
Okay. Yeah.
If that answers the question.
Yeah, it answers it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Section 941B, any relevant provisions for the planning framework. The panel must have checked. Sorry, talking about the general approach to planning instruments and how you approach them in that section 104 test. But I need to address you on that actually. The panel must have checked on me if it's not helpful.
I know the Davidson case, that's fine. Yeah.
Carry on. The panel must object to part 2 with regard to relevant provisions. Why would an objectives and policies provisions in the relevant planning instruments? Davidson's the case where if you feel that there's a clear direction to the plan, tells you what to do.
Yes.
Then you don't need to refer to part 2. But if there's any, if you've got any concerns or you're not quite sure of the problem plans, then you look at part 2, including the section.
That's right, and that's where the your point about the date of the age of the plan and so forth comes to play. Okay.
I'll just repeat there that Mr. Vincent and Ms. Williams apply the relevant higher order planning instruments and the objectives and policies of the district plan and provide a clear direction. If you determine that recall to part 2 is required, section my submission, sections B, C, and F are particularly relevant. But I note there was some discussion yesterday. It's unfortunate protection in 6C definitive doesn't have a qualifier protection from inappropriate development. So what weight do you give to these planning instruments? We've got a whole range of planning instruments that some are pulling in different directions and certainly in terms of the provisions. So what weight should you be giving to them? Doesn't matter for you.
Yeah.
But I do address 3 particular issues of weight and the legal framework for weight below. Again, if you don't find it's helpful, let me know. Firstly, the NPSIB and the Amendment Act. Then the weight to be given to the proposed versus not regional policy statement, including the relevance of mapped and unmapped FNAs. This is where this argument is addressed. And then this point that the chair's raised, well, can anticipated uses be included in, when we come to look at 104? All right, so as the panel will be aware, there've been significant legislative changes in the RNO space issue. We've had amendment acts, the Resource Management Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Act have amended the NPSIB or the implementation of the NPSIB. How so? Well, it's important to be clear that the NPSIB created a consistent approach to mapping SNAs and a mandatory approach to including them for protection plans. What does the Amendment Act do? It's very simple. It removes the obligation to follow that consistent approach to mapping. It did not remove the necessity for plans and also resource consents to recognise and provide for Section 6C matters in some way. The explanatory note to the bill makes this clear, and I've included it. The bill clarifies that it does not affect council's existing obligations under the RMA for Indigenous biodiversity, which includes the requirement to recognise and provide for the protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation, significant habitats of Indigenous forests. So what it's doing is it's just kind of putting to one side the consistent approach and mandatory requirements in the NPSIB. Everything that you used to do prior to August 2023 in relation to Section 6C and how you protected and managed it, still apply.
Yeah.
The weight to be given to the Otago Regional Policy Statement, the operative document. The applicant's legal submissions contend that the ORPS is the weightier document, and the PORPS should be given little or no weight. For the purposes of the ORPS, significant natural areas do not need to be mapped for protection. The definition of significant natural areas is simply areas of significant Indigenous vegetation that are located outside the coastal area, and that accord with the significance criteria in APP2. Of course, we know that this area meets those criteria. Accordingly, if you place the greatest weight as the applicant's lawyers are submitting that you should do on the ORPS, avoidance policies would apply to the site. I also note that the ORPS, this is really important, this is what they're saying place the greatest weight on. The ORPS include policy 5.4.6C. It's not in my submission, so I'm giving you the policy number now. 5.4.6C. That's the offsetting policies in the ORPS. Offsetting ensures there is no loss of individuals of threatened taxing. So if you decide, as the advocates lawyers are advocating to you that the ORPS is very weighty in your decision, you should take that into account. You should have regards to that policy.
Yeah. Can I ask a question now? I mean, you've probably got to cover it later on. But what I understood Ms. Hill to be saying yesterday was that both documents were developed before the NPSIB came. That's incorrect.
Legally incorrect.
Okay, well that's important. The other thing is just inherently when you're assigning weight to an operative document and a proposed document, if a proposed document is at the appeal stage, it's got to that stage. I would have thought it must have at least as much weight as a very old or an older operative plan, because it's almost at the point of being resolved. So.
Absolutely, the case law.
So the planners here have given their evidence on that, so I have to acknowledge that. And I don't know if I've asked every planner to give that opinion, but at least one has said the operative plan has more weight. So yeah, that'll be a matter for us to determine. Yes.
Given the case law, and both Ms. Williams also addresses the case.
Yes, that's right. Okay, right.
Yeah, so I do turn to that. The fourth paragraph 1 to 5. Here's the case law. Code will confirm that weight can be given to court the proposed region policy statements in their early stages and or subject to appeal. Because unless they do not uphold in part 2, the RPS is likely to change significantly during the appeal process. And this is where the fact that it gives effect to the MPSI is really important. I put it in 127. So I've been part of that process. And what happened is the MPFIB was gazetted in August 2023. The hearing was live. And the discussion that the panel had was, well, what do we do with this document? We want legal submissions on it. Is it within scope of the submissions? And pretty much everybody agreed it was in scope. So if you read the decision, it is eminently clear that the NPSIB has been given to cut to in the court.
Right.
Yeah, so that's the, when you're considering weight, I think that's the chair suggested in inclusion.
All right, thank you.
So we're going to give it weight, I refer to some of the relevant policies and particularly ECO 1, where you are halting any decline in quality, quantity and diversity of means to bring Finland to start. Now, here's the converse, the mapping point. So the port does differentiate between mapped and unmapped areas. The AUKS doesn't, but the port does. But in my submission, this does not assist the applicant's case. The report saying adverse effects on significant Indigenous biodiversity must be avoided. In respect of other Indigenous biodiversity, then that's not mapped, then the effects management hierarchy applies. I note that after following the cascading management approaches, if effect cannot be compensated for in Eco P6, the activity itself is avoided. As explained, properly understood, the current proposal is for compensation, not offsetting. And in accordance with principle 2, the principle of biodiversity compensation, compensation is not appropriate where ecosystems are irreplaceable or vulnerable. Accordingly, in my submission, Eco P6 militates against consent in this matter. So my submission is that actually neither reliance on the AUKS or the ports helps the applicant. Now, just stepping away from my submissions in response to the chair's question about practicable, apologies it's not in here, it was just a response to your questions this morning. There is a case where the Environment Court considers the phrase, it's not directly analogous, but considers the phrase reasonably practicable. It's actually in the context of Section 32 analysis. And I will include that in the final. It's, for your notes, it's the Royal Forest and Bird Society versus Whakapane. It's a 2017 decision.
So it's not related to the NPSIB use of the word practical.
No, but what the case does, from memory, is it traverses many other. It looks at the section 32. It looks at the definition in section 2 of a best practicable option under the RMA. Yeah, and it also looks at, as I say, all these where that phrase is used in under legislation. To summarise, it basically says practicable falls between necessary and desirable. The significance of the values at stake require a higher test of it not being practicable. So Mr. Brown is completely right, it's contextual. If you've got threatened and at-risk species, I would say, then you require a higher test in terms of practicability.
And just on that, he argued that the context also includes the recreation zone that he could argue encourages some form of development too. So yeah, okay.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I think if you're drawing on the cost benefit analysis test in section 2, then it's actually a whole heap of things. It's risk, it's value of the
yes, okay.
species, it's cost, it's technical ability, so it's complicated.
Okay.
So here we come to weight to be given to anticipated uses under the district plan. Here you're not just considering objectives and policies as you are under the section 104D test, you're considering all the provisions. this is where the control activity status can come into your thinking. Well, just to step away from my submission, what I've done in this part of submitting the twofold. First of all, and this is in response to the shared questions yesterday, about why or rather what degree is the proposal non-complying.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but it's also to do with how much weight you place on the rules on that site compared to all of the other objectives and policies.
Right.
Because I say that those rules pull in a different direction. And this is where we get to the old plan and whether it gives effect to overall planning and section 16, so on and so forth. I wonder, do you want me to read through this bit, or do you want me to just, now that I've set up the conceptual framework for that, do you want me to go through it? Yeah, very conscious of time.
Look, I think you can. We'll take a break after you've done this, but if I find a place where I think you can move on, I'll tell you. But I think it would be useful to go through it at this stage. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So in relation to the control activity classification, I talk at 133. I say the significant extent to which the proposal is contrary to what the plan contemplates in terms of type of form of development location is relevant and should consider later in the decision. So rather than saying some activities allowed here, that helps us, I'm saying, well, actually, look at what the community is sanctioned here. You are so far away from that.
Well,
that it's not helpful.
Yeah, we had a plan put in front of us today with quite a number of allotments on it, and that is apparently a development that complies with the relevant standards. It would still be a controlled activity, and I think I made the point that it may a consented development may not result in so many lots. That could be argued that is what the community anticipates on the site based on the standards. So did you have any comment on that?
Two things.
Yeah.
That's why the conservation equivalent comes in.
Right.
But also, if you have a look at my appendices, what I've done, and this was really to help me get some understanding about where the lots are and how compliant they are. I've included a table in relation to every single one of those lots. I'll leave you to have a look at it. But really, it sets out, which lot, is it within the development area or not, outside, is it inside or outside the conservation covenant, and does it comply with other Rural 2 standards?
Is that appendix, it's not attached to this, is that something?
It's in the appendices that hopefully Taryn has given to everyone.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
That's fine, okay.
Yeah.
Already.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's all right.
It's certainly been in the midnight oil.
I know, I might start gargling.
But no, look, please, Karen, it is very useful to us.
So what it's sort of showing, and I'll move on. 138. From the plan, from that table that I prepared for you, we can see that of the 30 allotments proposed for private use, only 6 are fully within the Rural 2 development area and outside the area protected by the conservation covenant. And of those 6 allotments, none comply with all of the applicable standards for development of the Rural 2 zone. Largely, as the chair rightly identified yesterday, because of the allotments being such small size. And Ms Williams can talk to this if it's relevant, but of course, we still have the control standards there in relation to, as the chair has identified, where they're placed and the number of
so that
houses,
just to be clear, that map you've produced there is looking at the development as a lot, the development in front of us now.
Yes.
Not the map that Mr. God, I almost forgot your name, sir. The planner, Mr. Brown.
Right.
Mr. Brown produced today. That was a conceptual development which showed a different development. So I understand the point you're making. That's applying that leans to the current proposal.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Not special.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. At the point, and again, I don't apologize, I don't put this in my, don't put this in my submissions, because I'm responding.
No,
Discussions come up.
sure, okay,
But this idea about frustrating the consent with
Yes.
controlled activities, I completely take the shared point.
yeah,
You know, but we think about that concept when there's an integrated proposal, and if you were to, you know, that where you couldn't carve off part of the project, when you've got multiple subdivisions, then yes, you could have.
that's correct. You could technically have an approval just for one lot. But then the question would be, is that reasonable? But certainly somewhere between 1 and 18 or whatever it might be. But yeah, I take that point.
Thank you. So just to conclude there at 140, I repeat the point, totally contradictory all the provisions, which give effect to the relevant objectives and policies in the district plan.
Right.
And in relation to 141B, I conclude obviously the proposal does not agree with the plan framework.
Yeah.
Carry on, sir.
No, that's fine. I'm just reading 139. There's some interesting points in there too, but I'll come back. You can move on if you wish. Yep.
So moving on to 141C, any other matter that the consent authority considers relevant and reasonably necessary. I set out a legal test in 142. It's a wide discretion. The only factor on your discretion is that it must not be exercised for a purpose in pursuit of a policy extraneous and contrary to the Act. My submission is that conservation covenant can be considered under 141C but we can legally considered and is found relevant to the decision.
Right.
So 144.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
The applicant's legal submission that the conservation covenant is irrelevant to the decision because, and I quote, land covenants and private arrangements, and considering it under 141C will be contrary to established principles, is incorrect for two reasons. First, the categorisation of the conservation covenant as a private arrangement is reductionist. It misconstrues the nature of covenants in general, and the conservation covenant in particular. Covenants are diverse. They include agreements, contracts, deeds, grants, memorandum that create legal or equitable rights in relation to land. They may be created in equity, the common law, through various statutes. They are created by many different bodies for different purposes. Some may be created between private individuals for the benefit of discrete private property interests. Others, such as this one, may be created through statute for the benefit of the public. The conservation covenant in this matter was created pursuant to Section 7 of the Reserves Act 1977 to protect the values of property for the benefit of the public. Section 77, subsection 1 of that Act empowers the Minister of Conservation to enter into the covenant to enable land to be managed so as to preserve the natural environment or landscape amenity, wildlife, etc. Historic value.
Actually, I think you can probably not need to read through the next one part of that. I've just read ahead and I'm sure our panel understands that point. So if you don't mind, we'll move through to well, actually, there's a few pages to come, isn't there, actually, on that? Yeah, 150. Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, coastal.
Confirms the covenant can be considered under section 140,
Yeah.
even if contrary to my submission is categorised as a private under arrangement.
Right.
Thank you, indicated.
Yeah.
Don't need to address you all.
No, that's right.
Congreve is the case on Big River Paradise. The High Court summarised the relevant case law and stated private property rights can take into account to the extent those rights are relevant and reasonably necessary for purposes of resolving an issue. That was a covenant case.
Right.
Deegan, the Environment Court, has confirmed that.
Right.
The RMA does not exist in a vacuum, so on and so forth.
Yes.
So the applicant's submission that lays weight on the covenant and to interpret its meaning and effect will be contrary to established principles and under section 104 of the Act is legally incorrect. You can't legally remove it,
Yeah.
but you can take it into account and you can interpret it.
Yes. Okay.
I do want to make this point at 157.
Sure.
Because it's the only legal argument that the council of the applicant uses against this point, so I think I need to address it.
Okay, sure.
Council of the applicant relies upon the action for the environment case, the Wellington Barrington case. Council includes a quote from that case to make a point. Problem is that the quote is incomplete. It omits a critical footnote that actually references the High Court case the Environment Court relies on, and it omits critical words. The correct quote is as follows, and these are the words that are missed from the quote, as both the Council on Wellington Badminton argued. So those words are omitted from the quote that you've been given, as is Spring's promotion. And Spring's promotion addresses this idea of the Act providing a code. This is important for my submissions in relation to how the conservation covenant fits within the district plan. Key elements in determining, this is the important quote that was missed. Key elements in determining whether the Act provides a complete code on any specific topic are the extent of detail in the relevant provisions, whether the provisions expressly or impliedly leave open the possibility of the application of law from other sources, whether the other statutory provisions, common law rules bear on the issue, whether there are any other indicators of statutory intent. In the end, it's a matter of statutory construction. So the authority, and this is the point, the authority that the applicant legal counsel used to make the point, you ignore the conservation, doesn't actually support the legal submission, it supports the Director General's submission.
Yeah. Okay.
So legally, you can take into account how much weight should you give it.
Yeah,
The next question.
what my question is if we agree with you that it should be given weight, how does that affect our decision making? Because the applicant's case is that they're replicating or duplicating the provisions in that covenant anyway, in terms of the agreements and conditions of consent and everything else.
Because it goes back to the robustness point that I made earlier.
Goes back to what, sorry?
The robustness.
Oh, robustness.
Well, it goes back to 2 points, the layering point, that's an artifice,
Oh, for Lauren.
you can't do it,
Yeah.
and the robustness. Legal robustness.
You just take us through that.
Yeah.
It's, as I said, if we give it significant weight because it's there, it imposes controls on development, which Department of Conservation would have some say in what happens on that land. But the applicants, as I understand it, their cases are providing an additional level of control on that land anyway. So you used it. It's not belts and braces, but it's another term you used. Double whammy. That's it. Yeah. So if we do give it significant weight, how should that affect our exercise of our judgment overall?
You can't build on the conservation.
You can't build. So we should assume that no, can't be built upon. Is DOC basically predetermining an application, or is DOC saying right now that we will not allow development on that land?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying two things. I'm saying legally, it is very, very difficult to remove that conservation covenant. That's why I went through the robustness.
Yes, that's right. Oh, well,
There
it
is
is.
no legal mechanism. No, there is no explicit statutory mechanism.
Yeah.
Right, what we have to do is reverse engineer section 77. And if there are still values on site, what we have to, sort of going into sort of legal advice, what we'd have to do is be cognizant of the fact that we would be at significant risk of judicial review.
So who's proposing to remove it though? We can't do that, and the applicant's not going to remove it. So why is that even an issue for us?
Because you can't build on it.
You can't build on it.
You can't.
Oh, you can't build. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, yeah. Oh, I see. So you're talking about the buildings, not the effects of the development. It's the buildings themselves.
You can't
Okay.
undertake this proposal on conservation covenants at legal stands.
And two of those sites are on. I think it's only two, isn't it? They're on. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, there's more than that.
And I think it's really important to be clear what the proposal is,
Yeah.
what we had before, we're working.
And I think they're online. Sorry, yeah, what is
The
the,
proposal was changed this morning.
I was looking at the dotted line here, but that's the,
Well, conservation inspector.
okay. Yeah, so the covenant as it stands says you cannot build on that land. Well, yeah, that's a fact, and we can't change that.
No, that's right,
No,
but the conservation covenant,
yeah,
I would say, acts as an overlay in the district plan. I'll
I see.
explain why. that
Okay.
is.
all right.
And that's the point,
But I'm
that I'm getting to.
I'm still trying to understand why we wouldn't give it weight. I mean, it's there, isn't it? How could we ignore it? You know, is that the legal submission of the applicant that because it's a private covenant, we're saying it's a private covenant? Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And you're going to pains to explain how it's different to a private covenant. Okay. All right.
In terms of what is within, which lots are within the covenant, that's why I'm on the table.
Yeah, that's right. And I haven't come to that yet. Sorry. Okay.
All right, so weight, and this is how it is incorporated into the district plan in my submission.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so, I say it should be given significant weight in the section 104 analysis, section 104.1b analysis, and section 104.1c actually. 2 reasons. Firstly, returning to first principles. Plans contain objectives, policies, and methods to give effect to those objectives and policies. Rules are one type of method, but there are many additional valid methods, and you know, I note that district plan rules are actually optional under the RMA. It's quite clear that when the wider context of the plan is taken into account, that conservation covenants are seen as acting in lieu of rules in the district plan. Ms Williams addresses this comprehensively in her evidence. Mr Brown also accepts that. My footnote is the point where he accepts it. So I invite the panel to closely read methods of implementation in the plan at 4.52 revenue was 4 and 4.67 that make it eminently clear that the plan relies on the conservation covenant to protect section 6C values. Further, the conservation covenant must be acting in lieu of rules, because if it were not, the plan would be inadequate and contrary to section 30 and section 6 of the RMA. The objectives and policies of the plan itself, boards, reports, and the MPSIB. The Environment Court struck down rules exempting general indigenous vegetation clearance provisions for land that have been freeholded under Part 2 of the Crown Pastoral Land Act in the Waitaki District Plan. For these exact reasons, accepting that the Conservation Covenant acts as a valid method to give effect to the objectives and policies of the plan remedies this omission to some extent. And I've given you another case there, an analogous case, where management plans were recognised under the Reserves Act, were recognised as a relevant method for land management. In my submission, rather than being no legal constraints on vegetation clearance on the covenanted area of the plan, as per the exception, the Conservation Covenant sets the management regime in accordance with the law. Secondly, the Conservation Covenant has a clear purpose and objectives that align with the RMA, align with the objectives and policies of the plan and all higher order planning instruments. It also helps support one of the priorities in the statement of national priorities and facilitates humanitarian filing. The explicit objective of the Bendigo Conservation Covenant in recital C is that and I'm talking about this is the legal framework here, and this has not been referenced in this hearing. It's quite a notable omission in this hearing today. The explicit objective is that the land be managed to protect and enhance the natural character of the land, with particular regard to the natural functioning of ecosystems and to native flora and fauna in their diverse communities, dynamic interrelationships, their earth substrate, water forces, and atmosphere. The objective is to protect the land as an area representative of a significant part of the ecological character of the Dunstan ED. It is to maintain the landscape values, and it is to maintain the historic values of the land. The covenant explicitly states that the land shall be managed for the purposes and objectives listed in the recycling scheme. That's the sort of core point of the covenant. Thus, the responsibility placed on the parties of the covenant and what it requires Spain to do is clear and explicit. For completeness, I note the covenant includes additional particularised conditions that actually place obligations on pest and weed management on the landowners and so on and so forth. However, it is incorrect to confine the legal effect of the conservation covenant to particularised conditions. To date, and prior to the filing of the applicant's legal submission on the 26th of July, there have been no questions as to how that covenant is to be interpreted and managed. The fact that the values thought to be protected, enhanced and maintained have in fact been protected, enhanced and maintained demonstrates that the covenant has been managed in accordance with its clear objectives. The applicant's legal submission suggests that no weight should be placed on the conservation covenant because of its age, ambiguity, and really an uncertain purpose. There is in my submission no basis to find that the covenant is ambiguous or uncertain. In contrast, the covenant was entered into in perpetuity and for the last quarter of a century has achieved its purpose. Moving on to the last two matters, we're almost there.
Okay.
Section 141C, setting the precedent. Precedent effect can be considered under section 141C. Precedent effect requires that like cases be treated alike. Important principle of the rule of law and administrative justice, encompassing the principle of legitimate expectations, ensuring that justice is to be done. Director General is concerned that this application may well set a precedent in two ways. One, the manner in which the panel approaches the determination. So this goes back to my initial submissions about 146. If you determine to decide the application without adequate evidence as to baseline, and two, if the application is consented to. And then 172, I explain the precedent effect. The precedent effect does not require proposals to be factually identical, an impossible test, but rather works by establishing a framework for comparison. If the current application is consented to, the comparative framework will be as follows. Site is at Ellen Park. Site is significant natural area. Site is a part critically endangered land environment. Activity is non-complying. Adverse effects on threatened and at-risk species are left unremediated. If the panel consents to this application, that is the precedent framework and low bars that risks being established.
Just before we move on, it's more like the last bullet point. I'm sure if consent was granted, the decision wouldn't say that the at-risk species are left unremediated. Would it? It would have to. I'm pretty sure that would not be a conclusion of the panel, because that would be a reason to turn it down, would it not?
It absolutely would be, and that's why that's make my point.
Right.
Then you get to whether the offsetting can replicate those ecological communities and those threatened and at-risk plants, and that's when I see you in Mr. Harding's
Okay, and there was also the evidence given by Mr. Brown that there are, there's some special characteristics on the site, but that's a matter for planning evidence, I guess, isn't it? But that would be, to complete the list, that would probably be another bullet point that would be added. Just for
as alternative, clause 1B of Schedule 4 requires an assessment of effects to include a description of any possible alternative locations for undertaking an activity where the activity would result in any significant adverse effects on the environment. Then it'd be clear that this is going to impact Section 6 matters. Case law is clear that when there are effects on Section 6 matters, alternatives should be presented, and I include the High Court quote there from Network Services. No alternatives have been presented that would avoid effects on Section 6 matters. May not be possible, as Mr. Beale's evidence speaking notes that I've made clear this morning, which is even more reason to decline consent. Then finally, conditions, Section 108. The offset and compensation area is situated off-site from land with conservation covenant on it. As Ms. Williams notes, the applicant will likely need to obtain the consent of the Minister of Conservation and planting large areas of the site. Imposing conditions that require the consent of third parties in the absence of that consent is likely to require it. I can't take that point any further at this stage because there's not been an application. the experts, and then finally in relation to the draft conditions we've received, as I say, just before lunch, we haven't been able to comment on those. The experts would be able to comment on the proposed conditions once finalised, but the panel will find that helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your patience in letting me go through those. I know it's taken a long time, but you know, I started off saying that there are also tricky legal issues in this case, and they needed to be addressed.
No, look, that's fine, and judging by my questions, it's clear that I didn't fully understand the principles, so thank you for helping with that. Certainly in your submission, there's alternative submissions as well. I had just another couple of minor questions, I guess. The conservation covenant, is that shown in any way in the district plan? It's not on that concept plan, I don't think, is it? Just
the problem with the plan.
Yeah, because if it's relying on these things and then doesn't show them, it makes it difficult.
Well, it doesn't. It hasn't got overlays. It's not a modern plan. You know, we.
Oh, no.
You know, if we think about.
you can't click on.
We'd be able to see all of those overlays. You can't see it.
Can't click on the
But
overlay.
it's quite clear when you could read the text that it's a method that is being used to address section 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then finally, in relation to that last point about alternatives, I'm just wondering, the way that clause is interpreted, that where there's significant effects on the environment, to include a description of any possible alternative locations or methods, is it sufficient for an applicant to say that there are no alternatives and that's all that needs to be said about it? Or is there an obligation to do a robust assessment of potential alternatives in this case?
Okay, slowly put it in my head.
No, okay, that's fine. But
Certainly.
it appears there hasn't been an assessment of effects done that I can see, but of alternative locations or methods. But I'm just interested in how important that might be legally. All right, look, we're going to. Okay, I know this took some time, and we'll take a break. I'm just wondering, are there any other submitters who want to go ahead? I know we're going to try and finish today, and we will finish today with the submissions. But in terms of the batting order, we're just going to proceed with your witnesses. Yeah.
Yes.
And it might be that we don't have quite so many questions, because I think we've been exploring some of these concepts, and I know I had a lot of questions written down, but I may not need to ask them all.
Yes, I would like to go first.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, look, we'll take a brief break. I heard that Mr. Sol would like to go next if he can, but Mr. Sol, yeah. And look, we're just going to take a brief break, and I'll just ask whether, I'm just not sure how long it's going to take. I don't think we have a lot of questions for you, so would that be amenable? You'd be amenable to Mr. Sol going next? Okay. But we'll just take a short break. 12 and a half minutes. We'll come back at quarter past 3.
That's an easy time to get the coffee shop.
Yes.
I apply a heritage landscape approach, and I undertake this informed by big field desktop research using GIS spatial data. And I consider our natural historic biodiversity and paleontological discoveries as part of the heritage landscape. So I take a landscape approach, and I've been employed in DOC as Program Manager in Recreation, Heritage and Community Relations. I'm also a keen botanist and advocate for Central Otago's rare and endangered ecosystems, having participated in rare plant surveys and resurveys. And as I stated, I submit on behalf of Central Otago Environmental Society. One thing I would like to point out is this proposal that had, and the like, have continued to face under the Growth Commission, very dated 16-year-old district plan established in 1998 and operational since 2008. I was frustrated that the issues responsible for environmental decline and extinction have been well known for the last few decades, and we are aware of no baseline biodiversity inventory or any active monitoring or advocacy for Central Otago's rare and endangered flora or their associated ecosystems outside of the conservation state. And I'd have to say personally, I've witnessed such significant loss because the values outside of the conservation states with the tenure review were very much focused on a high country where, in terms of Central Otago, is rare and endangered flora and fauna. It's actually on the valley floor and valley walls, and we have just lost so much in the last 20 or 30 years. And I've personally seen these species gone, previously surveyed them, and now resurveyed them, and they're no longer there.
Okay.
So that is a really, really sad indictment on our stewardship, because Central Otago is truly distinctive. We are a world of difference. We are a semi-arid landscape, and we don't have that anywhere else in New Zealand. And some of the flora and fauna here is absolutely unique to Central Otago. It does not exist anywhere else on the planet. Observations of COVC rural lifestyle subdivision policy objectives and rules with subsequent re-subdivision show that each iteration assessed as minor in effect is driving a legacy effect to the death by 1,000 cuts to our inherent natural values. And I'll go on and make a number of points specific to the application, the applicant. And one point I made with the conservation covenant, and I understand it's probably difficult, and having listening to the legal submission, it's probably unnecessary, but yeah, it's this risk of subdivision on these conservation covenants, but it sounds like they may be inappropriate. Also, really concerned point 17 about the questionable and unproven biodiversity compensation measures, focusing on individual plant communities rather than an ecosystem approach. And also, I criticise the bias of the assessment towards a Kanuka climate population and the degree of diligence with the spring annual and saline surveys. I don't actually believe our landscape and that Kanuka landscape does actually contain, and I believe into the future, we'll still have climates. It will be Kanuka dominated, but the topography and the underlying geology will mean these saline and spring areas will actually stay. It's a mosaic rather than a homogeneous Kanuka landscape. I also am concerned about the fire risk. It certainly focuses on our residential and accommodation values. It doesn't actually recognise the risk to the wider area, and that will be exacerbated by this proposal. And I also feel the community benefit of some employment is inconsiderate to the impacts on the rare and significant biodiversity and landscape value. And just reinforce the absence of the application of a precautionary approach with such rare and significant ecological systems as required by the National Policy Statement Indigenous Biodiversity. Also, just make the point that these are high public and tourist use areas with locally inherent values to the wine industry, and locals appreciated for their high landscape and recreational values, which incorporates the natural character, including both biophysical and experiential dimensions, both of which typically have visual dimensions. And I feel that in the landscape assessment, it hasn't been enough weight hasn't been put in on the use of the actual lake by recreational activities. I actually fish on the lake and kayak on the lake. And once you're out on that lake, that backdrop is just there, hits you in the face. And what we do on it will be very, very visible. And just reinforcing that point that it comprises of intact indigenous semi-arid dryland biodiversity systems that are governed by topography aspect and soil geology in among the shrubland systems right up to the alpine system. And that's a really significant feature of this landscape that we've got very few of any others, where we've got a whole intact ecological sequence from the lakeshore right up to the summit. And if you want to see a really great example of the regeneration, there's now a very graphic fence line effect up on the summit, where you see the conservation fence line boundary and then the covenant area below that allows grazing to continue. So there's a very, very good boundary effects of conservation with and without stock. And I feel that's one thing that hasn't been assessed or reviewed, and as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're planning to take grazing out of this with this development, and that will have some ecological effects, both in terms of fire behaviour, but also the ecology and going into the future. And for me, that hasn't been canvassed that I'm aware of. More than 70% of our drylands are now lost, and only 3% are legally protected, and that's based on the .3 site drylands. With the introduction of the obvious modern sequences of complex and associated infrastructure to this historic and highly significant natural setting is more than a minor adverse offence. Yeah, when viewed from State Highway 8 and State Highway 6, Rocky Point forms part of the Dunstan Main Mountains western faces. It forms a smooth, folded, broad layer with incised deep fissured gullies and uneven exposed schist layer within it in a clotted, along with some remnant glaciation features, which feature some impressive buttresses and board, which affords a distinctive sense of naturalness, which is unique to Central Otago and is a real key feature of its rural difference. There is a landscape, no other landscape like it. And the level of modification and human footprint proposed for this area by the application and the area's O&L classification under the district plan are incongruous and incompatible. Yeah, the placement of worker, tourist accommodation and community buildings among such an outstanding landscape And this SMA suite of ecological systems appears insensitive in terms of natural character, landscape, visual effects, and ongoing stewardship of rare and endangered ecological systems. I do have concerns over the degree of diligence with the ecological assessment, including the distinctive Otago dryland values, spring annuals, ephemeral areas and saline series. And I do give a list of some avoidance and offsetting reference of the point to the significance of what we're dealing with, and also patterns of decline and local extinctions of endemic inland Lepidian species, which I was involved in a small part with doing, but it has clearly shown that increasing land use intensification and irrigation is actually leading to the loss of these species in our landscape, and this has occurred in the last 30 years. So that's documented evidence of the decline of species unique to Central Otago. I'm also, as speaking in my archaeological capacity, as revealed by DOC Senior Heritage Advisor Dr. Matthew Smith, the heritage assessment has been shown to be inadequate in its scope, with new additional sites found and inadequate interpretations of the sites, features found and their association as components of a complete heritage system. So what Matt has found is a water collection system, storage, delivery to a set of gold workings. And what's missing is the contents and relationship of this system to the wider Bendigo complex. And I'm of the view that there's likely to be minor occupation and further artefact discovery if there was a more detailed proper survey on foot. Also, I'm concerned at the absence of any mana for newer archaeology. There are known sites in the vicinity. Site G4153 was a finding of a canoe paddle, and that is now in the Central Otago Museum, and that was found in this locality. So there's definitely, and that seems to be completely absent in this recognition of that in this assessment. Also, I'm concerned about the lack of archaeological survey or assessment of the proposed effects from the proposed recreational track network. And that's raised the importance given the fact that we found new sites by using a foot survey as opposed to reliance on spatial data as a core, which is only a coarse indication of heritage features and questionable in terms of survey adequacy. And COES would like to endorse Cape Water's table medicines Dilucus's submission and the DOC submissions, and also the Kaitahi submission from Makaha. And we certainly think that the application is declined. If the development goes ahead, the covenant instruments need to be established at the start of the development and should include remedial weed and pest control, and a bond paid to cover the risks associated with the biodiversity compensation measures. And also, as I mentioned earlier, that need to consider the effects on the biodiversity change and virus with the proposed withdrawal from stocking. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Soldier. You've covered a lot of things, and we thank you for the work you put into preparing the statement. You've clearly got a lot of experience in these areas. Look, I only have one question, and I'll hand over to my commissioners. Do you have any comment about the what they call the development zone, the recreation zone that's marked as an island, I guess, within the ONL on the site, and
Yes.
it's got quite some history. We haven't quite nailed it down completely, but we understand it. And it would allow for some form of development within the perimeter of that area through a consent process. Have you got any sort of, does that affect your overall view of the proposal, do you think? It's acknowledging it goes beyond that boundary.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But that was way back in the Vincent County Council days.
Yes, yeah,
And that's long gone,
okay,
and it was pre the RMA.
Right.
I believe that any decision to permit that would have been in the absence of any decent ecological knowledge, and certainly would have been our understanding and value of landscape and the world of difference would have been non-existent way back then. So I think it's a very
you think we shouldn't rely too much on that, is that what it's?
well, I've been surprised that you put that much weight. It's
Okay. No, that's good, that just rounds out your.
change.
All right, I'll just see if my fellow commissioners any questions. No, you've been very clear, and thank you again for presenting this to us. Appreciate that. Thanks for that. Well, I'll go back to.
So, Elizabeth,
Yeah,
she has prepared a summary
I,
that he's already able to report.
that's
That
right.
one.
Have you got one?
And so I gave that to you. That was the third. It's the thinnest
Oh, you
that you
did.
just got before.
Yes, okay. Okay, who's going next? Oh, this one. Yeah. Kia ora, welcome to the hearing, Dr. Schmidt.
Very much.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just do my because I'm ready. I'll edit a few bits based on let's see that.
Okay,
The aquatic system incorrectly identifies site origins, function and data three of the applicant site recording. Three further aquatical features and site from the property were found by measuring field work on the 14th of October 2024, which are directly related to the four sites recorded in the aquatic segment.
okay, yeah.
These sites should have been found, so it's accessible even with the vegetation growth on the property. I'd like to bring your attention to my map 1 and my appendices, and I showed my transit line of how I done the survey, respective of the future shot.
Which one? Yep.
That's how you do an aquatic survey. Yeah, it has to be thorough, it has to be full, because the landscape you're looking at in terms of the archaeology, and you need to make it clear that you're looking for Maori, Pākehā, Chinese sites of the end. The complex of related water races and reservoirs now identified as significant historic features, likely related to the early and short-lived 1860s gold rush to rocky points and indigo. I think it's important in terms of the reservoirs to understand how reservoirs are built. It's reason because not all archaeological sites are pretty.
Right.
And some people look at significance of chance it has that heritage sites, but
Right.
you need to understand when you look at the sites here from the gold rush period, what we're left with for the reservoirs is actually really good condition, 160-year-old reservoirs. These reservoirs were built with shovels and picks, stuff like that, and they literally heat earth to create these mountain-like big sausages. They were never high because they weren't stable enough. They were there to create pond water where you create your get water to your mining. So what you see today wouldn't be too much bigger than what you would expect after they walked off that site. Okay. The other point I'd like to make is, as Mr. Jennings mentions, the ARC site has a record of 550 reservoirs, which sort of alludes that are common and not common. That information is taken from ARC site. I was with the team that created ARC site. I launched in 2009. The record of reservoirs, the number of things you need to remember with it. The records here date from the 1960s up until the present day. And so in Otago, there are lots of very effective reservoirs, and they can be industrial, they can be related to hydroelectricity, they can be related to drinking water supplies, and then this not gold mining. They also date from the periods of around 1860s up to the early 20th century, so a huge time period to do with those as well. Also, the sites that reported Central Otago, dozens and dozens of them, it's a hundred, but because of Lake Dunstan, a lot of those features got destroyed through the Cooper development project. So once you start looking at those bits of data, you then find out that reservoirs aren't that common from this period. They're quite recent. Okay, Jill Campbell refers to that in her archaeology of Otago text from 2000. I'm uncertain how all the new archaeological features will be affected by the proposed development. As more details required to ascertain where infrastructure services, tracks, etc. will go. Proposed recreational track network is not archaeologically assessed in the field as part of Dr. Jennings' archaeological assessment. The new archaeological features are present in development lots and currently right on the boundary of the access from Bendigo Loop Road, so it could be affected by development. These sites are related to the three sites which will be affected by the proposed development, these being the reservoirs 771, 773, 771's the one on the terrace, the other one's the one more of the flat area, and gold mining sites 774. This identification, the increased interpretation of history of archaeological sites and condition in the archaeological assessment, together with the absence of the newly recorded archaeological sites, has meant the CODC planner has been presented with incorrect information on the heritage on the property. It's hard to judge what to do with heritage if you don't understand it. Neither the archaeological assessment nor the later archaeological statements provide rigorous recommendations on the management of the archaeological heritage values present for RMA purposes. All options for the management of the archaeology present should have been tabled and presented for consideration, including the option of avoidance. There are fundamental issues with the way the archaeology is supposed to be managed, in particular that preserving an archaeological site can be achieved through recording it during its destruction. That's not currently accepted method. I also note the applicant's archaeological assessment statements that even focus more on what is required under the Heritage New Zealand Tom Act 2014 to be able to modify or destroy various sites that are proposing best practice management options under the RMA. There is a simple alternative to destroying the archaeological property avoided. Given this is a big property, that option may be possible. However, no alternative proposals have been provided that would avoid effects on significant heritage. In my opinion, the current proposal would lead to more minor effects in the archaeology heritage present and remove really significant area aspect of early gold mining history from Rocky Point and the wider Lake Winston landscape.
Thank you very much for that very succinct summary, and thank you very much for presenting your attachments with all the photographs, which are very useful. And can I just ask, how long were you up on the site for when you did this? Took these photographs?
Oh, just the day you were from the and so looked around pretty quickly, and I think there's more on property.
Yeah, that's seems to have achieved quite a lot in one day. So well done.
You know what you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I was just going to ask one question about the your point about photographing and making a photographic record is not protecting. And I'm just going to ask you, at what point is it acceptable to take photographs? Because I know that does happen with some heritage features. At what point do we get to before that is appropriate?
It gets to the point where something is really, really unavoidable, or you look at all the options.
Right.
That even applies to scientific archaeology, because you only excavate an archaeological site if you really need to for current archaeology.
Okay.
It's not like the time thing, but it's when you have a question you want to go and answer it. It's actually about when you excavate something like that, you're actually destroying it, but in a systematic manner. So modern heritage management is avoid and manage in situ.
Yeah.
And that's it's a really important aspect, because if you all you see is destroying something, is recording something, you end up with no tangible cultural heritage at all.
Yeah.
It's just a digital record.
And were you surprised that these items aren't listed in the district plan, or is that a feature of the plan being quite sort of dated and hasn't been updated? Or? Yeah. Sorry, I put words in your mouth there, but we're certainly hearing that in a lot of instances.
There's a lot of archaeology that's not recorded.
Yeah.
And that's just the nature of
right.
nature. But we do have a really good handle of what's going on in the Cooper Valley.
Yeah.
just through the number of surveys over the years. And so we now have a good grasp on what's rare
Yeah.
and what's significant.
Yeah, and finally, I was just going to, that's why I asked you the question about how long you're up there. I'm just trying to understand how long it might take or how much work could be involved in doing what you would consider a proper survey of the site for archaeological features. We've heard that some items might be covered by vegetation and it might be difficult, but just trying to get an understanding of how much work is it that you would recommend is done.
I would have daily spent probably a day and a half on there, maybe 2 days, because what I wanted to do is to go further downhill and see where the related gold mining areas were. So probably 2 days.
You're saying about 2 days by a skilled person would do a reasonable survey?
Yeah, because you have to understand the actual related aspects of the landscape.
Right.
And you can see from my survey, I went for broke around here, but I would have gone further down.
Okay.
And done more.
Thank you. Look, I've got no further questions. I'll just see if the panel do any questions.
You're uncertain about how the actual proposed development will directly affect some of these features. So that would require, as our chair is indicating, some further work up there in relation to what the applicant is proposing to do in detail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are these features, how do I say this? We've got a lot of this in Central Otago because are some features more important than others, or because they're all old and associated with gold mining, they have equal importance?
Yeah, this is particularly early, and it's the related systems are important to retain as they are. Because what happens is something that happened with the gold rush period, later gold mining destroyed them. And then so did pastoral activities. So to find a system where you've actually got the water system preserved with the reservoirs and that is actually pretty rare now. You have disjointed bits and pieces of mining all over Central Otago now. And for example, at Northburn, where you could see those reservoirs survived all those years, just gone. So the Northburn tailings is beautiful, but it's not the whole system. And so you lose that connectivity of the landscape of where people went.
But you don't want a sympathetic developer could use these as features and incorporate it into some future development. There'll be treated as an asset as opposed to a liability.
Absolutely. When I was at Heritage New Zealand as the senior archaeologist, I worked with a lot of developers. And the key aim of I used to go on site, not just the consultant, I would go on site, and we would strive to incorporate heritage into developments to try and keep that. And one that ended up really well, for example, at Bob's Cove, is initially developed and do all this work and we ensure what heritage was there. We went in there and found the ruins of a hut, lime kilns. By chance, one of the potential purchasers was there, and they were just super happy to have that sort of room there. They wanted that point of difference on development. And that's one thing people have to consider, is that you can incorporate the stuff and just make it part of the development.
Yeah, I think, just to be fair to the applicant, they are proposing, we heard today, and I'm not sure if you'll hear, but they're definitely proposing to reroute a road around one of the features and keep it in, possibly put some information plaques on it and so forth. But so just to acknowledge that the applicant is attempting to do that. So, and the other question I had was, and it's possibly for the applicant as well, but as I understand it, the roads are fairly well defined, but the services have also got some conditions as to where they can't go and so forth, or where the discharge points are. But it's possible that some of the infrastructure will be determined and designed later on down the track. So it might be difficult for yourself or another archaeologist to know precisely where things are going. And that's how I understand it, but I might be wrong. And so there's not a plan that shows all the services laid out, as I understand it.
When you do an archaeological assessment, you always take into account services.
Yes.
And you book up this one.
Yes.
And that's super common to do. Like for example, I used to do a lot of forestry companies,
Yeah.
When the survey was done, they put the plantings and actually throw buffers around you, and then you had to work around that.
Right, I see.
No different from subdivision.
Yeah, I see.
And that's why the forest survey is so important.
I see. So yeah, so you survey the whole site and then from that it helps determine where the services go rather than the other way around. Okay.
Yeah, and just one comment, accident discoveries do not work when you don't have a full survey.
Okay.
The term accidental is exactly that.
Yes, that's a catch-all thing. It's a last line of defence.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay. All right, look, that's fine. No questions here. Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Thank you very much. Right.
Good, good day.
Viewers.
Yeah, my name's Richard Newman, I'm a technical advisor ecology at the Department of Conservation, and I'll just run through my evidence. I'll quickly go through my executive summary, starting with paragraph 23.
Sure.
Then I've got a couple of extra notes here. That's some of the things we've heard for the last couple of days.
Sure.
We just want to focus on a couple of key things around offsetting in those notes.
Sure.
So the development area is agreed by all parties to be the significant natural area, the SNA. It's not scheduled in the district plan, but it's not disputed that it meets the SNA criteria, the SOD and other instruments. Most of the property, including the development area, easily meets the applicable statutory criteria for SNAs, but supporting Indigenous vegetation with good populations, multiple threatened and at-risk flora species, and Indigenous vegetation types and ecosystems that have historically experienced and are still experiencing substantial and ongoing loss and degradation through development. The proposal will destroy multiple populations of several nationally threatened and at-risk plant species that are unaccounted for in the ecological impact assessment, with no matching mitigation. Some of these populations are regionally significant and collectively with the adjoining habitat are nationally significant. This destruction represents an irreversible loss of significant Indigenous biodiversity. The proposal will result in permanent removal of around 4 hectares of Indigenous cushion field, an ecosystem that has been severely impacted in central Otago by irrigation, subdivision, and viticulture developments, and which is dominated by an at-risk plant species. There is no proposal to restore an equivalent area of this ecosystem, nor is it feasible to do so. This removal represents an irreversible loss of at-risk Indigenous biodiversity of an already much reduced Indigenous ecosystem type. It is agreed that broadly the vegetation on the property could slowly transition to a more woody dominated ecosystem, dominated by carbon. That may result in the replacement of some Indigenous cushion field in the medium to long term, possibly 50 to 100 years. However, in my opinion, this potential future transition does not justify the proposal to offset the loss of Indigenous cushion field, supporting threatened and at-risk plant species with woody revegetation plantings dominated by common species. This proposal is predicated on simplistic linear predictions of future site state, overestimates the rate of change and establishment of a climax woody community, and does not meet statutory principles for us. The ecological impact assessment survey effort has not been directed to where it is most obviously required. Only affected areas within the development area. So the close assessment of the area that will be cleared. The ecological impact assessment is deficient in this regard and explicitly missing obvious multiple populations and occurrences of threatened and at-risk plant species within the development areas, which were relatively easily found on doc surveys. In my opinion, there is a very high likelihood that substantially larger populations and a higher diversity of threatened and at-risk plants are present on the property and in the development areas. This makes the ecological impact assessment unreliable, and as a result, it is not possible to conduct a robust assessment of biodiversity values lost set against any mitigations, including offsetting. Even with the current substantial underestimate of Indigenous biodiversity values, the proposed mitigation, including offsetting, which in my opinion would be more appropriately categorised as compensation, do not result in the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity or a net biodiversity gain. The offsetting proposal does not adhere to statutory principles, and the model that underpins it cannot be relied upon because the ecological values inputted into it are so critically underestimated. The offset sites themselves may support threatened and at-risk plants, which could be destroyed by the offsetting and revegetation planting. Because the botanical survey information is unreliable in the ecological impact assessment, there can be no confidence that the offsetting sites have been adequately assessed. In my opinion, particularly due to incomplete information on biodiversity values, it is not possible to create and set conditions to adequately mitigate the residual adverse effects on Indigenous biodiversity of the full proposal. The residual adverse effects of this proposal on Indigenous biodiversity are clearly more than minor. However, some of the proposed lot in the northern and eastern parts of the property appear to support more highly modified Indigenous vegetation or exotic vegetation, where some Indigenous vegetation clearance may be of less concern. However, there is no evidence to date that these areas have been adequately assessed for ecological values within the development footprint. That's my executive summary.
Thank you. And there's some additional comments to make, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So I just really want to talk about two main concepts here. There's two really important concepts. First one is we really don't know the true value of the site ecologically. The work just hasn't been done to assess that comprehensively within the development area. So we really can't. The applicant assesses the site as a very high ecological value. I mean, that's as far as the category goes within the framework he's using. But we really don't understand the true diversity of threatened and at-risk plant species at that site. The second main concept is to understand that the offsetting plan, compensation plan, is to make up for the losses of threatened and at-risk plants with common plants. So we're moving from rare things to common things. And so you have to think about that in terms of is that an equivalence sort of concept? Is that the same biodiversity? So just narrowing down on a couple of points in terms of the underestimation of the biodiversity values in the development area. Reiterate, there's been multiple occurrences in populations of threatened at-risk plants that have been less than the development area. This means that the values and effects are critically underestimated, and the mitigation package, including offsetting, can't be relied on. So, we're not talking about missing one or two occurrences of one or two at-risk plants. We're talking about large populations of threatened plants, large populations of at-risk plants, and lots of different types of those things. So it's not a small, I'm not bringing this up as a small nitpicking issue. This is a large problem with the plant. The effects are substantially more than minor once accounting for all populations of threatened and at-risk plants. As we know them right now, there's probably a whole lot more on that site that we don't know about. I think just talking to a point that was raised yesterday around the difference in survey methodology being philosophical. It's not a philosophical concept. Best practice when you're doing ecological work is once you understand where the heavy impacts are going to be, that you focus on those sites and you document them really well, especially in a drylands environment where you know it's going to be threatened at-risk plants. So you have to pay close attention to those sites. And it's not a philosophical thing, that's a best practice. Moving into the mitigation package. So even with the current proposal and even with the current assessment of values, the effects are more than minor. Because the effects have been underestimated, there's disposal of fuels for wastewater, there's edge effects from eroding and the clearance for tutelage, there's clearance for fire risk. So there's evidence that's been presented around the fence standards for clearing woody vegetation, fire-prone vegetation around houses. We don't have a feel for whether that's all contained within the curtilage area. You can clear shrubs up to 30 metres out from your house sites within those fence guidelines. And some of those species, the carnica species, might be supporting the pygmy mistletoe species, which I mentioned in the ecological assessment. Another at-risk species, you don't have a feel for that impact at all. Key point is that the main areas supporting threatened and at-risk plants as we know them have not been awarded. Package relies, most of the mitigation package relies mostly on offsetting, which is not like for like, and is better described as compensation. Permitted baseline concept that's been talked about, that the site is on a trajectory of degradation. It's not obvious to me. Over the last 50 years, that site has turned from mostly non-woody into progression of woody vegetation, which is an ecological benefit according to everybody. And the spring annuals are likely to have increased under the last 50 years of farming around. So it's not immediately obvious to me that that site is on a downward trajectory ecologically. Sure, there's pests, sure, there's a few weeds, but it's actually in pretty good nick, considering the landscape context. And I don't see that it's going down. I'll preface this statement with I'm not an expert in this area of land management, but the permitted baseline that farming activities such as I was saying, top dressing, cultivation, viticultural, horticulture, will just be applied at that site. I think needs further scrutiny. But where most of the ecological values are, so around the covenant, in the covenant, doesn't appear to be particularly developable. A lot of that land you couldn't put these sorts of activities onto, or it wouldn't be worthwhile. So I just think that needs a little bit more thought. It's not just a blanket assumption that permitted baseline could be activated on that site, particularly where the ecological values are. But again, one expert. Around lots 22 to 30, which are the more northern and eastern lots, where the land ecological values appear to be of less concern at some of the areas. So the reason I talk about that is because, in my opinion, the permitted baseline concept of triggering farming activities that aren't in the subdivision near may not be that impactful, especially where most of the biodiversity values are. And therefore, the idea that protecting against that as a sizable contribution to the mitigation package may not be that bad. Especially when you think about that most of that area where the values are in and around the covenant is already protected by the covenant. So you can't activate those farming activities within that covenant without seeking permission from them. Last conflict, offsetting is inappropriate for pushing fuel and triggering the at-risk species. So the proposal, the offsetting proposal is not like for like, it's like for sunlight. I'm just going to talk to a couple of concepts that are defined in the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. It's the net gain, net biodiversity gain, requires like for like, which is defined in the NPSOV Appendix 6 as the degree of similarity in biodiversity values between impact and offset sites across the type of biodiversity, the amount of biodiversity, biodiversity condition, equivalence over time, and spatial context. Biodiversity offsets are designed to ensure biodiversity impacts are offset with biodiversity, and this is still a quote, that is very similar to the biodiversity that has been impacted and that has the same ecosystems, vegetation, habitats, and species, unquote. So that's directly from the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. That's what having a net gain means. It's what like for like means. In terms of this site, in terms of equivalence and like for like, the offset has a completely different composition and structure. So we're replacing a natural bush and field, admittedly been induced by farming activities over a long time, but it's got there itself, it hasn't been planted. So that's what I mean by natural. So we're replacing that bush and field community that supports lots of threatened and at-risk plants and populations. We're replacing that with a really high density planting of planted woody, shrubland and forest species, most of which are already common and not threatened by forest. So the planting density is 7,500 stems per hectare. And to make that real world, that's almost 1 by 1 metre. So you've got a plant there, a plant there. In a short amount of time, that's going to be an incredibly thick vegetation as it flushes through over time. Over several decades, it's going to be a really, really dense canopy. So nothing's going to be living over there for canopy. It's a really dense planted woody system, and that's what we're replacing. Offsetting and compensation like of this, where you replace rare stuff with common stuff, that exacerbates Indigenous biodiversity loss. Biodiversity is both the amount and extent of biodiversity of things, of natural things, and its structure and composition. So it's both of those things. It's not just, there's not just equivalence in terms of biodiversity. One species is not the same as another. Threatened and at-risk plant species should clearly have more focus and weight when we're considering these concepts. By definition, these are treated differently in common species. For example, in significance criteria. So that's a key concept. Another key concept in the NPSOB is irreplaceability. So that's one we've talked about in the evidence as well. So regionally significant populations of threatened and at-risk plants are irreplaceable, especially when considered collectively. So not just as individual populations, but collectively those populations. So irreplaceability is defined in the NPSOB Appendix 6 as a measure of the uniqueness, replaceability, and conservation value of biodiversity, and the degree to which biodiversity value of a given area adds to the value of an overall network. It carries on, but we'll end at the end. So this idea of replaceability. So the real world understanding of that is, can you put that somewhere else? And it's clear that we cannot replace this cushion field with another cushion field for all the threatened species within it somewhere else. That's not on the table. So that stuff isn't replaceable in that sense. Vulnerability is another one that's been talked about. It's a concept for offsetting. Cushion field is clearly vulnerable to development, as is illustrated by the surrounding areas of Bendigo and losses throughout lowland central Otago and into montane basins, Upper Clutha, Maunahia, Kia. Vulnerability is defined in the NPSOB Appendix 6 as an estimate of the degree of threat, destruction, or degradation that Indigenous biodiversity faces from change, land use, or development. So it's not, in the proposal, they talk about there being lots of cushion field in and around the area of Bendigo. So this little bit on Rocky Point, there's a whole lot else here. So if we lose that, it means that the cushion field itself is not vulnerable, because that's not what vulnerability means. It means you have to consider what else has been lost in the past into that concept and consider that in terms of vulnerability. And we've lost so much of that ecosystem in the last 30 years that it's clearly vulnerable. The last one is leakage. So that's one that Mr. Harding brings up in his evidence as well. So that's basically talking to, I mean, we're doing the offsetting at these other sites. We're going to be planting on top of threatened and at-risk species as well, which is a negative effect. So I'm not going to try and overplay that, but we know that there are threatened and at-risk species on the offset sites, and I don't believe they've been accounted for properly. So just finally here, using future site state predictions is not an appropriate basis for offsetting, especially when there's threatened species and at-risk species are involved. And it involves a high degree of uncertainty and does not address the loss of present-day biodiversity. Offsetting is biological accounting. You must measure your losses properly to be able to calculate what gains are needed to make up for it. The model, the data inputted into the model does not do this. The proposal is not offsetting for this compensation. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can see if we have any questions.
We've been involved in the survey that you were talking about.
So in order to get it up to a standard that I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
Well, we're really just talking about a more intensive walkthrough survey. So it's really understanding the true extent of all the different areas that are going to be impacted. So the disposal fields, all the clearance for curtilage, all the clearance for roads, and having a really, really good look within those areas. So we're not talking excessive amounts of time and money to do that properly. This needs the right people for the right amount of time, focusing really clearly on those areas to get a decent inventory of the threatened and at-risk plants there.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question too, because it was similar to the question of Dr. Schmidt, just trying to get a feel for days of work or weeks of work, or, you know,
Yeah,
it's on the face of it, it sounds like a big task, but I might be wrong. You know, you might be able to tell us.
I mean, we're talking about, say, 5 hectares of clearance here, there's like 4 hectares of fish and field, 1.5 hectares of connected,
Right.
that's what's in the proposal.
Right.
We're talking days, not weeks, we're talking, several days.
Oh, that's useful.
For people that know what they're looking for, essentially.
Thank you. No, it's useful to get a grasp on that. And I had a question, the like for like offsetting, just to try and explain to a non-ecologist, how difficult would it be to do like for like? And this, would it be translocation we're talking about, or can you actually replicate and grow?
I don't think it's feasible.
It's not feasible. Okay. Okay, not feasible.
This is why we've got a woody presentation in front of
Right.
it.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's a good one. Look, I had a lot of questions for you, but I think in the course of asking questions of Mr. Beale and others, it's answered my questions, and I do understand your evidence, and the legal submissions clarified that as well. So I'm going to let you go with that. So I don't know further questions. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Sorry. I need to ask in terms of expert witness conferencing, and I was possibly going to ask Ms. Warnock this, just to get the department's sort of stance or thoughts on the value of doing that in particular areas, possibly offsetting was given to us. But I'm taking from Mr. Ewan's evidence that he's opposed to it in principle, really, in terms of the what's been proposed. Is there any merit in your view in conferencing with the applicant's experts on this?
I think you're right. I think fundamentally, I think we're opposed to that.
It's what it seems to us, but we do need to explore that, and also got to hear from the reporting officers, Mr. Harding, as well.
Look, most happy to be involved in conferencing. If you can narrow down some issues that you want to focus on, I won't be available in person.
No,
I'll leave through tonight, but I could.
Oh, it wouldn't happen during this hearing. So but okay, we'll keep that alive for the moment. But we do note your sort of key principle opposition to what's been proposed. So we do know that. Thank you.
Just a clarity.
Yes.
Be involved and help.
Yes.
We don't have fundamental opposition to that at all, but it's the answer to the feasibility.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll certainly be aware of that. Okay, we'll come back to that once we've heard from Mr. Harding as well. Thank you. I think we're. Yep. Ms. Williams, thank you.
It's okay.
Yes, we do have that. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Williams, and I'm a RMA planner classified organization. Thanks for hearing me today. And we're just repeating my evidence that was the council hearing. I've complied with the code of conduct that expert witnesses can make into not practice note 23. I'm also a full member of the NZPI Institute and have over 15 years experience in resource management planning, including facilitating and plan development. So at point 3, I just clarified the Director General's submission, which was lodged. And in my evidence, I highlight the relevant statutory planning documents which support the DDs in the evidence committee. Council is required to address Indigenous biodiversity and heritage as part of the Section 104 assessment in accordance with Part 2, Section 6B and F of the Act, which requires the protection of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna, and the protection of heritage values from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. As described in the evidence provided by Mr. Ewans and Dr. Smith, the site contains significant Indigenous vegetation and significant heritage values. The proposed application will result in significant residents on Indigenous vegetation and historic heritage. Mr. Ewans, as is expressed, addresses the gaps in information relating to the baseline data for the site from nutrition and risk drives present at the site. Without this data, it's not possible to determine the full effects of the proposed development or give adequate consideration of the effects management regime, including biodiversity, offsetting and compensation. Given this uncertainty, is my recommendation that the application be declined under Section 106. Given the above uncertainty, that's just repeated my point above. So point 7, should the panel consider that the information submitted is adequate, I stick out in my evidence that the proposed development fails in section 140 gateway test. Without adequate biodiversity offsetting or compensation or avoidance of effects, it is considered that the adverse effects on significant indigenous vegetation and heritage will be environment. Further, it's considered that the proposed activity will accomplish the objectives and policies of the central plan in regard to avoiding adverse effects on significant vegetation and historic heritage values. I see out in my evidence that the permitted baseline may or may not be applied and is at the discretion of the decision maker. In my opinion, the baseline is not appropriate in this case, as the application would be inconsistent with Part 2 of the RMA. Given that the site is identified as containing significant indigenous vegetation and significant heritage values. It is my view that the conservation covenant is a relevant consideration to this application. The land to which the application relates is part of the land that was freeholded as part of the 10-year review process. And as identified in my evidence in chief, the Central District Plan identifies the 10-year review process as an alternative statutory means of protecting significant indigenous vegetation. And I think yesterday you raised the requirement for some clarification around how mapped and unmapped SNAs are managed.
Yeah.
Do you want me to?
It's becoming clearer to me. I don't think you need to go into that. I think I do understand that now, and we've certainly got your evidence as well as the legal submissions. But yeah, thanks for that. No, you won't need to go into that.
I think that's probably so everybody.
No, thank you very much for that. I'll just kick off. Yep, let's kick off. I haven't got many questions at all, really, because as I say, the hearing's the second day, and we've covered a lot of material, and it's become clear to me your planning evidence is understandable. The only sort of thing I was going to raise with you, and my colleague raised, Commissioner person raised it in the tea break, was the conservation covenant. We've spent a lot of time looking at that, and the legal submissions were that your legal submissions were that it sort of should be read alongside or as part of the district plan provisions. It's sort of they work in tandem, and if that is the case, we you know, and Mr. Vincent's acknowledges too, there appears to be a conflict, doesn't there? Because the conservation covenant would take out about a third or even half the site that you can't build on. You know, it doesn't allow for building, but the zone itself does provide a consenting pathway as a controlled activity for built development. So do you agree that there's a conflict there? And is any comment on that? It makes it difficult for us to sort of reconcile what's intended.
Yeah, doing conflicts probably reflects the date of the plan, not identifying where that conservation boundary overlays on the plan. I do note though that as a control activity, one matters of control council can refer to in terms of the effects of close development to the significant indigenous biodiversity and heritage features as well.
Right.
That's something that could be considered as part of a control activity.
So it would mean that we needn't necessarily contemplate a fully developed site with lots of sections on it. Might not be the necessary outcome, but it would be a consideration in how many lots were approved. I think I made that point, and Mr. Brown Taylor explored that with him. All right. Now look, that's the only question I had from my initial list of 2 pages of questions. Thank you very much. That's all for your team. Is that right? Yeah.
Just
yes, we can.
Lovely complex and illegal conditions were just in response to that point.
Right.
I just wanted to be really clear about how you use that development zone in your legal reasoning. So you can't use it to subtract the facts in the 141A analysis.
Yep.
It can be considered into section 104(1)(b), but in my submission, you should give it little weight because it's pulling against everything else.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember that. Yes, I was really just trying to get to that planning, what appears to be a conflict in the plan itself. but no, we understand the legal points around that. Thank you. Now, we're at the point of the hearing where was to hear from Ms. Lucas and then the officers. I've had a quick chat to Ms. Lucas in the break, and Di, you're happy to go tomorrow morning, is that right? Yeah, and there has been a challenge, I guess, to whether your statement should be taken as expert evidence. So you wanted to think about that and address us on that tomorrow morning. Okay, that's fine. We'll deal with that first thing in the morning, 9 o'clock. And we'd like the officers to take some time to reflect on what they've heard. And I'm not sure if you can provide a sort of a written, it's not a reply, is it? It's some written comments about what you've heard. If you can do that overnight, or if you're not in a position to do that, it's a big task. You could potentially give us some verbal comments and follow it up in writing, but we'll leave that with you. But yeah, we would like to hear from Mr. Harding, in particular on that. And then we'll just see where we're at that point in terms of expert witness conferencing. I'll ask everyone just to give their opinion on whether there's merit in it, and if there is, how it could be narrowed into defined outcomes or key points that were to be addressed. And we'll address that in the morning. Okay. Is there anything else anyone wishes to raise?
So we were intending to leave tonight.
Yes. That's right. We were too.
Any discussion about
yes.
This,
right.
Don't be contacted before,
okay. Yeah, I understand. Yes, I do understand. All right. Are we able to contact you, Mr. Ewens, in terms of any by phone or if need be, or you or through? Should we go through?
I'll come get some details.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where that will go, but we won't need you to be here to so that's fine. And I think that's it. So we should be finished sometime tomorrow morning. George, very good. Adjourn. Presentations. Adjourned. Yeah.